Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 161, Second Term and Announcement. The last week of the holidays quickly went by, and my parents resumed their journey while the academy began as well. Except for seeing classmates again, nothing outstanding happened the first 2 weeks. Lessons continued right where they left off, and I had no problem shifting to school mode, unlike others who already yearned for the next holiday. Well, actually there was something to take note of, but it had nothing to do with the academy, but with Ace instead. The lucky bastard got a Chimchar from his parents as a present and obviously humble bragged about it as soon as we met. I just had to raise an eyebrow when he did for him to remember my lineup, which made him cough in embarrassment and act as he had not bragged at all. I just smiled at his antics, but Weiss couldn't hold in her laugh, which made Ace flush a deep red. Anyway, as I said, the last 2 weeks were pretty monotone. However, that ended while I was sitting in math just wishing for the lesson to end. I was surveying the situation inside Utopia since I had no interest in paying attention to the stuff the teacher was mentioning when I noticed that Nyx seemed to be really happy. She told me she felt her strength increase, and after I checked her status, I saw that she reached the high silver stage, which meant that she could evolve into Umbreon this evening. I managed to muddle my way through math and the next 2 lessons and then quickly went home. After that, I made sure everything I needed for the evolution was prepared. I made a salve for her as well. I used some Umbreon, Mytiana, and Absol blood for the dark energy. I didn't use the blood of others since their species were really not known to be nice, while Mytiana were pack Pokemon and Absol were helpful Pokemon with a bad reputation. I do not think it was necessary to explain why I used Umbreon blood. I also added Clefairy blood because of their association with the moon and their nice attitude, hoping it would mitigate whatever negative influence the change to the dark type would have even further. There were obviously a few more supporting materials, but the total cost was surprisingly much lower than the one for a Nidoking or Nidoqueen. The total worth of the stuff was 4.000.000 poke, including the moon crystal, which was the most expensive one. Still, I only paid about 1.500.000 since I got the rest through Utopia. After I was done with my check, I had to wait until evening to initiate the evolution. It was going to happen inside Utopia, so I went inside with everyone that was outside with me as soon as it turned dark. Everyone gathered in Nyx's area and I began doing my pre-evolution sequence. I placed D-rank moonstones around Nyx, applied the salve on her while she complained about me dirtying her pristine fur, and put the moon crystal in front of her before I stepped out of the circle. She placed her paw on the crystal and began to glow. I was honestly not expecting her to unlock a gene during the evolution, but I wouldn't say no to it if it happened. It took a bit more than a minute for the light to die down and she looked great. She was much larger than regular Umbreon, who were on average 80 centimeters tall and 100 centimeters long, 150 centimeters including the tail. Nyx, on the other hand, was about 120 centimeters tall and 150 centimeters long, 225 centimeters including her tail. As soon as the evolution was over, she bounded over to me and jumped at me, forcing me to catch her. I managed to avoid being bowled over and successfully kept myself from uttering the joke about her weight that came to my mind at that moment. After that wise decision, I praised her new looks and scratched her behind her ears, making her purr. The others chose that moment to surround us to congratulate her. I checked her status before placing her down and let her talk with the others while I went over it. Name, Nyx. Species, EV-Umbreon. Gender, female. Age, 5+ years. Type, dark. Potential, light purple, 16.98%, 47.82%. Genetic modifiers, none. Abilities, synchronize, inner focus. Talents, stealthy. Affinities, normal, dark. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirk, lively, curious. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, C. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, C. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, C. Immunity. Psychic. Resistance. Ghost, minor, dark, minor. Weaknesses. Bug, minor, fairy, minor. Standardized. Fighting. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Neutral energy manipulation, proficient. Dark energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Double edge. Beginner. Growl, tackle, tail whip, helping hand. Proficient. Baby doll eyes, baton pass, charm, sand attack, takedown, refresh. Advanced. Quick attack, swift, shadow ball, iron tail, endure, focus energy, dig, bite, stored power. Mastered. Copycat, work up. The obvious ones were the species and type change. Her potential increased by a bit more than 30%, which was good considering that her potential was light purple. This was more than 10% more than what the Nido pair got as a result of their evolution outside of Utopia. However, I quickly decided that there were too many factors that could be responsible for that difference. It looked like I was going to have to do another species-specific large-scale experiment to study the difference between evolution outside and inside of Utopia. I could focus on different species afterward. Anyway, her abilities changed to the ones typical for an Umbreon. The interesting bit was her affinity section. This was the first time one of my Pokemon had its typing replaced instead of just gaining a second one, and it seemed Nyx kept her normal affinity. It did make sense for Pokemon to keep their old affinities. Unlike the type relation chart which changed with the typing due to the body adapting to the introduction of the new type, the old affinity did not need to change. The same was true for her as well. Her type chart changed to the one the dark type had, but thanks to her successful resistance training, the minor fighting weakness that came with the dark type was still neutral. The last change was the addition of dark energy manipulation, and it started at beginner mastery, just it did for Seb and Gaia. I was not sure if that was due to the materials I prepared or because she had raised Bite to advanced mastery before her evolution. It could have been a combination of both, but I was leaning more towards the latter. I was pretty sure that unlike with Seb and Gaia, who had some heart blood among their materials, Nyx had nothing among her materials that could have led to a rise in her dark energy manipulation. Anyway, once I was done checking the changes, I pulled out a lot of ingredients and we had a little celebration, after which it was time to sleep. The next 2 weeks went by without anything important happening. I was starting to think the second month would be like that as well. However, during the first week, Mr. Koetsuji announced at the end of our combat preparation class that we, the third-year students, would participate in a 1-week-long joint excursion with the Knight Academy. The excursion would happen during the first week of the next month and participation was obligatory. Those that did not participate would fail that combat preparation class. Mr. Koetsuji, Ms. Yu, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Smiles would be responsible for overseeing us during the week. Mr. Koetsuji handed out forms that had to be signed by our legal guardians. He told us that we had to return the signed paper by the last lesson of this month. I looked it over and the paper mentioned the excursion. That it would be held during the first week of the 28th month, and that the location would be in the outer areas in the southwestern wilderness zone between South and West Rhoda. It mentioned that the excursion was mandatory and that failing to participate would result in failing the combat preparation class. Then it went on to list what we could bring along and what was banned. Finally, it mentioned that the teachers and academies were not liable for any injuries or worse if they had happened due to the student acting outside of the rules and regulations set by the overseeing teachers and academies. Wow, that kinda reminds me of a certain liability waiver that happened in a certain forest during a certain exam. I thought to myself sarcastically. Sigh. Being the only one that would get my references, I had no choice but to tell them to myself. Anyway, I put away the liability waiver, went to my next class, and the rest of the day went normally. The next day after homeroom, Mr. Burns told me to stay back. Mikhail, I know that Akasame, Mr. Koetsuji told you about the excursion next month. I want you to know that unlike the others, it's not obligatory for you, due to you being both a first-year and third-year student. You have the option to sit out this as well as any other such excursion and simply make up for them the next year or the year after. If you do plan to participate, I need your parents to sign the waiver since your agreement is not enough in this case. He told me seriously. I thought my parents gave me the right to make the decisions. I inquired, and Mr. Burns made a SOSO gesture. They did, but liability waivers are not included in those privileges. The decision concerning skipping a year is not the same as accepting something that may result in bodily harm, was his reply. I knew that he was right. Besides, I was 100% sure that my parents would allow me to participate because I was definitely going to participate. Mom and Dad were going to visit during the weekend in 2 weeks, so I simply had to let them sign the paper during that time. The days flew by with nothing important happening. The only thing I did besides attending classes and training was occasionally meeting up with Ace and Weiss after the lessons were done. That and chilling once in a while with Marlene, Danielle, and Henry from my first-year class, with Sorrel joining in from time to time as well. On Pocket Day, 2 days before my parents' visit, Shino completed his limit breaking. Coincidentally, he had also managed to raise the mastery of ancient power to advance just the day before that. That seemed to fulfill the condition for Yinma's evolution, but I decided to wait until he completed his limit breaking before making a decision, and it happened just a day later. After thinking for a bit, I decided to have him evolve first before breaking through so that the limit breaking bonus applied to the racial values of Yinmega, not Yinma. Otherwise, Shino's starting point would be lower by a grade for many of his parameters. The whole thing went down inside Utopia. He first evolved to Yinmega after I was done with laying out / applying the things I prepared. Afterward, he directly broke through to the silver stage. Only after that did we congratulate him. We obviously celebrated Shino's success as well, especially since he had a double happy event. Still, I did not forget to check his status screen while all that happened. Name, Shino. Species, Yinmega. Gender, male. Age, 9+ years. Type, bug, flying. Potential, blue, 84.53%, deep blue, 7.36%, light purple, 67.36%. Genetic variation, ancient. Abilities, speed boost, tinted lens. Talents, danger sense. Affinities, bug, flying. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, mid. Vitality, D. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, D. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, E. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, fire, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, rock, major. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Bug E, manipulation, proficient. Flying / air E, manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. U-turn. Beginner. Tackle, sonic boom, uproar, string shot, pursuit. Proficient. Foresight, gust, quick attack, double team, detect, hypnosis, wing attack, screech, air slash. Advanced. Aerial ace, bug buzz, ancient power. Mastered. Not applicable. The most obvious change besides his species was his potential. It first improved to deep blue thanks to the materials I provided during his evolution and then improved once more after his breakthrough raising to light purple. He did not manage to upgrade his ancient gene, nor did he unlock a second one. However, there was a change in his abilities. While speed boost remained the same, which was a relief since the ability was pretty awesome, compound eyes changed to tinted lens instead. I personally thought powering up non-effective moves was better than raising accuracy, so the ability change was a welcome one. Other than that, only his entry to the mid-silver stage was worth mentioning. Oh, and the fact that our bond could upgrade to strong now. Anyway, we ate some grilled Magikarp and Pidgey wings, and I told them about a few adventures of a certain straw hat-wearing captain as well as some missions of a blonde knucklehead. All of them listened attentively, even if some preferred one story over the other. Thankfully, no physical disagreements had happened because of their different preferences, and they had not started bashing each other as well. I took a look at my watch, and once I saw that I had been talking for over 2 hours, I stopped, much to the discontent of some. Still, I told them that I would continue some other time, and everyone went to sleep. The next day went by calmly as well, and on Kaede, right on time for breakfast, my parents showed up. Chapter 162, Joint Excursion. Unsurprisingly, my parents signed the waiver without any hesitation, and they even told me to have fun. Still, Dad didn't forget to add that I should keep up my alertness and not underestimate the excursion just because it's a school trip. I was happy to note that they had returned to their usual selves, and I was sure it wasn't an act since my emotion sense told me the same. They did get sad for a while after visiting the graves, but that much was normal. They left on ARC Day after I left for the academy. I directly went to Mr. Koetsuji's office and handed in the waiver. He gave me a paper that had the do's and don'ts on it in return, along with a checklist of the things we could bring along. The rest of the day and week went by as always, with the only exception being that Tatsumaki mastered Ally's switch on Kaede. It allowed her to swap the position of not only herself and my other Pokemon or even myself, but it allowed her to switch the places between just us. It may only work for those that had a bond with me, but the move made my Kadabra invaluable in the wild or group battles. Anyway, all third-year students met at the Academy Gate at 7:30 a.m. on ARC Day, the April 28, 2178. There were a total of 67 students, and according to the teachers, everyone was present. If we took the number of the first-year classes as the norm, then roughly 13 people either got suspended or graduated early until now. Alright, I want you to line up. 10 people per row and only 0.5 meters distance between each person. Mr. Koetsuji ordered, and everyone began to move. It was a bit chaotic, but none of the teachers interfered. I just moved towards the third row that was starting to form, while Ace and Weiss followed beside me. They took place to my left and right. In the end, it took more than 5 minutes for everyone to be in position. It took you 6 minutes 28 seconds to do something as simple as forming lines. I am utterly disappointed with your performance. This should not have taken more than 90 seconds. Still, I believe by the end of the excursion we'll come close to that number. At least I hope so for your sake. Mr. Koetsuji said before adding the last line in a totally not ominous manner. He then called out a Galade, who promptly teleported away with Ms. Brown and Mr. Smiles before returning a few seconds later. Okay, listen up. My Galade here is going to teleport you to our main camp row by row. Ms. Brown and Mr. Smiles are already waiting there for you, so I want you to calmly wait for everyone to arrive. Any problem maker will be punished. Mr. Koetsuji explained, after which his Galade began teleporting us to the main camp. Each round of teleportation only took around 10 seconds, and our row got teleported in the third round. Those that had arrived before us were still standing in line, so we followed their example and began to wait for the rest. Meanwhile, we took a provisional look around the area. From what I could see, the main camp was a medium-sized place that resembled a military camp a bit. I could make out a fence circling the camp and a few buildings that looked like barracks to my left. Something that looked like an exercise field on the right, and a few smaller buildings. All in all, the place did not seem to be temporarily built. Less than a minute after our arrival, the relocation was completed and Mr. Koetsuji addressed us again. Now that we are here, I will tell you the action plan for this week. After this, the boys will be led by Mr. Smiles to the boys' barack, while Ms. Brown will lead the girls to their barack. You have until 9:30 to choose your bunk and change into some appropriate clothes. I hope you follow the instructions we gave, because anyone caught having one of the banned items will be directly failed and receive a 2-week suspension. Knowing this, is there anyone that wants to hand over something to us? Those that do so now will not be punished, unlike those that get caught later on. You may step up and hand over whatever it is if that is the case. It will be returned to you right before we return at the end of the week. Mr. Koetsuji said while letting his gaze wander through the row. He was releasing an invisible pressure that underlined the seriousness of the situation. A few moments later the first person stepped forward. It was a girl that handed over a makeup bag to Ms. Brown. She was followed by 7 more girls who also handed over some makeup. I involuntarily looked over to Weiss, and Ace did the same. She just released a humph when she saw our looks. "Do you think I need makeup?" she said in a confident tone a moment later, and we shook our head. Neither of us had any idea if she normally used some or not, but that was obviously a trick question. Not saying anything and seemingly agreeing with her was the safest bet in such a situation. We swiftly turned back to the front, just in time to see a slightly chubby boy walk out as well. After he arrived in front of the teachers, he began pulling out snack after snack out of his bag. That led to another wave of students, nearly half of all students, walking to the front and handing over snacks as well as any meat they brought along. Both genders were roughly equally represented among them, and not many of them were chubby. I had to stop myself from laughing seeing so many breaking the rules, but I couldn't hold back anymore when I saw both Weiss and Ace step out as well. Weiss handed out some sweets and Ace pulled out nearly 10 slabs of meat. Weiss's face was a bit red, but she didn't say anything, while Ace sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "I like meat. A lot," he said without mincing his words. We saw Mr. Koetsuji rubbing the bridge of his nose, and after enhancing my hearing I could hear him complain about this shit happening every year. "Alright, quiet down. Now, let me talk about what's going to happen. Today we'll do some general physical training and some wilderness training. Tomorrow we'll have our first joint event with the Knights, a hunting competition to be precise. On Girata Day we'll once more do some wilderness training. Pocket Day we'll have another joint event. This time a battle competition, split into personal, Pokemon, and mixed battles. Now, depending on whether we manage to finish the events on Pocket Day or not, we will continue them on Dial Day. In that case we will only have some light training after that to give everyone a chance to recover from the battles. On Kai Day we will hold the last joint event. We'll return on Gru Day, so you'll have free time until it's time to return. You'll obviously have other responsibilities besides those. You'll be divided into 3 groups directly supervised by Ms. Yu, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Smiles. Every day one group will be responsible for hunting food, one for cooking, and one for cleaning. The groups will switch their jobs daily so that everyone can have some fun. We wouldn't want you to feel left out after all. Now, I'll read out who is in which group," he said, and everyone began to whisper excitedly. Mr. Koetsuji ignored them and began calling out names. Let's start with Group 1 led by Ms. Brown. Arnold Almond, Christy Beam, Weiss Schnee, Yvonne Starr, and Samuel Zorn are part of Group 1. He began listing out and Weiss made a disappointed sound when her name was called out. It seemed like she would not be in our group. Ace and I just shot her a reassuring smile before we focused back on Mr. Koetsuji, who began listing the members of Group 2. Group 2 will be led by Mr. Smiles. Bjorn Axelson, Clarissa Claremont, Ace Gold, Stephen Stranger, and Max Wonder are part of Group 2. He said without caring if the students were happy about their assignment or not. Still, it looked like the 3 of us were all going to be in different groups. We exchanged looks and could only shrug. Everyone else is in Group 3 led by Ms. Yu. Today, Group 1 is responsible for hunting, Group 2 for cooking, and Group 3 for cleaning. Alright, that's it. You may now follow Mr. Smiles and Ms. Brown to the barracks. Make sure you're on time. For every minute that someone is late, everyone is going to run a lap around the field. He finished his speech, which made a few people look around the crowd with gazes that promised pain if they had to run because of them. Ace and I, along with the 34 other boys, followed Mr. Smiles to the boys' barack, where we found ourselves some beds in the middle of the building. The beds were extremely simple, and beside each bed was a small dresser. Thankfully, the barack had a shower and a functioning toilet, the regular kind. All thanks to energy conversion/technology, which made sure no indoor or outdoor plumbing was necessary. Anyway, after we chose our beds, we still had roughly 90 minutes until the deadline. Unlike many others, we already wore appropriate outdoor clothes, so we went out to see if Weiss was done as well. We saw her waiting for us at the place we arrived, so we moved towards her. "What took you ladies so long?" she asked in a sarcastic tone, and all three of us had to laugh. "So, we've got 3 joint events with those from the Night Academy. A hunt, some battles, and a mystery event. How much do you know about them?" "All I know is rudimentary," I admitted, which was true. I did not look up their curriculum, so I only had some general knowledge on nights I had gathered, partly at the amusement park I visited with my parents during the holidays. "Well, I know some stuff, so I'll mention those. If one of you knows something, I don't just add it after I'm done." Ace spoke up first and we just nodded in consent. Nights in general and those at the Night Academy focus mainly on 3 things: personal combat prowess, mounted combat prowess, and commanding ability, which includes Pokemon combat. Personal combat entails mostly sword and shield fighting, but I heard some train either with something else or with something on top of that. Mounted combat is divided into 2 categories, landbound and aerial. I interrupted him here. "Do you know what Pokemon we can expect?" I inquired, but he shook his head. "Not really. I know they like to use Ponyta/Rapidash and those like them on land while using Pidgeot in the air, but I'm not sure which other species they use exactly," he confessed with a shrug. "I heard about that from one of the Night Academy students." Weiss threw in and we looked at her. "I'm beautiful," she said as if that explained everything. A student with his 2 friends was trying to brag and impress me by mentioning the greatness of the Night Academy. She amended afterward. Anyway, Night Academy students all seem to receive 2 Pokemon through their education. A landbound mount during the 2nd year of their elementary education and an aerial mount during the 1st year of their secondary education. The first choice is between Ponyta, Doduo, Blitzel, Skiddo, and Mudbray. She explained and I couldn't hold back a whistle. The other 2 nodded in agreement, even Weiss, who was doing the explaining. Except for Doduo, all options were really strong, and even Doduo was not bad. All species whose final evolution is fast, strong, big, and can be comfortably ridden. The second choice is between Pidgey, Spearow, Starly, Pidove, and Rookidee. All species whose final evolution is big and strong enough to carry them while still being capable of flying fast. She finished after my interruption. Those options were not bad, especially the Rookidee, even if I was a bit partial to the Pidgey line. I would definitely like to have a Rookidee of my own. Still, I noticed that all landbound Pokemon had 1 evolution, while all aerial ones had 2, except for Spearow that one had only 1 evolution as well. Still, they managed to make the option pretty balanced. "Thanks." Ace and I thanked her for mentioning that before Ace continued with his previous explanation. Anyway, the knight rides a Pokemon of either group while being equipped with a weapon of his or her choice. The most preferred weapons are a lance, glaive, or spear for close/medium range combat, and bows or crossbows for medium/long range combat. As for commanding ability, that's being able to command Pokemon, humans, or both in combat, so none of them should be bad at Pokemon battles. Theoretically, at least. Ace finished his explanation. Weiss and I thanked him before we fell into a short contemplation, which I broke first. In my opinion, we should expect the first Pokemon of any night student to be evolved. So, we can expect to see some Rapidash, Dodrio, Zebstrika, Gogoat, and Mudsdale. As for their second one, those should either have evolved once or even twice. Moreover, that does not mean that they have no other Pokemon. I can imagine them having a third on to help them with Slash during direct combat. I told them my opinion on the Pokemon we would most likely see. Weiss and Ace agreed with me. We began talking about what Pokemon could qualify for their third one when we noticed the others trickle in. We looked around and saw our teacher already standing at the front smiling at us. They even nodded at us, which probably meant that they had been listening in on us and agreed with the content of our little conversation. At point 9:30 Mr. Koetsuji made a head count, but some idiots managed to be late despite the warning. We had to wait for them and every one of us was glaring at them once they arrived. Alright, everyone's here now. As promised, you may run 17 rounds around that field thanks to your compatriots. Don't worry about counting, we'll do that for you, he said while pointing at the field to our right. Now, get to it, he yelled, and everyone had to run over to the field while cursing the 5 idiots that arrived late. Chapter 163, Academy Trip/First Day. I decided to use a steady pace while making my rounds around the field. Weiss and Ace had no problem keeping up with me and were running beside me. It took us about 15 minutes to finish the 17 rounds. I was semi-confident that the circumference of the field was roughly 600 m, so 17 rounds were around 10 kilometers. Since we had kept up a pace, that was pretty easy for us. We were fresh as daisies after our last lap. The same could not be said about our compatriots. Most were still running and those that were done were panting. Still, 5 others were as unfazed as we were. I made sure to remember their faces since their condition told me they were at the high ends of Tier 1 first class, which meant they could potentially be useful in case of team events. It took another 10 minutes for the last student to finish his rounds, and as soon as he was done Mr. Koetsuji told us to gather together without waiting for the stragglers to recover. Afterward, we left the camp and the teachers began to show us how to use the things in class to track down Pokemon in real life. They explained how to recognize how old the tracks were and how to discern the number of Pokemon if there were multiple tracks. Along with identifying which Pokemon left the tracks, came determining the target's moving direction and how to not startle it once one came close enough. They actually demonstrated all that by using a real-life example. With the teachers explaining and leading the way, we followed the tracks until we found the ferret that left them behind. Mr. Koetsuji had his Galade knock out the ferret before he addressed all of us. Now, here comes the part that changes depending on the purpose of tracking down your target. If you just wanted to find its location, you can retreat. However, your approach changes depending on whether you tracked it down to catch it for someone else, catch it for yourself, or to kill it. In case you want to catch it for someone else, you can use any method to catch it like traps or an ambush, but if you want to catch it for yourself, then using such methods will make bonding with it later on much harder. There's also a high probability that it won't listen to you and that it will dislike you. The best approach for personal catches in most cases is the direct one. There are exceptions where the species respect cunning, like certain ghost dash, poison dash, and dark type species which will respect you for trapping them, but most of the time the direct approach is the best one. That's because all species respect strength. Now, just because I said to use the direct approach does not mean you have to directly fight them. In some cases, negotiation or talking with them might be enough for them to join you. For us aura users, this is made much easier thanks to our aura. I'm sure you remember a lot of aura uses that could be used in such a situation, like the calming aura or the friendliness aura, to name a few. In many cases, even if the target accepts joining you, it will ask for a battle to see your strength. Now, it is also possible to straight out challenge the target instead of talking. Nearly all Pokemon are willing to follow you if you catch them after beating them. It's something that is accepted as a universal rule. Still, if you mistreat them after capturing them, they might try to run away or even retaliate. Many such examples can be found on the web. I'm sure you as students of our Aura Academy would never do that, but if it comes out that you do mistreat your partners, you will be hunted down by other Aura users. We, Aura users, especially the Aura Guardians, do not tolerate such behavior, so please don't be AD*CK or suffer the consequences. Mr. Koetsuji explained, and his tone began to turn darker when he said the last part. Cough. Mizu released a cough, most likely as a warning, and Mr. Koetsuji's tone returned to normal afterward when he continued talking. Now, I'm sure you know this because it should have come up in class, but capturing or hunting down Pokemon younger than 1 month is forbidden, as long as it is not an extermination mission, and even during that capture is preferred compared to slaughter. However, hatching eggs is no problem. Capturing or hunting down Pokemon younger than 3 months is frowned upon, and everything older should be okay. Recognizing their age should be easy as long as you paid attention in class. Now, let's talk about the last approach. If your goal is to kill it, the only limit is set by you. You could set a trap, ambush it, poison it, or straight out attack it. Still, I would like to point out that poisoning it is not a good idea if you plan to eat it. He stopped here and Ms. Brown stepped forward. All of you will be part of the hunting group at least twice during this week, and the purpose of the hunting group is to gather edibles, which includes tracking down Pokemon and/or animals for food. We need a certain amount of meat each day, and that amount can only be met through hunting a certain number of Pokemon each time. For Furret, that number can vary from 8 to 10. Also, let me make one thing clear right now, each one of you will have to kill at least one Pokemon during these hunts. All of you will return to the academy having made your first kill, and there will be no exceptions, she said before nodding at Galade, who beheaded the Furret. Quite a few of our year mates screamed at the sudden move, both males and females among them. My right eye twitched in surprise, even though I expected it to happen. Ace and Weiss flinched at Galade's sudden killing move. Still, to me, it looked more like they did it at the suddenness of the action than the killing itself. After the Furret died, Galade levitated its body to the air and let it bleed out. Ms. Brown took out a cutting knife before she resumed speaking. Now, there are 2 things to pay attention to while handling a carcass. The first is to let it bleed out, after which you can decide if you want to pack it up and place it inside your bag to dress it later or if you want to dress it on site. No matter which one you choose, you have to make sure to keep it clean while doing the dressing. A psychic type levitating it would be ideal, hanging it up somewhere is useful as well, but placing it on a clean surface is also acceptable. Another important factor is temperature. It would be better if a low temperature could be kept during and after the process. Now, some skin their catch first, but we recommend gutting them first. As for doing a gutless dressing, we don't recommend that one at all. Anyway, after letting it bleed out, you have to gut it. Make sure to remove any innards. Using water Pokemon is helpful in this step, not only to ensure the temperature stays low but also to ensure the carcass stays clean, she explained while demonstrating how to gut the Furret. Afterward, we skin the catch since that makes dividing the meat easier, she said before showing us how to expertly skin a Furret, pointing out what to consider and what had to be done differently for certain species. After she was done skinning it, she showed at what points to divide the carcass, how and where to remove the meat from the bones, and which places were better with the meat staying on the bones. Once everything was done, she explained what to do with the leftover. She told us to bury the non-useful part at least 75 centimeters deep. I took a look around the crowd and saw that a lot of them were green in the face, and I believe I saw 2 people puke. After she packed away the meat, Mr. Koetsuji stepped forward once more and told us that everyone except for those of Group 1 would return to the camp now. Group 1, which Weiss was part of, would stay behind to hunt for some more meat and to gather some berries. Ace and I patted Weiss on the shoulder and wished her good luck before we walked back to camp with the rest. The whole thing took us more than 3 hours and lunchtime was not too far off. Once we were back, Mr. Koetsuji told Group 2 to prepare the kitchen and that they could relax afterward until Group 1 returned. They would have to cook once Group 1 brought back their harvest. As for Group 3, we had nothing to do, so we were given leave to do whatever until after lunch as long as we stayed inside the camp. Ace came out 30 minutes later. He told me they had to make sure the kitchen, as well as everything in it, was clean and that all appliances worked. It took another hour until those of Group 1 returned and we immediately signaled Weiss out. Ms. Brown walked towards the kitchen, presumably because she planned to hand over their harvest, while the others of Group 1 were dismissed until lunch. We swiftly headed towards Weiss and saw her looking a bit paler than normal. She was looking at her hands, which were shaking a bit. She seemed to hear us approach because she looked up. Ace remained quite obviously unsure what to say in the current situation. I was about to open my mouth to ask her how she felt, or rather if she was okay, but she seemed to see through my intent and spoke before I could. "That was my first time, you know?" she said with a slight tremble in her voice. Don't misunderstand me, I killed before, and I'm sure you two have done the same, but those kills happened due to battles in the wild. Those were things that happened in situations where the other party was trying to kill me and my Pokemon, or where we had to hunt down those that harmed our people. This time I slit the throat of a defenseless Pidgey so that we could eat it later. I never had any problem with letting our opponents die or even outright killing them if I deemed it necessary, but this was the hardest thing I have ever done until now. I feel really bad for killing it this way, without allowing it to fight. It wouldn't be as bad if I had killed it in a fight. I can't really describe it, but it definitely doesn't feel nice. She told us, and I believed her. I felt the same way the first time I killed one of the Magikarp inside my subspace to use it for food. I nearly puked after I killed it. However, like with everything else, one does get used to it after some time. Still, I made sure they were not conscious whenever I killed a Pokemon outside of a battle, because I couldn't bring myself to do it otherwise. Still, I knew that in most cases whatever I said right now would not help her. She would just think that I said it to make her feel better since I was her friend. No, she had to talk to a third party about it, so I just hugged her instead. Ace hesitated for a moment before joining in as well. I could see that Ace was a bit nervous about his turn tomorrow after seeing the otherwise always cool and calm Weiss being slightly shaken. We stayed like that for a minute before we separated and Weiss thanked us quietly. Ms. Brown came out of the kitchen at that moment and called everyone of Group 1 over. Ms. Yu joined them and they went to one of the buildings beside the barracks. I heard them say that they were going to talk to the students of Group 1 about their first kill. I was relieved that the academy was not just expecting the students to get over/deal with their kill on their own when I heard that. Ms. Brown also told everyone that those of Group 2 had to go to the kitchen, so Ace had to move there. With both gone, I just returned to the bench we had been sitting on before Weiss returned. I decided to just wait for her there while thinking about random stuff. Weiss returned roughly 40 minutes later looking a bit better than before. I was sure she still felt bad about the thing, but I was also sure that she would get over it over the next 1 or 2 days. She said as much herself and I nodded at that. Less than 20 minutes later everyone was called to the canteen to eat. Weiss told me that they had hunted down another Furret, 2 Sentret, as well as 4 Pidgey, and 6 Spearow. So, the choice was red meat or white meat with potatoes and berries on the side. Ace and his group handed out the food to everyone else before they joined in as well. The taste was passable, but I believe no one had expected the food to taste great anyway. The purpose of this was that everyone learned how to prepare some food after all. Still, I was sure that some could in fact cook, but we would have to see when it became their turn and what work they were assigned. Anyway, after lunch Group 3 was told to clean up the canteen and the kitchen, which took roughly 90 minutes, despite 22 people cleaning. This was not only because there was a lot to clean, but also because we were a bit disorganized. In the end, I sacrificed myself and took command, telling everyone what to do while Mizu decided to kick back and enjoy the show. After we were done cleaning, Ace and Weiss told me they had free time until we came out. As soon as that happened, Mr. Koetsuji called everyone over and had us run 20 rounds around the field before we went through a lot of bodyweight exercises. The whole training session went on for 2 hours before he told us that we were free for the rest of the day and that dinner would be in 3 hours. Chapter 164, Hunting Competition. The next day I woke up at 7 a.m. to get ready since Mr. Koetsuji told us yesterday to gather outside at 7:30 a.m. I called out to Ace to wake him up, but he just mumbled 5 more minutes mom before ignoring me. Since I was such a good friend, I decided I had to help Ace wake up no matter what so that he could get ready. I promptly did so by kicking him off his bed. He landed on the floor with a thud and began cursing like a sailor. "Why the hell did you do that?" he complained while rubbing his back after. "Couldn't you be a bit more soft? How about calling out to me, or some prodding?" "I tried, but you called me mom and ignored me," I said with a perfectly innocent look. He shook his head, choosing to ignore my antics, and we both took our stuff before moving to the showers. By the time we came back out 10 minutes later, we had changed into new clothes and were done with our morning routine. Seeing that there were only 20 minutes until the deadline and that roughly a fourth was still sleeping, I, out of the goodness in my heart, decided to do another good deed. I called out Thor and told him to give everyone still sleeping a slightly shocking wake-up call. Thor snickered a bit before releasing a really low-powered thundershock. That he managed to hit everyone at once with the same intensity was a testament to his control and high mastery of the move. Still, what followed was a cacophony of curses, while the rest of us were laughing. The hair of everyone that got shocked was standing up and the hair of some turned into an afro. Nonetheless, there were less than 20 minutes left until Mr. Koetsuji's deadline and I had no plan to run just because these guys kept wasting. Ladies, you have 20 minutes to get ready and be on the field. So, you better hurry up and get ready. Believe me, you don't want to be the reason we have to run around the field. I told them in a really nice tone. Though releasing sparks behind me was out of my hand and totally unintended. Yep, pure coincidence. That everyone else chose to stop laughing when I said that and stared at them balefully did make my warning more effective. The concerned group stopped complaining and rushed to get ready. We left after that and chose to wait at the meeting point. The teachers were already there waiting for us. Around 5 minutes before 7:25 a.m. the girls and the other boys began arriving. Weiss was one of the first girls to arrive, but we didn't comment on them cutting it close when we saw the warning in her looks. By the time was up, we were still missing some people. That made a lot of us, including me, curse. Despite my warning, 2 boys managed to be a minute late, and all boys stared at them the whole time they walk over, making them sweat out of nervousness. I was planning to let them sweat over what I was going to do to them as retribution while doing nothing. If they however did not learn and slept in tomorrow like they did today, I was planning to wake them up in a very special way. Now, boys aside, 7 girls came late with some of them being late by over 5 minutes. Because of this group of idiots we had to run 26 rounds around the field and that on an empty stomach. The whole thing also delayed our breakfast as well, since Group 2, who was responsible for gathering food today, was only allowed to head out after everyone was done with their rounds. They only returned around 9:30 a.m. They brought over a lot of berries, 8 Goldine, 2 Sea King, and 10 Spiro. It was my group's turn to cook and I obviously once more took the leadership role. I ordered one part to wash and cut the berries, while one pulled out the flour, milk, salt, sugar, and chicken eggs the camp had in store. I instructed them on how to prepare pancake batter while simultaneously deboning one of the Sea King and cutting it down into small stripes. I told the group that was done with the berries to preheat a few pans and check the batter. It looked okay, so I showed them how to make a pancake, or rather how much batter to pour onto the pan, how long to wait to flip it, and when it was done. While that was happening, I told another group to cover the Sea King stripes in a bit of flour before I showed them how to fry them on the pan. With my iron fist control, we managed to have everything ready in about 30 minutes, which could be considered pretty fast. We brought everything over to the canteen and began handing everything out around 10:10 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. Everyone was done eating around 10:30 a.m. and Group 1 was done with cleaning at 11 a.m. No one complained about the food, so I got the impression that it was at least edible. Anyway, Mr. Koetsuji called everyone over and told us that we were going to walk towards the meeting spot for the hunting competition. He gave us 5 minutes to make sure we had everything we thought we would need, and once those 5 minutes were up we began moving towards the west at a moderate pace. At least moderate according to Mr. Koetsuji, our yearmates were somewhat between power walking and jogging. The competition would begin at noon, but the rules and regulations would be announced at 11:45 a.m., which gave us roughly 40 minutes until then. Roughly 25 minutes after we set out, he gave us a 5-minute break and told us to recover. Afterward, we resumed walking, but this time the pace was easy. The reason for his actions became apparent when we arrived at the meeting point just 3 to 4 minutes later. He did not want us to arrive there looking fatigued since it would leave a bad impression on our competition. All of us began to observe the group from the night academy, who seemed to have arrived before us. They were observing us as well. I could see that they had more students than we had, which was probably because Knights did not have any special powers as an enrolling requirement. If my estimate was correct, they had like 200 students, compared to our 67. What honestly surprised me a bit was the number of female students on their side. I knew that Terrans made no real distinction between genders in professions such as trainers, rangers, and any other vital professions. I mean ours, Aura users, was close to 50%, but I had still thought theirs, knights, would be much, much lower. My guess had been at around 1 out of 10, but I was proven wrong. The ratio was more like 3 out of 10, so 3 times my estimate. Being wrong usually never felt nice, but this time the surprise was a pleasant one, so I had zero problems with being wrong in this case. Aside from their number, I also noted that they were split into many small groups, and my cliché senses were going haywire at that. Hopefully what I was worried about would not happen. Before I could make some more observations, Mr. Koetsuji, who had walked over to the other side to talk to someone, walked towards the middle of the clearing we were on. The woman he had been talking to was walking by his side, and once they stopped they addressed all of us. Alright, for those of you who don't know us. I am Mr. Koetsuji, the head teacher of the Aura Academy during this excursion, while this is Ms. Stryker, the head instructor of the Knight Academy during this excursion. The two of us have a joint leadership for all events, so you do not have to worry about any teacher being partial to one group or another. That won't happen, we can guarantee that much. He began to speak, and his voice was audible to everyone despite him standing where he was. Ms. Stryker began to speak when he paused. As you have been informed yesterday, the event is a hunting competition. Each one of you will receive a paper from us. On that paper, you will find the Pokemon accepted as targets and the points you will receive for either killing or capturing them. To receive the points you have to either hand over the carcass or the Pokeball you caught the Pokemon with. We will provide you with all the Pokeballs you need for this event, but you have to return all unused balls after the event. After she said that, she stopped and Mr. Koetsuji resumed talking. Don't try to keep them, because we will document who received how many balls. Moreover, we and our Pokemon will keep an eye on all of you for the whole competition. We won't interfere in your battles, but if you get into a dangerous situation, we will save you as long as you yell out that you are withdrawing from the competition. We'll still try to save you if it seems like you're about to die, yet still did not yell out for various reasons. When that happens, you will still be withdrawn from the competition. However, there is a chance that you might die or get wounded before we can rescue you, so for your own sake, don't be too stubborn. Also, the hunting area for the competition is in a 5 kilometers radius of this clearing. He told us, and Ms. Strike followed up as soon as he paused. Trying to cheat by working together is useless, just like trying to keep some balls for yourself, since we'll know that you did it. In case you think you could get lucky, don't. Mr. Koetsuji's Galade, and my Metacam, along with the support of the Pokemon of the other teachers, can cover the whole hunting area. Also, if it looks like you are going to step out of the competition area, you will receive a mental warning. If you disregard the warning, we are not responsible for anything that befalls you, she announced with a stern tone. You'll find a copy of all rules and regulations on the backside of the paper you will receive. The rewards for the competition will also be on that paper, on the same page as the points distribution. Anyway, the competition will end at exactly 6 p.m., so anything you do after that will not get you any points. Please make your way over immediately at that time. Oh, and just to make sure no one says it hasn't been mentioned, robbing others is forbidden as well. Only the Pokemon you got on your own count. Read through the rules at least once, and spare us the moaning later on. Mr. Koetsuji finished, and the teachers proceeded to hand out the announced paper. Ace and Weiss focused on their papers, while I took a look at mine. The front had the event details, as well as the prizes. Accepted targets 1. Dead or alive. Rattata, Sentret, Weedle, Kakuna, Spearow, Ekans, Spinarak. Dead only. Paras. Alive only. Caterpie, Metapod, Pidgey. This list seems to only contain the initial stage Pokemon, but the differentiation made sense to me. The dead or alive group were species that were common in both tides and among trainers. They were also really abundant, so we were neutral towards them. I think the situation with Paras needs no explaining. Death to the zombies. As for the alive-only group, those were species that rarely or never participated in tides and were friendly towards humans unless attacked. Points 1. Dead. Iron stage. Mid and high, 1 point. Bronze stage. Low and mid, 3 points, high, 10 points. Silver stage. Low, 20 points, mid, 30 points, high, 50 points. Gold stage. Low, 200 points, mid, 400 points, high, 600 points. Alive. Iron stage. Mid and high, 1 point. Bronze stage. Low and mid, 5 points, high, 20 points. Silver stage. Low, 40 points, mid, 60 points, high, 100 points. Gold stage. Low, 400 points, mid, 600 points, high, 1,000 points. This part showed that capturing Pokemon was worth more points than killing them. This showed that the academies preferred capture over slaughter, but that killing was still an acceptable option. I seriously doubted anyone would find a member of these species at the gold stage. Even silver stage ones would be rare, but I understood why they added it. Accepted targets 2. Dead or alive. Raticate, Furret, Beedrill, Fearow, Arbok, Ariados. Dead only. Parasect. Alive only. Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Pidgeot. This list just contained the evolution of the previous one, so not much to say about it. The same seemed to be true for the point list as well. Dead. Iron stage. Mid and high, 5 points. Bronze stage. Low and mid, 15 points, high, 30 points. Silver stage. Low, 50 points, mid, 70 points, high, 100 points. Gold stage. Low, 400 points, mid, 600 points, high, 800 points. Alive. Iron stage. Mid, 5 points, high, 10 points. Bronze stage. Low, 20 points, mid, 30 points, high, 60 points. Silver stage. Low, 100 points, mid, 150 points, high, 300 points. Gold stage. Low, 800 points, mid, 1,000 points, high, 2,000 points. Seeing as there was no third target list, every other species was a non-target. I'd honestly thought that at least Oddish would have been also part of the alive-only list, but it seemed like I was wrong. The last thing on the page was the prize list. Prizes. First place. Choice out of 3 5-star, high, Iron Stage Pokemon plus top food for 18 months. Second place. Choice out of 2 5-star, high, Iron Stage Pokemon plus top food for 12 months. Third place. 1 5-star, high, Iron Stage Pokemon plus top food for 6 months. Fourth and fifth. 3 C-Class materials of choice. 6th to 10th. 1 C-Class material of choice. Pokemon Pool. Swablu, Rufflet, Vullaby. The prizes were way more generous than I had expected, especially the ones for the first 3 places. Swablu was a Pokemon that evolved into a dragon type, and it was not easy to get one of those. The difficulty in finding one on the market, aside from their prices, was extremely high. Rufflet and Vullaby were also pretty expensive, and their lines were among the strongest of the flying type. So, as I said, impressive prizes. Those 3 together with the top-ranked food for the chosen Pokemon, along with the items promised to the other kids, had to cost a fortune. I was guessing the amount was in the tens of millions of poke, and this was for a competition among students. Now, factor in that they held this excursion every year, and you got a small picture of how much the academies and humanity were willing to invest into their next generation, as long as they proved capable. Anyway, once I was done with the front, I quickly read through the rules on the back before I took a look around. Most were still checking out the paper, but Ace and Weiss were done, so we began talking about the Pokemon list and the prizes. The number of conversations kept increasing as more students were finished with their papers. A few minutes later, Mr. Koetsuji announced that the competition had begun, and everyone began swarming the teachers for some Pokeballs before streaming out of the clearing. Weiss, Ace, and I did the same, before moving in different directions after we wished each other good luck. Chapter 165, Hunting Competition. After walking just 100 meters or so, I returned to the meeting point since something came to my mind that I wanted to ask. The teachers were surprised when they saw me return. "Mikhail, why have you come back? Did you forget something?" Came from Mizu, who probably asked what everyone thought. I, however, shook my head in denial. "No, Mizu, that's not why I came back. I've got a question regarding the Pokemon that get caught. Could you tell me what's going to happen to them, or am I not allowed to know that?" This question was something that sprung up in my head, and the answer would determine the policy I would follow while hunting. If the academies were planning to sell them all to earn some money or something like that, then I would just catch whatever came up, since I would have no idea where they would land. It would be a bit tragic if a 4-star, or even a 5-star Pidgey, landed on a KFP platter. Okay, maybe I was exaggerating a bit, but the main idea was the same. So, depending on the answer, I would likely avoid catching high-potential Pokemon. When I asked my question, nearly all the teachers showed a happy expression, and Mr. Koetsuji was the one who replied. "Good question. I'm happy that you are concerned about the aftermath of your actions. We don't see it often that students mull over the possible consequences of their actions before they do something. That's a great habit to have. Most only do it after experiencing a few setbacks. So, don't lose it. I'm sure it will be useful in the future. It might even save your life. Anyway, all caught Pokemon are going to have their potential tested. Those with 5- or 4-star potential will be distributed to more rural distribution centers, poke centers, schools, and so on. This is done by nearly all academies whenever events like these happen, so that new trainers with good results from less fortunate, or rural, areas can receive better starters if the Pokemon is at the Iron stage, or in exchange for contribution points if it is above that. 3-star Pokemon are also handed over to the distribution centers, but without being reserved for those with good results. 2-star Pokemon are handed over to the government for labor whenever possible, like Caterpie and Weedle for silk production, or Pidgey as a lookout. Those that cannot be assigned any jobs, along with any 1-star ones outside the alive-only category, are handed over to farms responsible for feeding our military. While all 1-star Pokemon from the alive-only category are released into the wild. Does that answer your question? Came a lengthy explanation that settled any scruples I had about mass-catching regular or talented Pokemon for the competition. Yes, it does. Thank you for telling me, I replied, before thinking for a moment. Could I have some more Pokeballs, please? I asked because I had only taken 30 balls before, since I was planning to focus on stronger Pokemon. Now I was thinking that I might as well do some charity and strengthen the new generation a bit by providing a batch of good potential Pokemon. They let me take another 70 balls, bringing my total up to 100, and told me to return for more if I used them up. After thanking them, I made my way out, this time for real. I briefly paused outside the meeting point to check out the time and call out Horus/Satu, Luna/Clefairy, Thor/Pikachu, as well as Nyx/Umbreon to help with the hunt. I had Horus create a mental link between all of us. Thanks to him piggybacking our bond, he did not need to use Miracle Eye to establish one with Umbreon as well. Through the link, I told them about the competition and our goal. Zata took position roughly 30 meters above me, and he would keep that position while we were on the road as well. This would allow him to get an elevated look at our surroundings while being close enough to use his psychic senses to keep an eye out on any potential targets. Thor climbed up my body and sat on my head. He, Luna, and Ollie/Ralts were the only ones that were still small enough to be barely able to do so. However, Thor had acted before she could, so he was looking pretty smug up there. I knew that because I could feel the smugness radiating from him, and Luna was pouting at missing the chance. Unfortunately, Nyx was too large for any kind of head or shoulder riding, so she was pouting as well after she saw Thor sitting on my head. Still, let me add this, at moments like these, I was supremely thankful for my enhanced strength. I honestly did not think I could carry around Thor's roughly 15 plus kg for prolonged periods otherwise, at least not without hurting myself. Anyway, it was currently 12:15 p.m., so I still had 5 hours 45 minutes left, which was more than enough to cinch this. Horus, we'll focus on high-worth targets first to secure our victory before catching some weaker Pokemon with good enough potential. Keep an eye out for Pokemon on the list ranging from the low silver to the low gold stage. I mentally told him, and he returned a Roger. We began striding around in just 5 minutes, and Horus informed us about our first target, a mid-silver stage Raticate accompanied by a few Rattata. Energy-sensitive individuals could roughly determine someone's strength as long as one was not withholding one's energy, and most wild Pokemon did not have a habit of masking their energy unless they were hiding or ambushing someone, which was how Horus could detect their strength. I had no plan to go around challenging anyone to one-on-one battles or anything like that during this competition. It wasn't like I was catching them for myself, so our plan was pretty simple. We were going to gang up on them. I had Luna immobilize the posse with gravity. Meanwhile, Horus used Psychic to freeze Raticate in place so that Nyx could deliver an Iron Tail straight on top of its head. The hit did not manage to knock it out, but a second milder hit quickly rectified that. Thor was just cheering them on, and I would have laughed if his shaking did not make my head wobble. Anyway, I threw one of the provided Pokeballs at it, and just like that, we earned our first 150 points. While that was happening, the Rattata could do nothing but watch, and after I caught their leader they stopped struggling as hard. We left the Rattata alone since none of them were at the silver stage. The increased gravity would fizzle out 30 seconds after we left, and I was hoping they wouldn't try to attack us after that happened. They didn't, which was good, for them that is. Another 3 minutes later we came across another target. This time around it was an Arbok at the high silver stage that was moving in the direction of the Rattata we had left behind. I most likely saved their lives by catching it. Little hypocritical self-praise aside, Luna slowed it down with gravity, and Thor was the first to attack by jumping up to fry it with a thunderbolt. His sudden jump shoved my head down, and just as I straightened my position he landed back on my head. Take it easy, Mario. I want a little warning the next time you decide to jump around on my head, please. I warned him, and he agreed in a chastised manner. My scolding him made Nyx and Luna laugh a bit, and I just shook my head at their antics, which made Thor clasp my head to stabilize his position. I saw that Arbok was not knocked out yet, but decided to throw the Pokeball before it could regain control of its twitching body. A click later I had gained another 300 points, and during the next 3 hours we easily caught 12 more Silver Stage Pokemon by ganging up on them. 2 low Silver Raticate, another mid Silver Raticate, 2 low, and 1 mid Silver Furret, a high Silver Ariados, a low Silver Beedrill, 2 low Silver Fiero, and 2 low Silver Stage Arbok. Honestly, it took more time to find them than it took to beat them. Also, many of them were accompanied by a few weaker line members, and I caught roughly 20 high Bronze Stage ones since I wanted to bolster my points a bit more. All in all, I managed to gather 1850 points through Silver Stage Pokemon and 640 points through Bronze Stage Pokemon. Oh, and let's not forget the 120 points the Silver Stage Parasect carcasses would bring me. I came across them during this search and decided to follow the instruction on the back side of the paper we received, which was to eliminate them with prejudice. I had a slight suspicion that whoever made the rules had a slight bias against the zombie mushrooms, I meant Parasect line. Moving on, I had 2,610 points for now, and I felt like 4,000 points would be enough to win. So, I set that amount as my goal, before I would start catching a few good potential Pokemon for charity, since catching Iron Stage Pokemon would only yield a meager amount of points. I managed to catch another low Silver Stage Beedrill and a high Silver Stage Fiero in the next 20 minutes before I stumbled upon my first competitor. I had been lucky enough to avoid meeting them until now, but unfortunately, I finally came across one. Even more unfortunate was that it was someone from the Night Academy and he did not look like someone I wanted to know. My cliché alarms were blaring at full capacity and sadly he demonstrated why that was the case. "Midget, this is my, Leonard Fanfaron's hunting ground, so get lost before I decide to help you along," he yelled out in a pompous tone. My eyelids twitched in irritation. No wonder my senses had been going haywire. I had encountered my first arrogant young master, Terran edition. I had to suppress my groan at that. Still, I decided to be the bigger man. I would just ignore him and leave. However, Mr. Peng apparently was as impatient as he was short-tempered. "Shrimp, it seems like you're not only small but also either deaf or slow in the head, probably both," he shouted while I was thinking about sparing from a beating. Nonetheless, it seems like he was insisting that I helped him rearrange his face. I mean, seriously, how stupid was that guy? Did he not notice the 4 Pokemon around me that looked pretty pissed? The idiot looked like was going to open his mouth to release another brain fart, so interrupted him before he could do so while rubbing the bridge of my nose in irritation. "Oi, idiot. Say, are you blind, or too stupid to notice my Pokemon? Did your parents not tell you not to provoke others with better Pokemon than you?" Only after I said that did the nincompoop notice the angry-looking Xatu, Umbreon, Pikachu, and Clefairy. Furthermore, when I said angry-looking I meant that Thor was releasing sparks of electricity, Luna's hands were glowing in a pink light, and Nyx was baring her teeth. Xatu was just staring at him, but it was the look one would throw at a cockroach. That was the moment the dunderhead knew he had kid up. I honestly could not understand how self-absorbed one has to be somehow overlook the Pokemon besides a person. Are threatening me? How dare you threaten someone from the Fanfaron family? Moreover, the rules forbid us from robbing others. He stuttered a bit before regaining his confidence as he kept speaking. Sigh. The rules actually only forbid us from robbing our competitors, but nowhere did it state that we could rough them up a bit. Still, I took pity on the poor lad. He was clearly retarded, so I decided to just scare him a bit as a warning. "Thor, just release a thunderbolt at the ground between his legs. He's not worth dirtying our hands." I ordered mentally, and just a second later a thunderbolt struck right in front of his legs. The guy fell backward in fright and pissed his pants. I couldn't stop myself from laughing at that, and my Pokemon joined in as well. Seeing his situation, I just shook my head and walked away. For the first time, the idiot made the right decision and chose to be silent, most likely out of embarrassment. At least, my luck seemed to have returned after I left, because just 5 minutes after leading the clown behind we came across our first gold stage target. Horace said that it was a low, gold Arbok, and while it was harder making the distinction if the target was at a higher stage than oneself, I was sure we could handle it as long as it was not at the high, gold stage by ganging up on it. If I had to, I would just let out the others as well. I believed all of us working together could ensure that we could at least somewhat safely retreat from the fight. Besides, I had a plan that could potentially finish the battle pretty quickly. Having made up my mind, I told the others of my plan and we walked towards the Arbok. As soon as we were in range, Clefairy began the fight with her gravity. Chapter 166, Hunting Competition. Horace/Zata followed Luna/Clefairy's gravity with a flash, blinding the Arbok that just felt the increased gravity. Virtually at the same time, Thor/Pikachu released a thunder wave, paralyzing it while it was slowed down and temporarily blinded. However, that was still not the end. No, Luna used the time Horace and Thor were attacking to get a bit closer before she began using Sing to lull Arbok to sleep. Horace directly followed up with a Psychic, and the battle was pretty much settled without Arbok being able to put up a fight. I threw over the Pokeball and waited to see if it would stay inside. It wobbled for a while, which made me wonder for a moment if Arbok had managed to shake off the status conditions. Luckily, the ball finally settled down, signifying a successful capture. Arbok was indeed stronger than all of my Pokemon individually, but being ganged up by 3 Pokemon that were only weaker by a bit was enough to take it down. Especially when one fought dirty as we did instead of confronting it head-on. I could have elevated the dirty tactic even higher by adding Mothra or Hashirama/Ivysaur to the mix. That actually was a good idea, so I promptly called out Mothra. She flew over to me for a hug before she flew to each team member to greet them. Horace added her to the link and we brought her up to speed. Anyway, our latest capture added another 800 points to my balance, so I needed another 590 to reach my personal goal of 4,000 points. A quick look at my watch told me that I still had a bit more than 2.5 hours until 6 p.m. We resumed our search for targets and managed to find a high Silver Stage Ariados and a pair of mid Silver Stage Butterfree during the next 20 minutes. I obviously caught all three, netting 600 points in the process. That was enough for me to reach 4,000 points, so we changed our target to Iron Stage Pokemon. The plan was to locate any groups without too many strong members, suppress them and let me check the status screen of all Iron Stage Pokemon among them. Since I was catching them so that they would be handed out as starter Pokemon, I decided to focus more on the friendlier species. Caterpie, Pidgey, and Sentret were our first-tier targets, while Rattata and Weedle were our second-tier targets. Ekans, Spinarak, and Spearow made up the third tier since they were least suitable on the list. They were the hardest to handle among the options for newbies, and honestly if Oddish had been on the list I would have preferred catching those since the line was friendly enough to rank between tier 1 and 2 in my target list. Anyway, we had a bit more than 2 hours, so we sped up a bit and left the search completely to Horace, ignoring any Pokemon we met on the way he didn't single out. I saw 2 students while we were moving, but I ignored them to avoid wasting time. We found the first large group 4 minutes later. It was a large flock of Pidgey that was led by a high Bronze Stage Pidgeot. According to Horace, there were 247 members in the flock with roughly 80% of them being in the Iron Stage. So, once we arrived at their roosting place, Mothra immobilized the Pidgeot along with a few of the stronger Pidgeotto using Psychic, while Luna used Gravity to immobilize the rest of the flock. Horace then levitated all Iron Stage Pidgey over to me so that I could check out their status one by one since I couldn't use my telekinesis to do so without getting outed as a Psychic. It took me about 20 minutes to simply check out the 195 Pidgey. I had Horace move the qualified ones to the right while moving the others to the left. 16 Pidgey managed to qualify, 11 of them had yellow potential, 2 had deep yellow potential, and another 2 had light green potential. The last one had deep green potential. The reason the lowest requirement was set as yellow was that I was planning to secretly have them all go through Utopia before handing them over, so they had the chance to have their potential light green. Anyway, once I was done checking them all I had Luna put them to sleep and caught them. I felt a bit bad for the flock since I practically took all their talented Iron Stage members, so I left a small hill of flying-type food I had made and stored inside Utopia as a small compensation. We released the flock and quickly resumed our search. It took 8 minutes for Horace to find the next group that satisfied our demands. This time it was a business of Sentret led by a high Bronze Stage Furret. This group was larger than the Pidgey flock with 343 members. About 90% of them were in the Iron Stage, 302 to be exact. Since we only had 100 minutes left until the deadline I decided to hasten my checking speed. After we had the business subdued, I had Zata levitate the Sentret in a circle around me so that I could quickly walk from one to the next after briefly touching them instead of Zata moving them over one by one. That new arrangement allowed me to finish checking them all in about 20 minutes as well, despite there being more Pokemon to check. The final haul was 33 Sentret. 19 had yellow, 9 had deep yellow, 4 had light green, and 1 had green potential. I left them a small hill of food too before we moved on. During the final 80 minutes, we managed to find and check out 3 more groups. 1 large one and 2 small ones. The first group we came across was a small group of 60 Ekans led by a pair of mid-bronze Arbok. I had the suspicion that all Ekans were the children of that diligent pair. Anyway, I checked 50 of the Ekans and caught 13 of them. 10 had yellow, 1 had deep yellow, and the last 2 had light green potential. After that, I nearly ran out of the Pokeballs the teachers provided, so I had Horace teleport me back to the meeting point to get another batch, before resuming my search. The second group we came across was a large army caterpie led by a high silver stage butterfree. There were nearly 600 members, 494 of them being iron stage caterpie. I left the 4 silver stage and bronze stage butterfree alone since I was only after the iron stage caterpie. Checking them all took me nearly 30 minutes, but I received a big haul consisting of 35 yellow, 14 deep yellow, 3 light green, and 1 deep green potential caterpie. Before we left, I left them 2 piles of food made for the caterpie line and a few butterfree's treats, just because they yielded the biggest haul, and not because I favored their species or anything like that. Anyway, the last group we managed to check was a small mischief of 80 rattata. I caught 7 of them, with 4 having yellow, 2 having deep yellow, and the final one actually having green potential. Just after I caught the last rattata, a mental message announcing the end of the competition arrived. So, I quickly left them a small pile of food and moved towards the meeting point. The reason I didn't teleport there with Horace was that I used the time it took to walk there to relocate all our captures to Utopia and let them out of their pokeballs. They were all still asleep thanks to Luna using Sing on all of them before capture, so none of them saw the inside of Utopia or noticed anything happening. Of the 81 yellow potential Pokemon, 25 had their potential improved to light green, entering the range of 4 stars. The other 56 only got deep yellow potential. 8 of the 28 deep yellow potential Pokemon had green potential after the boost, while the other 20 had light green potential. That still meant that they're all turned into Pokemon with 4-star potential. The 11 Pokemon with light green potential remained at the 4-star potential range anyway, but the potential of 3 rose to deep green. So, whoever got those would have an easier time raising a 5-star Pokemon, since they only had to raise the Pokemon's potential by 1 grade. Of the 2 green Pokemon, Rattata had his potential raised to light blue, while Sentret's potential turned deep green. The potential of the deep green Caterpie and Pidgey also turned light blue, so the 3 of them had 5-star potential. Once that was done, I had 2 more habitats, one from the Ekans, and one that was for both Rattata and Sentret. Both were small due to the Pokemon's weak strength, so I just added them to the second circle since they were going to be empty anyway. We could use them for training purposes. Anyway, I recalled them, and 5 minutes later I arrived at our meeting point. I saw that the teachers had set up a few tables with a laptop on top, along with something looking like a small Pokeball scanning outlet that was connected to the laptop. I was not the first one to arrive, and it took 10 more minutes for the last student to arrive. I used that time to find Weiss and Ace. "So, are you two confident?" I asked them after I found them. "Absolutely, I'm going to win." They answered full of confidence, and I had to smile. "Oh, good. Seems like you're going to be second and third then. If that happens, our academy would occupy the first 3 places." I teased them before I began laughing. "Hey, I'm going to be first." They protested at the same time, before looking at each other and saying no, I will simultaneously once more, which made me laugh some more. They stared at each other for a moment before they broke out in laughter as well. We just talked about our hunt, and they both grimaced when I told my encounter with Leo something, I think it was Leotard. It seemed like I was unlucky because the 2 had met night students as well, and the ones they met were pretty nice. I just lamented my bad luck a bit before changing the topic, and we talked about the Pokemon we came across. Still, as soon as the last student arrived, the teachers told us to line up in front of any of the 8 tables to complete the handover and point tabulation. We quickly made our way to Ms. Yu's table and proceeded to wait for our turn. Weiss and Ace stood before me, so they got their turn first as well. Once it was my turn, Ms. Yu smiled at me. "Mikhail, I want you to take out the leftover Pokeballs and place them into this bag," she said while pointing to a bag to her left, so I did as she said and put them in there. "Good. Now, do you have more than 10 carcasses?" she asked, and I shook my head since the only ones I had were from the 2 Parasect I met. "I only have 2, I told her. "All right, take them out, please," she instructed, and I did as told, pulling the Parasect bodies out of my bag of holding. She nodded her head when she saw them and began to type in something into the laptop. Low, silver dash, and a, mid, silver stage Parasect, that's 120 points. she said before she put away the bodies. Now, I want you to pull out the Pokeballs one by one and place them into the socket you can see on this outlet. She motioned at the little platform beside the laptop. The outlet was made to check the energy readings inside the Pokeball, so we'll know how strong the captured Pokemon is without having to call them out each time. It also saves me from having to type in the information each time. She explained before adding the last part with a bit of mirth. I nodded and began pulling out the Pokeballs one by one, placing them onto the outlet each time after Mizu put away the scanned ones. With each scanned ball, Mizu seemed to become happier, which was a good sign for my odds. 800 points for a captured Gold Stage Arbok. 2,450 points through Silver Stage Pokemon. 120 points for 2 Silver Stage Parasect carcasses. 640 points through High, Bronze Stage Pokemon, and finally 124 points through Iron Stage Pokemon. That's a total of 4,134 points. Well done, Mikhail. Compared to previous years, that's enough to let you win, so you should definitely place in the top 3. I'm happy with your performance. Anyway, go on, I have to finish with the other in the line. We'll announce the final result once everyone is done. She happily told me before shooting me away. I moved towards them and asked them about their points. They acted all mysterious, saying it was a surprise, so I didn't tell them about mine as well. It took another 80 minutes for everyone to get their turn, and another 5 for the teachers to start announcing the results. Ms. Stryker was the one to read out the top 10. Alright, we'll go from the lowest to the highest. The 10th to 4th place will receive their prizes after you return to your main camp. Only the first 3 places have to make their choice after the announcement, since we have to hand out the Pokemon before we split up. She began, and excited murmurs could be heard from the students. 10th place, with a total of 2,867 points, goes to Yvonne Starr from Aaron Academy. She announced, and a lot of our year mates cheered. Ms. Stryker waited for 5 seconds before she continued. 9th place, with a total of 2,983 points, goes to Daniel Ernest from Rhoda Knight Academy. Once she said that it was the turn of the Knight students to cheer. She continued to announce the 8th place, which went to Stephen Stranger from Group 2. The 7th place, which a girl called Julia from the other side got, and 6th place, which went to Eric Erickson also from the other side. 5th place, with a total of 3,654 points, goes to Ace Gold from Aaron Academy. She announced, and a lot of our year mates cheered, while Ace groaned a bit in disappointment before shaking his head and chuckling. I patted him on the back and congratulated him. Weiss did the same. No matter what, he did achieve a good ranking, so there was no need to be too disappointed for not winning. Ms. Stryker announced the 4th place next, which went to a boy called Yu Tianjin from the other side. While that name sounded a lot like the name a young master would have, thankfully that was not my problem. 3rd place, with a total of 3,929 points, goes to Weiss Schnee from Aaron Academy. Once she proclaimed that our students went wild, and I saw that Weiss, while slightly disappointed for not winning, seemed satisfied. Ace and I congratulated her for her good ranking, but quickly focused back like everyone else once Ms. Stryker resumed talking. 2nd place with 4,000, she paused here for a moment, but I was cool as a cucumber. 100, she made another pause, and I was starting to get nervous. Why couldn't she just finish the number in one go? Why the showmanship? I complained inwardly because I thought I was going to win this easily, and her act was making me nervous, which I obviously disliked. Chapter 167, Prizes. 2nd place with 4,000, pause 100, pause 32 points, goes to Urza Scarlet from Rhoda Knight Academy. Ms. Stryker finished her announcement, which made me release a sigh of relief. When she said 30, I was starting to think I might have actually failed to get 1st place, but thankfully Urza had 2 points less than me. Still, the difference between our scores was minuscule, and I was lucky that I had 2 more points than her. This showed that I had underestimated the competition a bit too much. Had I caught just 1 or 2 more Silver Stage Pokemon, I wouldn't have needed to rely on luck. It wasn't like I did not have enough time. The near loss only happened because I didn't take the students serious enough, not considering that there might be geniuses among them that could pose a problem point-wise. The night students cheered with such enthusiasm that it broke me out of my introspection. A few of them were actually chanting her name. For a moment I was starting to believe someone might start shouting things like "Let me have your baby" or something along those lines, but thankfully that didn't happen. I would have probably lost whatever respect I had for the Night Academy students if that had happened. She waited for a bit before motioning for the crowd to quiet down, and as if she was performing magic, the night students did shut up. First place, with a total of 4,134 points, goes to Mikhail Geo from Aaron Academy. This time around our students went bonkers as soon as she finished proclaiming me the winner. Not only were Weiss and Ace congratulating me, but I felt the students around us patting me on the back as well. Someone even slapped my ass, but I didn't see who or would have had a few serious words about appropriate conduct. Ms. Stryker tried to motion for our teammates to quiet down, but since she was not one of our teachers, she had less success than she had with her students. Still, a serious cough from Mr. Koetsuji that everyone heard through the power of bullshit, I meant aura, was enough to instantly stop everyone. Alright, now that the competition is over, you have 20 minutes to relax and mingle with each other, while we put away everything and make sure everything is in order. Afterward, we shall return to our respective camps. As for the students in the top 3, walk over to the desk where Mr. Koetsuji is standing to choose your rewards. After saying that, she moved there herself. Weiss and I walked over there as well, and I saw a girl with long red hair walking there too, which I assumed was the second place Urza. Mr. Koetsuji had a smile on his face when he looked at us, and I can honestly say it looked just as scary as his intimidating stare. Good job, you two. I'm pleased that you, and the others, managed to get good results. Seems like there won't be any rounds before dinner. Still, don't think that getting good results will spare you from performing your duties. You shall still do whatever chore your group was assigned. That said, you did well, and this will be added to your file. A few more positive additions like these and the Academy might allow you to choose a Togepi or Riolu, so keep up the good work. He praised us, I think. Halfway through, I was not sure if he was praising us or telling us to not get a big head. Still, at least towards the end, it turned into praise and encouragement. While Mr. Koetsuji was talking to us, Ms. Stryker was speaking to her own student, but they both finished around the same time. They looked at each other and nodded before Mr. Koetsuji pulled out 3 Pokeballs. He let the Pokemon in each one out, and what appeared before us were a Swablu, Rufflet, and Vullaby. As stated, each of you will receive one of these 3 Pokemon as his or her reward. All 3 of them have 5-star potential, so you can choose whichever you want without having to worry about the potential of one being better than the other. Ms. Stryker said after Mr. Koetsuji released them. I had to hold back a chuckle when she said that. We would have to see if their potential was equal or not, but before it had been confirmed by me, it was questionable. Since Mikhail came in first, he shall choose first as well. After him, Urza will be allowed to choose, and Weiss shall receive the last one. Mr. Koetsuji declared after Ms. Stryker finished. The 2 motioned for me to step forward to choose, and I walked over to each one to look them over. I asked for permission to touch them and scratched each of them on their crown after I received their permission. While I was acting as if I was seriously scrutinizing them, I was in truth checking out their status screens. I began with Rufflet, since he used to be one of the flying types I like to occasionally use because of his higher BS. Not the best reason, I know, especially since he was a physical fighter, but he had a high BS, so I couldn't resist. Still, I knew about there being an alternate evolution, psychic evolution, for the line that was discovered some 200+ years ago. Or rather rediscovered, since the one who managed to evolve his Rufflet into the psychic alternate found an old manuscript in some ruins in Sinnoh that mentioned it. He followed the instructions on that manuscript and successfully evolved his Rufflet into a psychic braviary. Once he did that, he sold, no wait, that sounds too capitalistic. He contributed, yes, that sounds much better. He contributed the manuscript to the Alliance in exchange for a lot of contribution points, 100 years of protection for him and his family, as well as a small share from each sale. The Alliance then added the manuscript to its information pool and allowed senior class trainers and above to read it in exchange for contribution points. We actually learned about that one in one of our recent history lessons. It's as if the Alliance was trying to say if you find some good stuff, don't hide it or keep it for yourself. Bring it to us and we'll give you an awesome offer for it that you won't regret. Anyway, I looked over his status first and I had to say I was impressed. Species, Rufflet. Gender, male. Type, normal, flying. Potential, deep blue. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, sheer force, hustle. Talents, none. Affinities, normal, flying. No idea if they knew what they were giving out here, but the guy actually had deep blue potential. If the other two really had the same potential like him, the academies were eating a major loss here by just handing them out as prizes for such a little competition. Still, I doubted that they knew about it since they could only tell the star grade, color, as far as I knew without being able to differentiate the shade. Other than his frankly incredible potential, the other sections were normal. His gender being male was no surprise, seeing how the whole line was a purely male one. No extra talent or gene and the abilities were the same as that of any other Rufflet. Still, his potential alone was enough for me to place him at the top of my choice list. Still, I had to check the other two first before making my final decision, so after stopping my ministrations to Rufflet's visible disappointment, I went over to Vullaby, who was kinda his female species counterpart. Under her anticipating gaze, I began scratching her head while checking her status and acting as if I was observing her. Species, Vullaby. Gender, female. Type, dark, flying. Potential, blue. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, big pecs, overcoat. Talents, tough head. Affinities, dark, flying. Well, as I had expected, her potential was not as good as Rufflet's potential, but it was still blue, which was impressive enough. Furthermore, unlike Rufflet, she had a talent that made up for her slightly worse potential. I had no idea if her talent was the world's idea of making a joke about her head being so thick she used it to break out of her egg or not, but Tough Head basically had the same function as Rock Head, which was to safeguard the Pokemon from self-harm caused by moves like Brave Bird. Not the best talent overall, but not bad either. She had around the same attractiveness to me as Rufflet. They were not making this easy for me, were they? I went over to Swablu next, leaving behind another bird wanting me to keep scratching that itch. Swablu was already stretching out her head, so I satisfied her desire by scratching her head. Species, Swablu. Gender, female. Type, normal, flying. Potential, blue. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, natural cure, Cloud 9. Talents, climate control. Affinities, normal, flying. Swablu turned out to be a female as well, and just like Vullaby, she had blue potential too. Surprisingly, she also had a talent that seemed to be linked to her Cloud 9 ability. Climate control allowed her to literally take control of the weather phenomenon. She could extend their duration, dissipate them, and target whether to negate the effects targeted by Cloud 9 or not. It even went so far as to negate the effect only for individuals of her choice. So, she could choose to allow the water attack boosting effect of Rain Dance for herself, but the moves of her opponent wouldn't be boosted. The same was true for the accuracy increase of Thunder. That was honestly a pretty overpowered ability in real life if used correctly. She could practically go into the desert during a sandstorm, making sure it stays up indefinitely while ensuring she and her partners are not affected. The same for mountains and blizzards. I stood up, gave Swablu a final scratch, and took a few steps back so that I stood in front of all three Pokemon. I honestly had a hard time deciding. For me, it ultimately came down to a choice between Rufflet and Swablu. Rufflet had a few points in his favor. His potential was higher, his evolution, Braviary, was slightly stronger, had a higher BS, as a species, and there was an alternate psychic evolution that took care of the physical specialization I used to complain about a bit in the past. Swablu, on the other hand, was overall not any worse than Rufflet. Her potential was only slightly worse, and the same was true for the strength of Altaria as a species. Additionally, Swablu turned into a dragon after evolving to Altaria. It was pretty hard to come across dragon species in the wild and among trainers. There was also the fact that it was extremely hard to catch one even if one was lucky enough to encounter a dragon in the wild. Moreover, Altaria had a confirmed Mega Evolution that would make unlocking her next form much easier. Let's also not forget her potentially broken talent as well. Yes, making a choice was pretty hard for me. Mikhail, have you made your choice? You've been standing there for nearly 5 minutes. I heard Mr. Koetsuji asking and got startled out of my thoughts. It seemed like I got too engrossed in my contemplation and had made everyone wait for too long. Still, the question remained. Who do I choose? Rufflet or Swablu? I mentally asked myself one last time before making my decision. I'll take Swablu, I informed them before I could change my decision. Swablu thrilled happily after hearing my decision. She flew over to me, landed on top of my head, and sat down while making happy thrilling sounds. Mr. Koetsuji nodded at that and gave me her Pokeball. I promptly used my blood to bind the Pokeball to me, making Swablu officially my Pokemon. I walked back to Weiss's side and Urza stepped up. She directly went over to Rufflet and stroked his feathers a few times before declaring that she was choosing him. That meant that Vullaby automatically went to Weiss, so she went up to Vullaby and pet her a few times. They both received the Pokemon's Pokeballs, which they promptly bound to themselves. While we were doing the whole selection thing, the other teachers had already started to pack up, so only 10 minutes after we made our choice we separated from the Night Academy group and made our way back to our camp. I had recalled Swablu before we left the meeting point and placed her inside Utopia, where I promptly released her out of Pokeball so that she could receive her habitat and optimization. Name, none. Species, Swablu. Gender, female. Age, 3+ years. Type, normal, flying. Potential, blue, 21.38%, dash deep blue, 81.38%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Keen Eye, Natural Cure, Cloud 9. Talents, Climate Control. Affinities, Normal, Flying, Fairy, Budding. Bond, Mikhail, Weak, Artificial. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, Iron Stage, High. Vitality, B. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, B. Energy capacity, B. Energy density, A. Immune. Ghost. Resistance. Grass, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, accepting. Masteries. Neutral E, manipulation, beginner. Flying/air E, manipulation, beginner. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Growl, peck, fury attack, safeguard, sing. Proficient. Mist, disarming voice, round, play rough, dragon breath. Advanced. Not applicable. Mastered. Not applicable. Her full status screen told me 2 important things. First was that Swablu would reach Light Aurora potential after breaking through to the Silver stage if she did the complete limit breaking training for both the Iron and Bronze stage. The second one was that she may have a Mega Altaria ancestor or a strong Fairy-type parent, since she had a budding Fairy-type affinity and had either learned or inherited Play Rough. It was more likely that she inherited it since I doubted someone had started teaching her a strong move like that early enough for her to become this proficient in it. Anyway, after we arrived back in the camp my group was given 15 minutes to change clothes before we had to go to the kitchen to prepare food. We used the things Ace's group brought in the morning to make a fish dish and a bird dish. During dinner, many students were teasing me by saying that they made the competition victor cook for them, which was theoretically true. After dinner, we were given the rest of the day off, and once I managed to dissolve the crowd that surrounded me to ask questions about my hunt, I spent the time before sleep talking with Weiss and Ace. Chapter 168, Combat Tournaments. The day after the hunting competition, it was my group's turn to hunt for food. Mizu led us out of the camp, and then she took a back seat to let us do the tracking. She said she wanted to see how much of what was shown on Art Day we remembered. I somehow had the feeling she was leaving her job to me when I was told to take the lead. Unlike what I expected, no one complained since I had already taken command in the kitchen and had won the competition, so they apparently saw no problem with me leading. I was considering calling out Horace/Satu, but Mizu preempted that by saying we had to track down our food the old-school way, by spotting and following tracks, or fishing. Pokemon were only to be used to take out the target. Moreover, she pulled me aside and told me to leave the fights to the others to let them get some experience since she knew about my battle performance in yesterday's competition. So, all I did during our group hunt was direct the others to check the areas, make sure everyone shared the things they noticed, moderate the discussion between everyone on which tracks to follow. Each time we found a target, I had to make sure they did not get maimed or hurt, and Mizu even told me I had to oversee their kill to make sure each group member personally did it so that no one weaseled their way out of their first kill. She even had the gall to tease me, saying that she was earning money without having to do anything thanks to me. I knew she was kidding since I had seen her being ready to intervene the whole time, but she still managed to annoy me with it, which was undoubtedly her aim. The way I saw it, Mizu seemed to have concluded that it wouldn't take long for me to reach her level and even surpass it, so she decided to start treating me more like a peer than a student whenever it was not necessary. At least that was what I deduced from her behavior, but I could be wrong. By the end of the day, we hunted down 6 Spearow, 8 Rattata, and caught 10 Magikarp. We also gathered a few oran berries we came across, and all I did the whole time was observe and talk. Anyway, after our return, we had breakfast, before we did a round of physical training, followed by a lunch break. Then came the second wilderness survival lesson that had been announced on the day of our arrival. This time, instead of tracking down others, the lesson was about erasing and covering one's tracks. Obviously, they couldn't convey everything in 3 to 4 hours, but they mentioned a few techniques to erase and cover their tracks. Like locating a stream and wading, moving, along the water. Even a tip or two on how to lay false tracks, which was not too hard using psychic or flying types. Anyway, after dinner, we were given the rest of the day off and told we would return to yesterday's meeting point tomorrow to hold the battle competitions. So, it was after breakfast on Pocket Day we went to the meeting place. It was around 9:15 a.m. when we arrived, and the teachers talked a bit before announcing how the battle competition would go down. Mr. Koetsuji was the one who addressed us. Alright, all of you should know that there will be 3 battle categories: personal, Pokemon only, and mixed. However, 275 students participating in all categories would take too much time, so everyone is only allowed to participate in one category. We'll later set up 3 desks with each being responsible for one category, so you have to line up at the desk of the category you want to sign up for. Once everyone has signed up, the teachers will go over the lists to make sure that no one tried signing up for 2. You wouldn't be allowed to participate in the second event anyway, but the faux assignment would have to be redone, and no one wants that. Depending on how many of you signed up for which category will decide which event to hold first. Now, about the categories. Participants of the personal combat category are allowed to use weapons and shields, or rather they can use wooden replicas. You simply have to inform the teacher, referee, which one you want, and he or she will give you a wooden replica. Naturally, that does not mean that using weapons is mandatory. If you are confident enough, you may use gloves or arm guards to fight barehanded as well. Furthermore, participants are allowed to use inherent abilities, such as aura, during the fight. The winner of a match is whoever knocks out his opponent or forces him or her to surrender. There is also the possibility of the referee stopping the match if it becomes clear that one has no chance and is about to get seriously injured, but is still too stubborn to give up. Mr. Koetsuji announced he paused here, and Ms. Stryker continued with the announcement. The format of the regular Pokemon battle is a single battle elimination match. So, the winner advances while the loser gets disqualified. We won't set a limit for the strength of your Pokemon, so you can be matched against someone way stronger. The preliminary battles are 1 versus 1 battles, while the round of 16 and the quarterfinals are 2 versus 2 matches. The semifinals and the finals, on the other hand, are 3 versus 3 battles. So, those with less than 3 Pokemon or weaker Pokemon are inherently disadvantaged if they make it far enough. She paused here a bit to give the crowd, us, some time to digest the news before she began talking about the last category. The mixed category is a team battle where 2 trainers battle together with their Pokemon against each other. Each participant is allowed to use up to 2 Pokemon per battle. For this event, the format is single elimination as well. The battle is over either once all members on one side are knocked out, once the participant is knocked out, or if the participant surrenders. The referee has the right to stop the fight here as well. Just like in the personal category, the participant may choose to use wooden weapons. She finished explaining and an excited murmur went through the crowd. While Miss Stryker was talking, the teachers had begun setting up the desk for the registration. Still, once she was done, Mr. Koetsuji spoke up again. The reward for each category is the same. First place receives 5 alliance contribution points, second place receives 3 contribution points, third place receives 2 contribution points, and fourth place receives 1 contribution points. Everyone became even more excited at that than they had been when they had found out that the prize for the hunting competition had been rare Pokemon. The reason for that was simple. It wasn't easy to gain alliance contribution points since one had to complete alliance missions or complete some feats to get them. For these tournaments to reward contribution points was literally giving them away. So, for which tournament do you want to sign up? It would be ideal if we signed up to different ones, but even if we sign up for the same one, it's no big deal. I asked Ace and Weiss. I want to participate in the person combat tournament. I think my winning chances are pretty high, said Weiss in a confident tone, and I couldn't disagree with her. Besides being an Ore user, Weiss was also an Ice Elementalist, and she was a rather accomplished one. This meant that she could most likely freeze her opponents even before they had the chance to do anything. Moreover, thanks to her family training, she was pretty good at close combat as well. That's great. I'm not confident in winning that one or the mixed combat one, so I want to sign up for the regular combat tournament. Ace followed up, and I had to nod at his choice as well. It made sense that he would choose that one since his personal combat ability would probably hold him back if compared to the Knight Academy students. So, it made sense that he chose the regular tournament. Alright, then I'll sign up for the mixed combat tournament. That way we won't get into each other's way, and I have complete confidence in my Pokemon. I declared, and it was true. As long as I pulled out the big guns, none of the other students should be able to win against us, and this time it was not overconfidence. My lineup was simply that impressive. Alright, start lining up. The desk on the right is for the personal combat tournament. The desk on the left is for the mixed combat tournament, and the desk in the middle is for the regular combat tournament. Mr. Koetsuji ordered once the setup was done, and everyone began moving towards the desk of their choice. Roughly 15 minutes later, Mr. Koetsuji spoke up again. Okay, the numbers are out. 165 of you registered for the personal combat tournament. 149 of them are from the Rhoda Knight Academy, while 16 are from the Aaron Aura Academy. Since the personal combat tournament has the highest number of participants, it will be held first. 64 of you signed up for the regular combat tournament. 39 of them are from Aaron Academy, while 25 are from the Knight Academy. Since it has the second highest number of participants, the regular combat tournament will happen second. Meanwhile, the mixed combat tournament will happen last, since it has the lowest number of participants. 46 of you signed up for it, with 34 of them being from the Knight Academy and 12 from Aaron Academy. Mr. Koetsuji told us. One of the Knight Academy teachers called out a Sandslash, who created a temporary fighting ring. The ring had a diameter of 25 m, roughly 500 square meters in size, so it was large enough for all fights. Then Sandslash raised a few blocks of hardened earth to create some stands for us to sit on and watch the battles. Once the setup was complete, everyone sat down on the stands, and Ms. Stryker declared the start of the personal combat tournament. The first round actually took roughly 3 hours, since a total of 82 battles were held, and each match took 2 minutes on average. Weiss took out her opponent in less than 20 seconds, and even that was because she did not want to finish her opponent too quickly to spare his feelings a bit. She allowed the boy from the Knight Academy to show off some moves with his sword, which she perfectly dodged before she froze his feet to the field and held a rapier at his throat. Most of the fights were not that great, because the strong ones took out their foes pretty easily, and the battles of the weaker people were not as interesting to watch. Anyway, since there were 165 participants, one lucky person got a free pass, which together with the 82 winners of the first round meant 83 participants had advanced to the second round. Hence another lucky person got a free pass. Thankfully, it wasn't the same person, or many people would have probably protested. The second round took about 2 hours. 41 matches were fought in total, with the average battle duration being 3 minutes. Weiss beat her opponent once again. This time it was a girl that used 2 rapiers. She was not bad actually, and one could see that she had trained a lot with her weapon of choice. The girl was on the offensive, but at some point, while dodging, Weiss made her slip on a patch of ice while she was focused on her offense. Weiss used the girl's unbalanced state and lightly tapped her rapier on the girl's chest, right at the position of her heart. All in all, the battle took less than a minute, but it was one of the better ones. After the second round, the teachers called for a 20-minute lunch break and actually took out sandwiches for everyone. After the break, the third stage began. Since 42 participants reached the third stage, there was no need for a free pass. 21 battles were held, and the third round took less than an hour since the average battle duration remained the same. Weiss and Bjorn Axelsson were the only ones from our academy to reach the fourth round and with at the top 21. Weiss actually became the lucky person who got a free pass and directly advanced to the fifth round. The 10 battles of the 20 other participants after that took less than 30 minutes. Thankfully, Bjorn passed this round as well. I did not want to imagine what Mr. Koetsuji would have done if Weiss was the only one from our academy in the top 11. This way there were at least 2 of us there. Chapter 169, Combat Tournaments. The fifth round had 11 participants, so a lucky person would once more advance without having to fight. A girl from the Knight Academy got the free pass, while the other 10 people had to fight each other. Unfortunately, Bjorn and Weiss got pit against each other. I would like to say it was an epic fight, but I can't. After looking in the direction of Mr. Koetsuji, and surprisingly mine as well, Bjorn gave up without a fight, citing that Weiss had a higher chance of winning and that he did not want to tire her out before her other fights. Once all fights of the fifth round were over, 6 participants were left, with Weiss being the last member of our academy. The 6 participants fought another round, and the winners of the 6th round automatically made it into the top 3. Weiss had to fight the girl that had previously advanced with a free pass and won without much trouble. Her ability to create and use ice was a major advantage against these Knight students, and they had yet to force her to go all out. Anyway, the 3 losers had to fight each other for 4th place, and a boy from the Knight Academy obtained 4th place after beating the other 2 losers of the 6th round. Weiss and the other 2 winners of the 6th round had to fight each other once to determine who would receive the 1st place, and who would get 2nd as well as 3rd place. The first ones to fight were Maria, a girl from the Knight Academy, and Weiss. Maria used a spear as her weapon, and she was pretty good with it from what I could see with my fake professional eyes. Until now, Weiss had avoided using her ice powers in major ways. She had just used minor tricks like freezing the feet or making her foes slip, but Maria's agile offensive forced her to pull out the big guns. Maria maintained her awareness of the surroundings while using the long reach of her spear to attack. She dodged Weiss's ice and gave her no chance to attack her with her rapiers. Seeing the situation, Weiss just stopped using her ice in a small way. She simply froze the whole ground around. Then she made ice spikes grow from the ground, forcing Maria to dodge. She actually managed to avoid slipping thrice, but still slipped in the end. Once she fell down, Weiss surrounded her with ice spikes and was declared the winner. After she was declared the winner, Weiss allowed her ice to melt. Seeing the muddy state of the field, the referee called out a rapid dash who used what I assumed to be a weak heat wave to dry the field. While that was happening, the students of our academy cheered for Weiss's victory, and to be honest, I expected the spectating night students to start booing at that point, complaining about her usage of ice powers instead of facing her opponents directly. However, nothing like that happened. While they were visibly not happy about losing, they didn't moan about it. Well, the majority didn't. I could hear a few of them complaining among themselves about her being cowardly, but even the other Night Academy students threw them disdainful looks. Unsurprisingly, the idiot I met during the hunting competition was part of the complaining group, so I dubbed them the Young Masters faction. Next up, Maria had to fight against the other Night Academy student, a boy called Harold, who used a sword and shield combo. The fight was intense, with Maria using her spear to attack him while keeping Harold at length without giving him the chance to attack her. Meanwhile, Harold was either dodging or blocking her spear attacks using mostly his shield and sometimes his sword. This back and forth went on for a few minutes before Harold managed to make use of Maria slightly overextending her attack. He used his shield to deflect her spear upwards, quickly slid close under her spear, and pointed his sword at her jugular before she could recover her stance. He was declared the winner, and everyone, myself included, cheered, due to it being an exciting battle. Since Maria lost both battles, she directly obtained third place. Next up, Weiss and Harold had to battle to decide who would come in first and who second. Weiss changed her weapon for the final fight. Instead of using a rapier as she had before this, she chose a spear, and it became obvious why she did so once the battle began. It looked like she decided to go all out right from the start, because she used her ice powers to create 4 ice chains that she manipulated to entangle Harold, who was forced to block and dodge the ice chains. Still, that was not all. Weiss also used her spear to attack Harold while he was busy blocking the chains, forcing him to split his focus between the chains and Weiss's spear attacks. It was like fighting 2 or more opponents at once, and the guy managed to keep that state of blocking and dodging on 2 fronts for more than 2 minutes. That might not sound like much, but believe me, in such a situation it was a long time. Nonetheless, he was forced to act because he understood that he would tire out pretty soon, which would result in him getting caught or hit. So, he had to mount an offensive even if the chances of winning were low. After dodging another spear strike, Harold actually threw his shield at Weiss, forcing her to block it, while he himself jumped at her, sword at the front aiming right at her throat. Still, Weiss quickly created an ice wall blocking the shield. The impact of the shield cracked the hastily formed wall, but the wall still managed to delay Harold's desperate sword strike long enough for her to catch him in her chains before it broke. Once that happened, the fight was practically over. As expected, Weiss pointed her spear at Harold's chest and was declared the winner, and this time everyone cheered as well, not only our students. The battle between the two was impressive enough for everyone to cheer due to appreciation. Once the cheering died down, Ms. Stryker declared the end of the personal combat tournament. Weiss was declared the winner, and the 3 others got a mention as well. I took a look at my watch and saw that it was 5:12 p.m. right now, which meant the personal combat tournament took a bit more than 7 hours, lunch break included. Now, if we took the duration of the rounds as an example, the 2 other tournaments should take somewhere around 4.5 hours combined. If we added a dinner break to that, then it would be later than 10 p.m. by the time we were done. I did not believe that the teachers planned to do that, so the other 2 combat tournaments would probably be shifted to tomorrow instead, just like Mr. Koetsuji had told us on our first day. A few moments after I considered the topic, Mr. Koetsuji announced that the regular combat tournament and the mixed combat tournament would be held tomorrow. The regular combat tournament would begin at 10 a.m., and the mixed one would be after that. After that, everyone left the stands, and the teacher with the sand slash had it level the place once more. Apparently, that was part of the protocol, and they would make a fresh one tomorrow. We split from there and returned to our respective camps. Once we were back, Mr. Koetsuji had us gather on the field before he addressed us. Weiss and Bjorn did a good job today, especially Weiss. I want those participating in the tournaments tomorrow to take them as an example. Don't disappoint me. He praised the performance of the 2, before low-key warning the rest of us. Alright, I was actually planning to have you all exercise for a few hours before and after dinner, but I'll reduce that to just an hour of physical exercise due to Weiss and Bjorn's good performance. You can later thank them for that," he announced, and we directly had to start. Once the hour was up, those who had to cook went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Thankfully, we had the rest of the day off and everyone spent that time differently. Some just relaxed while others prepared for tomorrow. Ace and I belonged to the second group. Ace called out his Pokemon and went over their battle strategies and moves with them, while I contemplated which one of my registered Pokemon to use for the tournament. I decided that there was no need for my Pokemon to hold back their strength. I personally would show my Tier 2 Aura user abilities, and only refrain from using my Psychic abilities. While even this would get me a lot of attention, I was confident that I was safe enough to show this much. It wasn't like I was showing my complete hand, so dealing with the low-level people that decided to target me for any reason should be no problem. As for strong people targeting me, I wasn't worried about that part. After so many months of assessing the academy, I was confident they would take care of those. They would only leave alone those they believed I could deal with myself. Anyway, I finally settled on Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Luna/Clefairy, and Thor/Pikachu. I was going to switch between those four during the mixed combat tournament. Well, maybe I would use Mars/Ursaring as well, but I doubted it. I was honestly planning to dominate the whole thing so there wouldn't be much fighting happening on our part. At least if it went the way I wanted it to. If not, we would obviously still win, but we would have to do it the old school way, by whooping their collective asses. While we were preparing for tomorrow, Weiss was relaxing beside us without a care in the world. She was humming a few melodies while creating a few figures with her ice. We went to our respective barracks at around 9 p.m. and I went to sleep an hour or so later. Ace was still mumbling plans to himself at that time, so I told him to go to sleep as well before I did so myself. No idea if he followed my advice or not. Anyway, the next morning after our morning chores and breakfast we returned to the meeting point. The teachers set up another fighting ring, but this time the size of the battlefield was much larger due to the combatants being Pokemon and the mixed battle having multiple individuals fighting at once. The diameter of the ring was 50 meters, so the area was around 2,000 square meters. The stands were ready as well, and thanks to their height everyone had a good view of the battlefield. As previously announced, the regular combat tournament was held first. They started the first round at exactly 10 a.m. There were 64 participants, 39 of them were from Aaron Academy, while 25 were from the Knight Academy. So, 32 battles were held during the first round, and 16 battles ensued during the second round. Both rounds were 1 versus 1 battles. Ace used his Ninetales for both rounds and won them both. Ace's first opponent was a girl from our academy, and she used a mid-bronze stage Lopunny. As for Ace's Ninetales, it broke through to the low silver stage roughly a week before the excursion. Predictably, Ninetales managed to smoothly win the fight, not only because of its higher strength but also because the girl obviously lacked battle experience. Ace's second opponent was a boy from the Knight Academy, with a high bronze stage Substrika. This battle was harder because the guy had more experience than the girl, but they managed to win this one as well even if it was not as easy as the first fight. Now it was time for the third round, which was also the round of 16. That meant that the battles would be 2 versus 2 from now on. As for the 16 participants, 10 of them were from Aaron Academy, while 6 were from the Knight Academy. Chapter 170, Combat Ornaments. The round of 16 and the quarterfinals took roughly as long as the previous rounds due to them being 2 versus 2. Ace used his Ninetales and his recently evolved Mincheo for both battles. His Mienfoo had evolved just this Mute during their turn to hunt for food. It had recently, shortly before the excursion, reached the high bronze stage, but had been missing the last push to evolve. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on who you asked, he had received said push when they got pressured by a Fearow while they were hunting Spearow. Anyway, Ace managed to advance to the semifinals using these two, even if he barely managed to win his battle in the quarterfinals. For a minute I was really thinking that he was going to lose just because he decided to not use his Feraligatr yet. Still, he did, which meant he was one of the 4 semifinalists. The other three were Clarissa Claremont from Group 2, Arnold Almond from Group 1, and Ranmaru Law from the Knight Academy. Clarissa Claremont had shown 2 Pokemon until now, a low, Silver Stage Golduck, and a high, Bronze Stage Lopunny. Arnold Almond had shown only one of his Pokemon, a low, Silver Stage Hitmonform. Honestly, Arnold could be considered the luckiest of the semi-finalists, because he kept meeting opponents that were weaker than the ones the others got. That was also why he had only needed to reveal one of his Pokemon. As for Ranmaru Law, the last of the semi-finalists, I would honestly see him as the favorite if I did not know that Ace still had his Feraligatr. He revealed a mid, Silver Stage Gogoat, and a low, Silver Stage Staraptor. The first match was Arnold vs. Ranmaru. The match was not as exciting as I had expected it to be, simply because Arnold's other 2 Pokemon turned out to be weaker than I had expected. Arnold first called out his Hitmonform and it battled against Ranmaru's Staraptor. Hitmonform managed to force a draw, or rather a double KO, despite being at a type disadvantage. After that things went downhill for him. He called out a high, Bronze Stage Primeape, which got its ass handed to it by Ranmaru's Gogoat. Afterward, Gogoat also beat Arnold's third Pokemon, which turned out to be a high, Bronze Stage Fiero. The whole battle took roughly 5 minutes, and 3 of those were the Hitmonform battle. Still, with that victory, Ranmaru became the first finalist. Claire and Ace's battle happened next, and it looked like Ace planned to go all out because he began the battle with his mid, Silver Stage Feraligatr. Claire's first Pokemon was her Golduck, and their battle was a really hard one, for Golduck that is. It seemed that Ace decided to go full assault for this because his Feraligatr only bothered dodging Golduck's Psychic-type moves while moving towards it for a close-range battle. Any Water-type moves were blocked or parried by similar or identical moves. Once it was close enough, Feraligatr kept using Slash to attack Golduck, forcing it to dodge furiously. Still, Golduck used Disable to stop Feraligatr's onslaught. It used that moment to counter with an Aqua Tail in hopes of flinging Feraligatr away from itself. Unfortunately, for Golduck, Feraligatr reacted quickly, stopping Golduck's Aqua Tail with one of its own. The two used the clash of their Aqua Tails to deliver another attack. Bad for Golduck, who used Zen Headbutt, good for Feraligatr. Feraligatr's crunch broke Zen Headbutt and it bit Golduck's left shoulder blade. To be precise, the location was right beside Golduck's throat, and it only managed to avoid having its throat bitten due to its fast reaction. If it had not tilted its body to the right after its Zen Headbutt failed, Feraligatr would have bitten its throat instead of its shoulder blade. Due to the dark energy and crunch, it couldn't use its psychic moves to attack Feraligatr, so it could only try to use other moves. However, Feraligatr obviously was not staying idle either. It used Scratch, aiming at Golduck's belly. Golduck tried to parry the scratches, but it only had moderate success in that. Seeing the situation, it switched to attacking Feraligatr instead. Golduck managed to deal some damage to Feraligatr as well after giving up defending, but it was pretty obvious that Golduck would lose. I saw that the referee was about to call the battle when Claire recalled her Golduck herself. She called out a low, Silver Stage Bellossom next, and I had to marvel at the Pokemon and their strength I had been seeing in this tournament. I knew that our academy only accepted gifted people and geniuses, but I had neglected how that would transfer to Pokemon training/raising. All of these students still had about 4 years until their journey, and yet a majority of them had 2 or 3 Pokemon in the Bronze Stage, with a few of the more gifted ones even having low, Silver Stage Pokemon. By the time they would start their journey, they would be as strong as junior class trainers, with a few even being as strong as senior class trainers. Seeing all this, I would have thought that Aaron was a waste because of the strength of his Pokemon during our first meeting if he had not told me about the rules of his family concerning the obtaining of Pokemon. Except for the Riolu, he had to get them on his own, and the time at the academy was considered family-sponsored. That was why his Pokemon started out weaker than even the ones I saw right now, but he had caught up and surpassed them pretty quickly after he started his journey. Sigh. I went off tangent again. Anyway, back to the battle. Bellossom looked positively tiny compared to Feraligatr, but everyone here knew better than to underestimate a Pokemon just because of their height. At least, I hoped everyone did. The first thing Bellosum did was use Sunny Day, quickly followed by a grassy terrain. Bellosum did not allow Feraligatr to come close to itself, so Ace had no choice but to attack with long-range moves. What followed after that was a proverbial shootout. Bellosum kept switching between Energy Ball and Magical Leaf, while Feraligatr used Ice Beam and Hydro Pump to attack. Both sides dodged as well as they could while they returned fire, but the battle was going in Bellosum's favor. Grassy terrain healed them both constantly by a small amount, but that was only useful for Bellosum since the damage inflicted to Feraligatr was much higher than the amount recovered. Making use of its type advantage, Bellosum managed to wear down Feraligatr despite its lower strength. So, a perfectly timed surprise solar beam managed to knock out Feraligatr. Meanwhile, Bellosum was mostly fine thanks to the healing effect of grassy terrain, at least if one ignored the apparent fatigue. The many moves it used, including the last solar beam, had exhausted it a lot, so even if it was fine health-wise, it was still nearly spent energy/stamina-wise. Ace recalled his beaten Feraligatr and called out his Ninetales. They made use of the Sunny Day Bellosum had been keeping up for her chlorophyll and probably solar beam. Ninetales' sun-boosted fire moves succeeded in knocking out the exhausted Bellosum pretty quickly, leaving Claire with only one last Pokemon. As expected, her last Pokemon was her Lopunny, but it got candidly beaten by Ninetales as well, making Ace the second finalist. This meant Claire and Arnold would have to fight for third place, while the loser would get fourth place. Before the battle for third place began, the teachers allowed the participants a 10-minute rest period. While their injuries were treated after each fight, the same could not be said about their fatigue, so all participants made use of the given time to recover as much stamina as possible. This was my biggest advantage compared to everyone else, the high number of equally strong Pokemon. Whenever one of my Pokemon was exhausted, I could use another one until the previous one recovered. Anyway, Claire managed to win against Arnold. She only used her Golduck and Bellosum to beat Arnold's Hitmonform, Primeape, and Fiero. So, Claire won third place and Arnold got fourth place. I took a look at the faces of our teachers and they all looked rather happy. Even Mr. Koetsuji seemed to have a small satisfied smile on his face. At least, I thought I saw one on his face, because I briefly saw one, even if it had vanished after blinking once. Directly afterward, the final battle between Ace and Ranmaru was held. They both released their first Pokemon upon the signal of the referee, and Feraligatr appeared on Ace's side, while Staraptor appeared on Ranmaru's side. Ranmaru ordered his Staraptor to stay up high while using long-range moves to attack. This forced Feraligatr to use long-range ones as well. The exchange turned into a pretty long one because the Staraptor line wasn't that good with long-range attacks. Case in point being that Ranmaru's Staraptor seemed to only know Air Slash and Air Cutter as far as long-range moves were concerned. Meanwhile, Feraligatr returned fire with Ice Beam and Hydro Pump. However, since Ace's Feraligatr was stronger than Staraptor and due to Feraligatr being better at close combat than long-range combat, Ranmaru and Staraptor had no choice but to persist. Still, a few minutes in, Ranmaru seemed to have accepted that he wouldn't be able to win the way the fight was going. While his Staraptor had managed to avoid taking any damage, they only managed to deliver a small amount of damage as well. So, Ranmaru gave his Pokemon the Kamikaze command, and Staraptor did a nosedive at Feraligatr using Quick Attack. It began shining mid-flight, but I was unsure what it was doing. When it stopped a short distance before Feraligatr, released a huge beam of energy and fell unconscious, I recognized that the move was Final Gambit. Unfortunately, due to the Quick Attack boosted nosedive, Feraligatr had no time to dodge Staraptor's Final Gambit and got hit right in the face with it. Had it not been Ace's Pokemon that was being in trouble, I would have busted a gut at the shit face Feraligatr put on when it noticed that it had no way to dodge the beam. I still couldn't stop a snort from coming out, but thankfully I was not the only one. Weiss couldn't keep in a giggle as well, so we looked at each other and nodded, mentally agreeing to keep quiet about laughing at Ace's misery. I said misery because Staraptor's Kamikaze attack managed to knock out Feraligatr. While I was not a fan of self-destructive moves, the result spoke for itself, since Staraptor managed to drag down a stronger Pokemon with it. Ace and Ranmaru both recalled their knocked-out Pokemon and called out their next ones. Ninetales on Ace's side, and Gagot on Ranmaru's side, which perplexed a lot of the spectators. Even if it was true that Gagot was stronger than Ninetales stage-wise, it was also true that it had a type disadvantage. This showed itself when Ninetales managed to barely eke out a win. Or should it be considered a draw, since she fell just a few seconds after Gagot did? Ninetales kept using moves like Flamethrower and Inferno to deliver damage, while Gagot countered with Stomping Tantrum and Bulldoze. Both dodged whenever possible, but obviously, some moves managed to land regardless on both sides. Still, the damage Gagot could deliver was lower than the one Ninetales delivered, and the only reason Gagot managed to last long enough to drag down Ninetales as well was that it used self-recovery moves like Milk Drink and Horn Leech. Everyone, me included, was watching the field curious what the last Pokemon on both sides were going to be. I knew that Ace would definitely use his Mincheo since his Chimchar was still too weak to be useful, but I had no idea which Pokemon Ranmaru would use. This was the moment that would decide who won the final battle. Both recalled the beaten Pokemon and after receiving the signal released their final Pokemon. As expected, Ace called out his Mincheo, and on Ranmaru's side a low, bronze stage seal appeared. Its low strength explained why he had not used it against Ninetales despite it having a type advantage. Still, Ranmaru had managed to get himself a mount for land, air, and the sea, so I had to take off my hat to him in that regard. Nonetheless, judging from its stage, he did not have Seal for that long, and as one would expect, Mincheo won the fight between them rather easily. Not much to say about that one really. Seal tried to keep Mincheo away using Water Gun and Aurora Beam, but Mincheo managed to close the distance between them and bested up for a bit before Ranmaru recalled Seal with a bitter smile. He commented that he had expected as much but still wanted to see if a miracle would happen, which evidently didn't happen. Ace was declared the winner and Ranmaru got second place. After the regular combat tournament was over, Ms. Stryker announced a 30-minute lunch break, where the teachers once more handed out sandwiches. Once the 30 minutes were up, she declared the beginning of the mixed combat tournament. Chapter 171, Prowess Revealed. Well, mostly. The first round had 23 battles, and my turn only came by the time of the 16th one. My opponent came as a big surprise. Mikhail Geo from the Air and Aura Academy versus Leonard Fanfaron from the Rhoda Knight Academy. The referee called the two of us to the field. "You! I'll show you your place, plebeian. How dare you surprise attack me like that? I'll show you where you belong, beneath me," the young master Pengalike said in an arrogant tone. Where he got the balls to do so I couldn't understand. I mean, it was impossible that he really thought I only got him due to a surprise attack, right? Did this guy think just because he was holding a wooden sword and shield I wouldn't kick his ass? Well. We meet again. How are you feeling? Do you need to go to the toilet before we start? We wouldn't want any accidents to happen after all. I taunted him a bit because I really didn't like his attitude. I was obviously not willing to make enemies with people I shouldn't or couldn't provoke, but I did a bit of research, which meant I asked around. What I learned was that the Fanfaron family was only a mid-rank noble family from Rhoda and that even their Leonard's position was not high. He was seen as a wastrel, and his influence was close to zero. This meant that the family would not interfere in any disputes between us as long as I did not publicly insult the family itself. Naturally, that did not mean that I could kill or maim him, because they would definitely react to that, but whooping his ass or humiliating him was no problem. Actually, Mr. Koetsuji even went as far as to tell all of us that we could beat our opponents black and blue during the competition, as long as we were capable enough. The academy would make sure no one dared to involve their family. Or more like the family would not dare to involve themselves. The same was true for us as well. We could be beaten back in blue during the competition and our families too were not allowed to target our attackers. Anyway, before Leonard could protest, the referee told us to call out our two battle partners. We did so at the same time. For this battle, I had decided to go with Horus/Satu and Thor/Pikachu. The first thing Horus did after he appeared was to establish a mental link between the three of us. "Hey!" As soon as Leonard saw Thor, he released a girlish scream before he managed to calm down. On his side, a Dodrio, as well as a Fiero, appeared, and just a few moments after our Pokémon appeared on the field, the referee gave the starting signal. I honestly did not plan to waste my time with this washed-up young master, so planned to end this fast. Thor stops his Dodrio, Horus keep his Fiero away from me. Meanwhile, I'll take out the idiot. Honestly, I don't think the guy is going to last more than a few seconds, so you just hold your foes back. No need to waste too much energy on defeating them if we are going to win by taking out the waste. I ordered my partners before using my aura to boost my legs. Since I planned to show off a few of my cards, I didn't hold back on the aura front. I arrived in front of Leonard so quickly that the guy had no time to react before my aura-clad fist smashed into his chin. He crumbled down instantly, and the referee went up to check up on him after seeing no movement from Leonard. After seeing that the loser was unconscious, he declared me the winner. There was no cheering because the audience had no idea how to react. I managed to win so fast that the audience did not get enough time to digest what happened. Only after I recalled my Pokémon and Leonard did the same for his, after being woken up by the referee, did they start cheering. Still, I did it. Even if I finished the fight in an instant, I showed off my true aura tier. I used internal aura manipulation to clad my fist in aura just below the skin, which meant I had to be at least at Tier 2 second class, since that came as close as one could get to external aura manipulation before reaching Tier 2 first class. I was positive the teachers had noticed that, and a few of the more alert students as well, so my true aura user tier had officially become public. After our fight, 7 more fights followed before the first round ended. It took nearly 2 hours for the first round to finish, and by the time it did, it was 4 p.m. Anyway, as a result of the fight, only 23 people were still in the race. 16 of those were from Knight Academy and 7 were from Aaron Academy. Obviously, I was among the 7 Aaron Academy students. Since there were 23 participants, 11 battles were scheduled for the second round, and 1 student got a free pass. The lucky one turned out to be a girl from my group. I observed the battles that took place, and I saw a few noteworthy individuals with decent personal strength and decent Pokémon. Chief among them Urza Scarlet, the girls who came second in the hunting competition. Her partners were a Rapidash and a Corviknight, but the two did not get much action because Urza took out her foe really fast. Not as fast as me, but still within 20 seconds. She used swords, and it did not look like she preferred a certain type. I thought like that, because she used a wooden longsword during the first round, and a wooden short sword during the second round. There were a few more strong participants, but she felt like the biggest threat. Could be because I nearly lost the hunting competition to her. Anyway, my turn came nearly last. Specifically, my name came up for the 10th fight. Mikhail Geo from the Aaron Aura Academy versus Samuel Zorn from the Aaron Aura Academy. The referee called the two of us to the field. I found it unfortunate that I had to kick out a fellow Academy member from the tournament, but my hands were tied. I was considering if I should let him show off for a little while before taking him down, but he buried such notions on his own. I saw what you did in your first fight. Don't hold back, I want to see how large the gap between us is. Samuel requested, and after seeing the determination in his eyes I nodded. I used my aura senses a bit and saw that he had a firm self-belief, as well as determination in spades. That was the reason I agreed, since I did not have to worry about him becoming discouraged. The referee told us to call out our partners, and we did. This time Luna/Clefairy and Thor/Pikachu appeared on my side, while a Kirlia and a Machoke appeared on Samuel's side. Samuel himself had chosen a small wooden round shield and a wooden gladius as his equipment. I, on the other hand, only had a pair of arm guards. Anyway, the referee gave the starting signal and I gave 2 short commands. Thor, block Machoke. Luna, block Kirlia. That was all I said before sprinting at Samuel. Once I was in front of him, I delivered a punch at his face which he dodged. He tried to counter by stabbing at me with his gladius, but I deflected it with my right arm guard. I used the routine boxing combo I used during my sparring matches with Tyson/Machoke. He managed to block the liver blow I tried to deliver with my left hand by using his shield, but the impact flung his arm back a bit, which affected his balance. Due to that, he barely managed to dodge the hook that came from his right by leaning back. Still, the dodge destroyed his balance even more, which was why he could not dodge the simple leg sweep I performed. He fell on his back and I stomped my foot down hard enough to crack the ground beside his head, signaling that he would be badly wounded, and I decided to step on his head instead. The referee directly called my victory and I helped Samuel on his feet. "Thank you for fighting without holding back," he said to me, and I patted his shoulder, before returning around to take a look at Luna and Thor's situation. What I saw, while impressive, did not surprise me. Curlia was on the ground sleeping, and Machoke was on his back occasionally twitching, which showed that it was paralyzed. I recalled them, and Samuel did the same with his incapacitated Pokemon. We went back to our seats under the cheering of our year mates. The last battle finished as well shortly after our fight, and a total of 12 participants managed to reach the third round. 8 were from the Knight Academy, 4 were from Aura Academy. The one with the free pass was included in the 4 from the Aura Academy. The whole second round took roughly 1 hour, so the third round began at around 5 p.m. My battle was the first of 6 battles in the third round. The opponent was Andrew Springs from the Knight Academy. Mikhail Gio from the Aaron Aura Academy versus Andrew Springs from the Rhoda Knight Academy. The referee called the 2 of us to the field. Andrew had chosen a pair of swords as his equipment. I, on the other hand, still only had a pair of arm guards. Also, my partners, this time, were Horace and Luna. Horace established the mental link between us as soon as he could, and I told them to keep away Andrew's Pokemon from me. Meanwhile, a Mudsdale and Unpheasant appeared on Andrew's side. We did not exchange any small talk, and once the referee gave the signal, we attacked without delay. Luna used gravity to ground Unpheasant and to keep it from moving, while Horace did the same with Psychic. I ignored all that since I had full confidence in my partners and headed straight at Andrew. He had obviously seen my previous fights and knew that this was what I had been doing the last 2 fights, so he was expecting this to happen. Andrew was in a ready position, and as soon as I was in range, he attacked me with his dual blades. I used my arm guards to deflect whenever I could, while I dodged the slashes I couldn't block. I waited for a bit to get a feel for his rhythm, and once I did, I used my full strength to deflect one of his slashes. The strength behind the deflect unbalanced him and gave me an opening to tap his chest with my fist glowing blue, signaling that I could have delivered an Aura Clade punch at his heart. I was declared the winner by the referee and recalled my partners after thanking them. Everyone was cheering because our exchange had been pretty good, and after Andrew extended his hands and we shook hands, the cheering intensified. Everyone was happy about good sportsmanship. 5 more battles followed after that, and once those were over, 6 participants moved on to the 4th round. All 6 battles took roughly 30 minutes in total. 4 of the 6 winners were from the Knight Academy, and 2 were from the Aura Academy. The winners of the 4th round would automatically secure a place in the top 3, while the losers would have to battle against each other to determine who would receive the 4th place. The first one to win a battle in the 4th round was Yu Tianjin from the Knight Academy, which made him the first finalist. My battle was the second one, and I had to fight against Bianca Bianchi from Knight Academy. Chapter 172, Prowess Revealed. Well, mostly. Mikhail Gio from the Aaron Aura Academy versus Bianca Bianchi from the Rhoda Knight Academy. The referee called the 2 of us to the field. Bianca chose twin daggers as her weapons, while I once again only opted for arm guards. We both released our Pokemon, and the crowd made a small commotion when that happened. The reason for that was probably because I had finally decided to use Mothra/Butterfree. Well, looking at my opponent, it was not only the crowd that was surprised by Mothra. Still, she shook off her amazement pretty fast. I called out Mothra together with Horus/Satu, but it was clear that the excitement was due to her. On the other side, Bianca had called out a mid Silver Stage Mudsdale and a low Silver Stage Pidgeot, which were pretty strong for our/her age group. Still, compared to mine, they came up short. Not to mention that Mothra and Zatu were currently the strongest of my Pokemon. Zada put up our mind link as soon as he appeared on the field, and I gave them their orders. Mothra, I want you to use Fast Asleep on the Pokemon as soon as the referee gives the starting signal. Horus, you have to stop them from blocking her attack. In case one manages to escape, you have free reign to take the escapee down. Once the two are down, I want you to leave the trainer to me. Only help me if it looks like I am about to lose. There was no need to lose out of pride after all. They nodded, and moments later the referee gave the starting signal. Mothra immediately used her Gust and Sleep Powder combo, creating a strong wind that carried a sleep-inducing cloud towards Mudsdale and Pidgeot. Horus preemptively decided to use Psychic to keep the two targets from escaping or blocking the Mothra's attack. Mudsdale got caught and was struggling to break out of Horus's hold, and it probably would have successfully freed itself if not for Fast Asleep. Mothra's combo used the 2 to 3 seconds Mudsdale was struggling against Horus to envelop it. Due to that, it fell asleep unwillingly. Pidgeot, on the other hand, managed to escape our starting assault. It used Pursuit to escape Horus's psychic hold and moved to dodge the oncoming cloud. Thankfully, it had no time to blow the cloud away, or it would have managed to save Mudsdale as well. Nonetheless, Mothra and Horus had free reign to take down Pidgeot, so I was not worried about it, and just as expected they took off after Pidgeot. We, two trainers, on the other hand, could only begin our bout now as well, since we had to wait for the sleep powder to settle down. Rushing into the cloud and falling asleep would be a stupid way to lose. So, after Mothra's initial strike was gone, we moved towards each other. Taking me out was more urgent for her than it was for me, since it became apparent for everyone that my Pokemon had the advantage, so she was moving as fast as she could. After all, as long as she managed to take me out before my Pokemon finished with hers, she could still win. Just before we came close enough to clash, she used her momentum to change into a slide, aiming to slash my feet, presumably my tendons, to take away my mobility. While her wooden daggers wouldn't really do that, I would have to behave as if she did, or the referee would declare her the winner. That was part of the rules of the tournament, and such injuries nearly always decided the outcome of a fight anyway. Nonetheless, while her idea was great and would have worked on nearly everyone else among the participants, my high physical specs and a quick aura boost allowed me to dodge to the right, effectively evading her attack. Still, she used one of her daggers and her right leg to stop herself from sliding any further than a few meters, as well as changed her position so that she was facing me, to prevent me from hitting her from behind. That she did the maneuver so fluidly was a testament to how often she must have trained in performing it. We could hear the crowd exclaim in amazement, but focused on each other. However, our little staring contest was interrupted by Mothra and Horus, who returned with the knocked-out body of Pidgeot levitating behind them. It seemed like they had managed to knock it out, and instead of letting it fall to the ground and get injured any further, they decided to be nice and return Pidgeot to the ground themselves. They landed beside the sleeping Mudsdale, and Zada quickly proceeded to knock it out as well to prevent it from waking up and causing problems. I saw Bianca slightly wince upon seeing both her Pokemon being knocked out, but she still steeled herself and did not give up. While this may be futile, it still raised my impression of her a few notches. At least it showed that she would not run away at the first sign of trouble. For more than that, we would have to see her reaction in a truly dangerous situation. Anyway, just as I had told them, my buddies did not interfere and simply watched us. I was sure they would have already started eating popcorn if they had a way to take some out. Mothra began cheering me on. All everyone else heard was free, free, butterfree. However, I knew that she was cheering go, go, Mikhail. The only thing missing was a pair of pom-poms, and at that mental picture, Horus started to laugh. At least I could hear Horus mentally laughing at that through the mental link. Outwardly he remained stoic. Bianca looked at Mothra in something like confusion, while keeping an eye on me in case I went on the offensive. They won't interfere in our fight for now. So, you can focus on our fight, I straight up told her, but as any smart person would do, she did not take my words at face value. She moved her focus back on me, but it was obvious by her body language that she was still ready to react to any attack coming from my Pokemon. I moved towards her and we resumed our fight. She no longer performed any moves that would leave her open to an attack from other places, so she was dodging my fists while occasionally forcing me to change my punching trajectory through her daggers. Otherwise, it would count as damaging my fists, which made me make a note to wear gloves for my next fight. I was forced to either block her attacks with my arm guards or to dodge a lot as well. She chained and changed her attacks between her twin daggers fluidly, which made counterattacking pretty hard once she got started unless one managed to break her flow by interrupting her chain by either force or dodging. In her latest attack, she aimed her left dagger at my throat, which I blocked with my arm guard by raising my left arm. Her follow-up stab at my side from the right was something I anticipated as well, so I had no problem blocking that one as well. What I had not expected was her using the moment both my arms were occupied to deliver a headbutt. I could hear Horace snicker over the link at me getting some head. Still, despite being surprised by her move, I dodged her follow-up swipes. However, her last attack told me it was time to become a bit more active. I had been using the opportunity to experience fighting against skillful armed opponents since I had nearly no experience in fighting those. The only fighting experience I had was in hand-to-hand game through sparring battles against Tyson/Machoke and all-out combat against wild Pokemon. So, to gain fighting experience against armed foes, I had been prolonging the fight without making it too obvious. That had resulted in me getting headbutted, so I decided to go all out. It wouldn't do to lose due to that after all. I deliver a punch with my right fist, which she blocked with her dagger, but since my fist was clad in aura that was no problem. I followed that up with a low kick with my left leg, which forced her to take a step back to dodge. I used the momentum of my left leg to twirl my body around and deliver a backhand fist with my right hand. That forced her to lean back, which I used to deliver a kick straight at her midsection, which sent her flying. I immediately went after her and caught up while she was still in the air, which would have been unbelievable if I was not juiced up with aura and managed to reach her in a second or so. I saw that she was disoriented, but she still tried to swing her dagger at me. I deflected her desperate attack and delivered a soft chop at her throat, which signaled the end of the fight. Horace, catch her, there's no need to let her crash onto the ground. I told him over the link and he stopped her midair through psychic. Afterward, he slowly lowered her to the ground. The referee declared me the winner and Mothra rushed at me, slamming into me while excitedly chattering. I patted her head and told her to calm down. After calming my excited partner, I held out a hand at Bianca to help her up. She took my offered hand, I pulled her up, and we both recalled our Pokemon. You're pretty strong, and your mastery with daggers is impressive. I genuinely praised her, which made her chuckle, and I got slightly confused by her reaction. Are you praising me or yourself for beating me? She responded, which explained why she had chuckled. That actually doesn't matter. You proved to be better, so I simply have to get stronger. Not only me but my Pokemon as well. If there is a next time, know that I will win, she said before walking back to the stands. Sure, but I'll be stronger by then as well, so you have to train a lot if you want that to happen, I answered loud enough for her to hear. It wasn't like I could say something like, "This isn't even my final form," without sounding ridiculous or admitting that was still holding back. Anyway, after we both returned to the stands, the last battle of the round began. It was between Urza Scarlet from the other side and Pierre Durand from our academy. Pierre wielded a wooden falchion, while Urza chose a wooden bastard sword, which was the fourth sword type she used during the tournament, showcasing her mastery over all types of swords. Pierre's partners were his mid, Silver Stage Galade, and his low, Silver Stage Pidgeot. Urza called out her Rapidash and Corviknight. Their Pokemon were roughly even, but the same was not true for the two trainers. While it seemed like Urza and Pierre had roughly the same strength, it quickly became apparent that Urza was more skilled with her weapon. Her moves were more fluid and she performed better than Pierre. So, it was no surprise when she disarmed Pierre after trading blows for a minute or so. I was sure that she could have done so before that point, but it seemed to me that she was getting a read on his fighting style first. Anyway, she held her sword at his throat and was declared the winner. The Pokemon that were still fighting stopped as soon as that happened, and were recalled. After the winner was announced, the candidates for the last round were clear. Yu Tianjin and Urza Scarlet from the Night Academy, as well as my humble self, would battle for first place. while Eric Erickson and Bianca Bianchi from the Knight Academy, as well as Pierre Durant from our academy, would battle for 4th place. Chapter 173, Final Round. The battles for 4th place happened first. The 3 losers of the previous round had to fight against each other once, and the one with the better battle record would become 4th. The same would happen with the winner trio to determine who would get 1st place. The first fight happened between Bianca Bianchi, my opponent of the previous round, and Pierre Durant, the other guy from our academy who lost against Urza. Bianca used Mudsdale and Pidgeot, while Pierre used his Gallade and Pidgeot. Both Pidgeot fought an aerial battle against each other while Gallade and Mudsdale fought each other. Each battle happened between Pokemon of roughly the same strength, so theoretically their battles should be pretty even, and it was even true for the one between the 2 Pidgeot. However, in the battle between Gallade and Mudsdale, Gallade had a visible superiority. The battle between the 2 trainers on the other hand was even as well. Pierre with his falchion was able to keep up with Bianca and her twin daggers. I, and most likely those with high prowess, noticed that Bianca had a slight advantage, but it was not enough to make a difference. The battle went on like that for nearly 3 minutes, which in such battles was not a short time, at least not for those who were not used to it. We could see Pierre and Bianca tiring, but they managed to keep their stalemate. At least it was like that before Gallade managed to knock out Mudsdale. Their fight had been going in its favor from the beginning, and Gallade succeeded in knocking out Mudsdale after delivering a final Psycho cut at Mudsdale's head. Gallade ignored Pidgeot's battle and teleported behind Bianca, positioning itself so that Pierre could see it. After that, it used Psychic to momentarily freeze Bianca, which Pierre used to point his falchion at her throat. He was declared the winner, and the Pidgeot stopped their battle as well after they noticed that the fight was over. The 2 recalled their Pokemon, and the referee announced a 5-minute break for them to heal their Pokemon and rest. Once the 5 minutes were over, it was declared that Bianca would fight against her fellow Academy member Eric Erickson. Bianca once more called out her Mudsdale and Pidgeot, which told me that she had no one else strong enough to replace one of them. Otherwise, I believe that she would have changed her roster as a surprise. Eric on the other hand used his mid Silver Stage Gogoat and his low Silver Stage Corviknight. Honestly, while the stage of their respective Pokemon was equal, type-wise Eric's Pokemon had a pretty big advantage. So, when I saw Bianca with her twin daggers and 2 Pokemon standing across Eric with his axe and 2 Pokemon, I already guessed that Eric would win as long as he was not much worse than Bianca in direct combat. As soon as the referee announced the start of the battle, Eric and his Pokemon sprang into action. Eric ran at Bianca, while his Gogoat targeted Mudsdale, and his Corviknight flew at Pidgeot. Eric was actually the last one on his side to reach his target. He swung his axe at her as soon as she was inside his reach, forcing her to dodge. He followed his first swing with a few more, trying to build up his momentum and suppress her to keep her from fighting back. Everyone could see that Eric had a strength advantage and that his weapon was kind of suppressing Bianca's daggers. Nonetheless, she was more agile than him and used her speed advantage to dodge everything, while deflecting everything she couldn't. However, every time she tried to deflect an attack of Eric, she risked being hit. The probability of that happening was increasing because I noticed that the force behind Eric's attacks was hurting her hand each time she managed to deflect an attack. On the aerial front, Pidgeot had a hard time hurting Corviknight, who had no such problem, so Corviknight had the advantage. As for the battle between the land mounts, Mudsdale was barely holding on, and it looked like Gogoat would beat it within the next minute or so. Seeing that she was losing, Bianca did something risky. During another one of Eric's swings, she put the strength of her whole body into deflecting his attack. She succeeded in making Eric stumble a few steps to the right and made use of that time to attack him. She managed to slash his side with her left dagger but failed to slash at Eric's throat with her right dagger because Eric managed to block it using his right arm. While that meant that his right arm was out of commission for the rest of the battle since he was not allowed to use it anymore, that did not matter anymore, because he used her proximity due to her failed attempt at finishing him to swing his axe at her. Due to her attack, she was unable to block or dodge the attack, and the axe landed on her chest, which if it had been a real axe instead of a wooden one would have split open her chest. The referee declared Eric the winner, and their Pokemon stopped fighting as well. Gagote looked a bit frustrated to me, which was probably because it was about to finish its opponent but couldn't do so before the fight was declared over. Now, one could argue that Eric had a bit of an advantage during the fight because Bianca was forced to fight him after only having rested for 5 minutes after her previous fight, but that would apply to Eric as well, during the next battle. Furthermore, the teachers told us that the breaks were kept that long to stimulate a situation where they were forced to fight back-to-back battles with little breaks in between, which does happen more often than not in the wild. Here the cost of losing was losing a reward, while it was losing one's life in the wild, so they told us to suck it up and quit whining. The last bit obviously came from Mr. Koetsuji. Anyway, once the battle ended there was another 5-minute break, after which Eric had to battle against Pierre. The winner would get 4th place, so it was the final battle for the losing group. Eric had his Gagote and Corviknight, while Pierre had his Gallade and Pidgeot beside him. Stage-wise, they were equal, but mobility-wise Gallade had an advantage over Gagote, while Corviknight had an advantage over Pidgeot, due to Pidgeot's attacks being not effective against it. This time around Eric has a small round shield in his offhand aside from his axe. It seemed he decided to use it after having to block Bianca's last strike with his arm. Unbelievable, to think that they were actually able to learn from past battles. Who would have thought? Jokes aside, Pierre seemed to have decided to get a dagger for his offhand aside from his falchion. I was not sure if that was a good idea since dual wielding would actually hamper his battle prowess if he was not trained in it. Not to mention that using weapons of different lengths and types was a bit harder to do than regular dual wielding. Still, it was his choice and I hoped he knew what he was doing. Losing would not be a problem, since he made it until here, but losing due to something stupid like that would probably trigger Mr. Koetsuji. Anyway, the referee gave the starting signal and everyone found someone to fight. The Pokemon battles went as expected, and if Pierre could hold out long enough for his Gallade to reinforce him as he did against Bianca, then Pierre would win. If he got beaten before that he would lose. Well, there was the chance that he would manage to beat Eric, but looking at their exchanges right now that did not look likely. It seemed he was at a slight disadvantage. Eric was going with his aggressive method while occasionally blocking any of Pierre's counterattacks that he couldn't dodge or block with his axe, with his shield. Meanwhile, Pierre was either dodging or deflecting all of Eric's attacks. He occasionally returned an attack of his own if he found an opening. He did this using his falchion. The offhand dagger was actually only used twice until now, and even that was not fluid, showing that he was not as proficient with it as he should be to effectively use it during this battle. They exchanged a few more blows when it happened. Pierre thought he saw an opening and tried to use his dagger to target it, but Eric easily blocked the stab. Not only that, no, after stopping the momentum of Pierre's attack, he also grabbed the offending arm and pulled Pierre forward, completely destroying his balance. This showed that he had lured Pierre into a trap. Using the opportunity he created, he placed his axe at Pierre's neck, ending the battle. The referee declared Eric the winner, making him the person to become 4th. The sad part was that Gallade managed to beat Gagote at nearly the same time, so if Pierre had held out just a bit longer instead of falling to the trap and losing, then Gallade would have reinforced him, and he would have most likely won. Hopefully, Mr. Koetsuji would be merciful. I mean, his performance was really not bad. Actually, everyone that managed to reach this stage was pretty good and had some pretty decent Pokemon. After the 4th place was determined, they immediately started the next battle. The first battle between the top 3 happened between Urza Scarlet and Yu Tianjin from the Rhoda Knight Academy. Urza had her Rapidash and Corviknight, while Yu had his Zebstrika and Staraptor. He chose a spear as his weapon while she chose a scimitar. Even at this point, she used another different type of sword instead of settling for the one she was the most proficient with. I mean, I seriously doubted that the scimitar was the sword type she could use the best. No, I pegged her more as someone using a katana or a longsword. Their Pokemon were at the same stage and should be roughly equal in strength, so the battle was most likely going to be decided between the two trainers unless something major happened on the Pokemon side. As soon as the referee gave the start signal, Urza ran at Yu. Due to his weapon having a range advantage, she wanted to close the distance between them since being closer was to her advantage instead. So, Yu obviously stabbed out with his spear, forcing Urza to slow down to dodge the stab. Yu then proceeded to do his best to keep Urza at a certain distance, while she tried to close so that he would be in range for her scimitar. She managed to get close enough a few times, but Yu managed to block her attacks using his spear as a staff, before finding a chance to retreat to open the distance between them once more. Seeing that the situation between them seemed like it would drag on for a while, I took a look at the fights happening between their Pokémon. The battle between Corviknight and Staraptor was pretty much even. What I meant by that was that they had roughly taken the same amount of damage. They mostly used long-range moves to position their foe into certain places before closing in for a close-range attack using moves like Aerial Ace, Quick Attack, Close Combat, and Steel Wing. As for the battle between Rapidash and Zebstrika, it was mostly a long-range one as well. They kept exchanging moves like Flamethrower and Thunderbolt. They kept dodging each other's attacks due to their speed and moves like Flame Charge and Quick Attack. Honestly, their exchange was probably the flashiest so far, at least for the mixed combat tournament. Anyway, after assessing the status of the Pokemon battles, I returned my focus to the battle between Urza and Yu, just in time to see Urza successfully closing the distance between them, stop Yu from using his spear, and softly whack her scimitar on his head. I was a bit stunned at seeing her suddenly win the fight just like that. However, more than being stunned, I was thankful that I had returned my focus on the battle on time, or I would have missed her last chain of actions. I was obviously not the only one who was surprised, since the crowd only started cheering after the referee announced Urza as the winner instead of cheering as soon as she managed to whack Yu. Yu himself was rubbing his head while looking, as he still could not process how he had lost so suddenly when it looked as if they would be fighting for a while. Nonetheless, the referee did not care for his bafflement and told them to recall their Pokémon before vacating the field. Afterward, he announced a 5-minute break. Once the break was over, he announced that the next fight would be between me and Yu. Chapter 174, Final Round. Mikhail Geo from the Aaron Aura Academy versus Yu Tianjin from the Rhoda Knight Academy. The referee called the two of us to the field. Yu had his Zebstrika and Staraptor, while I called out Luna/Clefairy and Horus/Xatu. I actually thought about using Thor/Pikachu, but then I remembered that the Zebstrika line had not only Lightning Rod but also Motor Drive as an ability. So, it would have either one of those, or if its potential was high enough, even both. In both cases, using electric moves would be useless, and might even be detrimental. So, I went with Luna instead, since her gravity directly took out Zebstrika's biggest advantage, its speed. Alright, Zebstrika will be left to Luna. After gravity, its movement should be hampered enough that it will be no longer pose a real danger to you. So, feel free to use your metronome on him. Real battles are great practice opportunities for moves. Luna nodded at my mental order, and I moved on to Horus after receiving her acceptance. Meanwhile, Horus will deal with Staraptor. I don't have any real instructions for you. You're free to deal with it however you want, as long as you keep it away from me. Well, actually, you can focus on using Psychic if you want to. Targeting a relatively strong Pokemon capable of struggling out of your Psychic grip should be good training. It should help master the move, but I leave the decision to you. I told him, and he returned a Roger, Roger. I was so thankful for the mental link. Giving orders or talking, in general, happens so fast mentally that whole conversations just took seconds. Otherwise, I would never be able to give those instructions out loud before the referee gave the starting signal. Ah, speak of the devil. As soon as I thought that, the referee gave the starting signal and my Pokemon sprang into action. Horus teleported behind Staraptor and used Psychic to hurl it away from everyone else before teleporting after it, or rather to the place he threw Staraptor to. Staraptor meanwhile managed to break out of Horus's Psychic after struggling for a bit. Still, by the time it did, it was already pretty far from the others, and Horus was already waiting for it. Horus used Air Slash to attack it as soon as it broke free and kept it up for a bit, forcing Staraptor to dodge. Whenever Staraptor tried to fire back, he used Protect to block the attack, or he simply dodged out of the way. He would use Teleport to cut it off every time it tried to return to the side of the others before using Psychic as some form of punishment. He tried to make it harder for Staraptor to break out of his control. You fake bird. Stop teleporting around and stop using your psychic bullshit to immobilize me. Staraptor screamed at Horus. Aw, you hurt my feelings. I'm 100% bird. Horus joked before taunting Staraptor for a bit. It's not my fault that I not only look better than you but also am stronger. Really, I'm doing you a favor. If I didn't want to train these moves a bit in a fight, I would have knocked you out already. So, you should thank me really. I mean, it would have been super embarrassing for you if you had been knocked out seconds after the fight started. He explained in a tone that said, I'm doing you a big favor, no need to thank me, while Staraptor was trying to struggle free from his latest psychic. Arg, favor my feathered ass. Knocked out in seconds? In your dreams maybe. I'll show you who knocks out who. It screamed before it managed to break free. While this was happening, the others had been fighting their own battles. Luna had used Copycat on Horus as soon as he teleported. Afterward, she used it to appear behind Zebstrika before using gravity on it. So, before it even had a chance to react, it was under the effect of increased gravity. Once she had turned Zebstrika into a glorified target, at least in her eyes, she began using metronome on it as Mikhail had told her. Her family had always had great ideas like this. Using weaker foes to hone one's moves was brilliant. At least this way she wouldn't be wasting her time with them. Oh, it finally turned around. Just in time as well, since metronome is ready too. I aim for a flamethrower, let's see what I get. Luna thought before releasing the attack summoned by her metronome. You pink blob. Stop using gravity on me this instant. Face me without any tricks if you can and I'll, Zebstrika screamed while turning to face Luna before being hit in the face by a dragon breath interrupting whatever it planned to say next. Oh, dragon breath. It's not the flamethrower I was aiming for, but close enough I guess. Let's try again. Luna clapped her hands at her near success before using another metronome. Face me like a man. Arg! Zebstrika screamed before being hit by a scald. I'm a woman, you imbecile. She yelled before blasting him with a moonblast. Well, at least scald is hot right, so I'd say that one was close as well. Still, for this steak on 4 legs to dare call me a man, I think it needs a hands-on lesson. She thought while blasting Zebstrika. Mikhail on the other hand was facing you, just like planned. As soon as Horus and Luna began their attack I moved towards you. I first strode over at a slow pace before using my maximum aura enforcement on my legs and moving at my highest speed towards him. I managed to catch him off guard through my sudden pace change and managed to arrive in striking distance. I immediately delivered an aura-boosted punch, but luckily for him, he managed to react fast enough to place the shaft of his spear in front of him. While he somehow managed to block my punch, the force behind it, literally, blew him back. I quickly followed after him, but you managed to correct his position mid-flight and use his spear to slow his flight until he stopped in a crouching position. Now, if he was not my opponent I would have given him a thumbs up because that looked badass, but since he was my foe I just delivered a Spartan kick before he could fully stand up. Sadly, he managed to dodge by rolling to the side. The only reason I could think of why he did that without impaling himself or losing his spear was that he actually practiced that dodging maneuver. You sprang up and got in a ready position before I could reach him after his dodge, and this time around he was ready when I came close. He used his spear to keep me at a distance and I had to use my arm guards to block his spear strikes or dodge them. However, he managed to keep me away. We then went into a phase where we were simultaneously attacking and defending. I was trying to get closer and he was trying to keep me away while trying to skewer me. Then after I diverted Yu's latest stab, I managed to grab a hold of the spear shaft. I directly used aura to reinforce my grip so that he couldn't free his spear since I was planning to rip it out of his hands. Yet, this guy still managed to get his spear out of my grip using a movement that looked like some Tai Chi-like bullshit. That resulted in us returning to our back and forth. Still, I suddenly felt Luna's anger over our bond. I had no idea how Zebstrika managed to piss off Luna enough for me to feel her anger over the bond, but I actually pitied him. This meant I had to beat you pretty soon if I wanted to beat him before she was done with Zebstrika. In case kicking its ass did not calm her anger, and she decided to teach its trainer a lesson as well. While it would be hilarious to watch her trash you, I'd like to beat him myself. Just as Mikhail was imagining, Luna was wrecking Zebstrika. She managed to put Zebstrika to sleep using Sing before she began hitting him with Meteor Mash after Meteor Mash. After the third one, Zebstrika woke up, but she gave him an uppercut using Meteor Mash that knocked him out cold. "Now, let's see if you dare call me a man again," Luna said while giving Zebstrika the last kick before she turned around to look in the direction of Mikhail's fight. The crowd experienced a collective shudder seeing a cute and harmless-looking Pokemon like Clefairy kicking an already unconscious opponent. When Horace noticed that Luna had beaten her victim, sorry, he meant opponent, he turned serious as well. "Alright, time's up. Unfortunately, our playing session has to end, so it's time for you to sleep," he said to Staraptor before using a Psychic to momentarily freeze it. That was followed by a Steel Wing right at the noggin, which was to finish off the already hurt and tired Staraptor without giving it a chance to contradict him. Once Staraptor was out cold, Horace teleported them both to Luna's side before dumping it beside Zebstrika's body. "Yo, Luna. What did he do to make you angry?" he asked Luna after seeing Zebstrika's body and sensing the anger that was diminishing at a fast pace. "Something I'm sure he'll never repeat." She gave a perfunctory answer. The two trainers that were still fighting obviously noticed the commotion and glanced over while keeping an eye on each other to avoid leaving an opening or a surprise attack. Yu visibly tensed when he saw both of his Pokemon lying on the ground knocked out, while Mikhail's Pokemon were leisurely chatting beside them. Knowing that he would definitely lose once they got involved, he went on a desperate all-out offense. "Sigh. Horace, could you immobilize him for a moment so that I can finish the fight?" I asked Horace over the mental link. "I thought you wanted to take him out on your own?" Horace returned, which was true. "I did, but his desperate attack forced my hand. I don't want to risk losing just because he got lucky with one of his swings. That would be a stupid way to lose." I confessed, and he agreed. "I can immobilize him too if you want to," Luna interceded, but I declined her offer. "Thank you, dear, but let's leave it to Horace this time." She agreed, and Horace flew over to use Psychic on you, who got stuck in the middle of a stabbing motion. I saw his body trembling, trying to break free of Horace's control, but I was not planning to give him that chance. So, I swiftly moved in front of you and delivered a soft chop at his throat. The referee declared me the winner once I did that, and Horace released you immediately after the announcement. Now that I had won, you directly got third place, which meant that the winner of the next fight between Urza and myself would receive first place, while the loser would get second place. Another 5-minute break was given, which I used to give Horace and Luna a few energy bars I made. That would help them recover the energy they had spent in the last fight and reduce any fatigue they may have built up. Health-wise, they were good to go, but I still gave them an orange berry to eat. Meanwhile, I was also considering whom to use for the battle against Urza. The question was, would she use her Rapidash and Corviknight, or did she have another strong enough Pokemon that she kept as a surprise for this fight? Mikhail Geo from the Errant Aura Academy versus Urza Scarlet from the Rhoda Knight Academy. The referee called the two of us to the field once the break was over. We both stood up and went to the field when he did that and released our Pokemon. Chapter 175, Final Round. The Pokemon I chose for the final fight were Thor/Pikachu and Luna/Clefairy. I had actually been considering using Mothra/Butterfree instead of Luna since I was 100% sure she could wreck Urza's Rapidash, but then I decided that would be a teeny tiny bit too showy. So, I went with Luna instead. However, that consideration turned out to be unnecessary, because what appeared on her field was not what I and probably everyone else had expected. Instead of a Rapidash and Corviknight, what appeared on her side were her mid-silver stage Rapidash and a Doublade that was also at the mid-silver stage. I should have known that something was up when she appeared on the field without a wooden weapon. The first thing it did when it appeared was to levitate into Urza's hands. It seemed like those two took the fighting together theme quite literally. Moreover, Urza had apparently been holding back so far since Doublade was stronger than her Corviknight, at least stage-wise. Still, I had to say Doublade actually perfectly complemented the Knight style. On Rapidash she was a landbound Knight and on Corviknight she was an aerial Knight. The stands were getting excited as well and I could hear some cheering Urza's name. I actually looked over to the referees since we used wooden weapons to avoid cutting each other, and I was sure the Doublade were more than capable of cutting me into ribbons. My arm guard would be useless in front of her pseudo-twin sword. Is that allowed? I couldn't stop myself from asking, and the guy nodded seriously. Yep, it's one of the intentional loopholes. She hasn't broken any rules since she didn't take out any real weapons and she is only using 2 Pokémon. That one of those Pokémon can function as twin swords is a lucky coincidence. He said as if he was not admitting that the teachers had deliberately left loopholes in the rules. Can I change my wooden arm guard into something sturdier? Since I doubt these will be more useful than paper in front of Doublade. I inquired without much hope and he surprisingly agreed. Yes, you can. Since Urza's Doublade is at the silver stage you can ask Mr. Koetsuji for a pair of D-class arm guards. He replied in a flat tone. Really? Why were we not told that is possible, or rather why was I not offered the chance after she took her Doublade into her hands? I asked curiously. Another one of the loopholes. We only hand out the appropriate gear after you ask for it since being prepared for the battle is your job, so if you don't make sure you're ready for the challenge then that's your fault. If you want to go into a fight without sufficient gear instead of inquiring for alternative gear then you have to suffer the consequences of your stupidity. We would have informed you of the option after your loss. You know, to show everyone that they should go over all options when preparing for anything dangerous during their journey. It could save your life after all. He said without any mercy. Wow, these guys are taking the whole preparing the students for the future stuff way too seriously, is what I would have said if I did not know the mortality rate of trainers. The students in the stands who had quietened during the beginning of our conversation began to whisper between each other. I just went over to Mr. Koetsuji and changed my arm guard with the ones he gave me before I returned to my side of the field. The referee gave the starting signal as soon as I was ready and I immediately gave out orders since our battle plan had to change. Luna, the horse is yours. Thor stays with me, I said as quickly as I could and Luna gave me a salute before bounding over to her target. Meanwhile, Thor just nodded before climbing on my shoulder. I'll pat your shoulder before I jump off. He said in poke speech and I nodded while looking in Luna's direction. I saw her use gravity on Rapidash before engaging it. However, I also saw Urza moving there to join in as well. She most likely wanted to make use of my inaction to jointly take out Luna first before engaging us too. I obviously couldn't allow it so I ran towards her while giving Thor an order. Thunderbolt. Don't let her reach Luna. Thor let out a Roger before releasing a thunderbolt at Urza without getting off my shoulder. My hair stood up because of the electricity that got released, but thanks to Thor's mastery that was all that happened to me. It was Urza, or rather Doublade's reaction that surprised me. Once Urza noticed the thunderbolt moving towards her, she ignored it and kept running. All she did was to release one of the blades, which levitated between her as the thunderbolt before it gained a metallic sheen. It probably used iron defense or iron tail for that. Afterward, it stuck its now metallic cloth into the ground acting as a lightning rod, transferring the attack into the ground with minimal damage. Seeing his first attack neutralized, Thor began spamming thunderbolts back-to-back as fast as he could. The amount was clearly too much for the one blade, so Urza was forced to stop, and the second blade joined the first one. Between them, they managed to divert all of Thor's attacks. Since he had managed to make Urza halt, Thor stopped attacking since releasing thunderbolts back-to-back like that was pretty draining. The Doublade returned to Urza's hand just as I arrived in front of her. She threw a brief look at my shoulder as if questioning if I was going to fight with Thor on my shoulder, which I was. Still, she did not comment and directly began to attack instead. She slashed her right sword at me, which I dodged by taking a step back. She followed her slash with a stab with her left sword that I had no choice but to divert with my arm guard since I had no time to dodge. Just to be safe, I clad the arm guards in aura since I was not sure how well they would hold up otherwise and I did not plan to find out. Right, when I thought I could counter, I noticed a shadow coming from the right that would have hit me if not for Thor jumping and blocking the attack with an iron tail. He used the rebound to return to my shoulder. I saw that was the cloth part of the blade, and swiftly readied myself for another attack since both swords had a cloth attached. Apparently, I reacted just in time since the second cloth came at me from the left. Not wanting to find out right now if the story of them draining the life force of others through their cloth was real, I boosted my speed and dodged. "Thor, keep the clothes away from me," I said, and used my increased speed to circle Urza a bit before moving towards her back. She managed to get fast enough to turn around and block my fist with the flat side of her left sword. The force pushed her back 2 steps, but I couldn't deliver a follow-up attack because her right sword levitated forward and initiated a slash on its own to force me back. The right blade used that time to send over a shadow ball, which Thor noticed and blocked with an electro ball after jumping up. He followed that up with a thunder wave aimed at Urza, forcing the right blade to ground itself to block his move. Meanwhile, I did an Orin force sidekick at the left blade that attacked me on its own, sending it flying to the right, away from any of us. I used that moment to check out the situation on Luna's side and saw her using a hydro pump, which was probably the result of her metronome. Before I focused back on my side, I saw her flow up her attack with a moonblast. Anyway, I saw the sword I sent flying returning. "Thor, leave those two. Keep the one flying over from returning to Urza." He heard my instruction and used quick attack to intercept his new target. Urza sprinted towards me as soon as Thor moved away. She swung her remaining blade at me, which used Night Slash to boost the might of her slash. I dodged to the side, but could only block the hit it delivered with its cloth. The hit actually pushed me back, making me unable to dodge as she followed up her attack with a stab. I got ready to block her stab with my arm guards, unsure if it would be enough despite coating them in as much aura as possible. I braced myself for the impact and possibly a lot of pain, which surprisingly never came. Luna saved me at the last moment. Apparently, she was done with her own opponent. She stopped the sword with a meteor mash and managed to come out on top of their clash. Urza and her blade were not ready for her intervention, so they were not prepared for her attack. Luna's meteor mash not only stopped blade from stabbing me, but it also yanked it out of Urza's grip and sent it flying. Well, to be honest, I was surprised by Luna's sudden appearance as well. Still, I wasn't going to miss the chance she provided and ran at Urza to take her out while she was unharmed. That nearly went down the drain when I saw the blade that Thor was supposed to keep busy flying at me. It was smoking and looked pretty banged up, but was still going straight at me. "Sorry." It rushed straight through. Didn't even bother blocking my thunderbolt. Thor yelled out, which explained why he failed to stop it. Thankfully, Luna jumped between us and blocked its path. Thor came running as well, but I told him to block the other sword that had been sent flying by Luna. "Leave her to me," I told him before engaging Urza in unarmed combat. Thankfully, she was not as good in that as she was with armed combat, and I managed to subdue her. I may have fully boosted myself with aura during my exchange, but in the end, I managed to knock her down and immediately pinned her down to keep her from struggling. Then I delivered a light chop at her neck just to signify that I could knock her out or worse, and the referee declared me the winner. The stands exploded into cheers, but I ignored that and looked over to Thor and Luna. I saw that they had taken down their respective blade sword, so they could have come to reinforce me if I had not beaten Urza when I did. After checking the situation, I focused back on Urza, who was still below me. I quickly let her go and helped her up. "I was starting to think you were planning to keep me pinned down." She actually teased me with a smile after I helped her up. I couldn't stop myself from blushing a bit at the innuendo due to the damn hormones that came with my current physical age. Her being really pretty did not help in that regard. She released a good-natured chuckle after she saw me blush. "No worries, you would have noticed if I wanted to keep you pinned down." I teased back while wagging my eyebrows a bit, which made her laugh a bit. Still, her cheeks did turn a bit red, so I accepted that as a win. After our little banter, we recalled our Pokemon after praising them for their performance. While we were doing that, Mr. Koetsuji and Ms. Stryker came onto the field and declared the end of the mixed combat tournament. They declared me as the winner and Urza got second place. Yu was officially declared third and Eric got fourth place. After that, they gave us some time to celebrate and talk to each other. Roughly 30 minutes later they announced that it was time to return to our respective camps since it was already 6:45 p.m., meaning it was time for dinner. So, after flattening the area once more and tidying up the place, we returned to our camp. Chapter 176, Mystery Event. After returning from the combat tournaments, Mr. Koetsuji praised us for winning first place in all competitions. Our reward was that we did not have to run around the field. Heh, how generous of him. Additionally, we got the rest of the evening off after dinner. Still, he did call me over for a little private talk. It was mostly about the strength I revealed during the mixed combat competition. Everyone had seen how I coated my body parts in aura, which was something that was only possible after reaching the second class of Tier 2. He didn't admonish me for hiding my strength or anything like that. No, the talk was just him praising me for my performance during both the hunting and combat competition, as well as congratulating me for the strength I and my Pokemon had shown during both competitions. According to him, he and the other teachers would report what they had witnessed and I would receive some internal academy merit for my achievements, which would be really useful for getting access to that Togepi and Riolu. Mr. Koetsuji told me that I could definitely get the chance to choose one of them during my second year if I kept it up. Apparently, there were a few more chances for me to earn some academy points during my 3 years. He even implied I could earn enough merit points to get the chance to get both Pokemon and more if I participated in all events and performed well enough. He was blatantly trying to tempt me to win as many events as I could so that I could boost the reputation of the academy, and honestly, I was definitely tempted. So, I told him I would consider it when the time came. After that congratulatory talk/bait, I went back to talk a bit with Ace and Weiss before going to bed since tomorrow was going to be the mystery event announced on our first day regarding Kaede. The next morning after breakfast we had to gather on the field since Mr. Koetsuji was going to announce what the mystery event was going to be. So, we were currently waiting to hear the announcement. He came over with the other teachers and motioned for everyone to quiet down. Alright, I know all of you are curious, so I'll get straight to the point. Today's event is a treasure hunt, he said bluntly, and an excited murmur came from the crowd at the word treasure. The teachers all smiled at our excitement and Mr. Koetsuji went on. Now, before you start fantasizing about all kinds of gold and stuff, let me tell you that there won't be any of those, he said in a playful tone, and I heard a lot of hearts breaking at that moment. Yep, what you're going to search for are metal coins like these, he said, after which he and the other teachers held up 4 fist-sized coins, each with a different pattern. We, together with the instructors from the Night Academy, scattered a lot of these coins in a 15 kilometers radius of our meeting point. There are 4 coin types, each worth a certain number of points. Their worth is equal to the number stamped onto the coin, with the 4 numbers being 1, 3, 5, and 10. The more the coin is worth, the harder it will be to find or get. The event will begin at 10 a.m., so in an hour, and end either when all coins have been found or at 6 p.m. As for lunch, you'll have to cover that yourself. He paused a moment and looked through the crowd. Honestly, no one seemed to be that enthusiastic about the treasure hunt after hearing the no useful/precious stuff part, and I was sure Mr. Koetsuji had noticed that as well. Still, I saw him smile, so he probably had something that would fire up everyone. Now, a few important points you have to follow. First, if a coin is hidden in a den or protected by a Pokemon, you have to get it without killing or maiming the Pokemon. Second, you have to pair up for the treasure hunt and your partner has to be someone from the Night Academy. Since there are more Night Academy students, they'll form pairs with you first, before the rest of them pair up among themselves. Third, and I'm sure you'll like this one, the 5 pairs with the highest number of points will be exempted from the combat preparation and internal aura manipulation exams of the second term. They shall directly receive an A instead. The night students will receive the same reward for 2 of their courses. As soon as he said that, everyone got excited since no one liked exams, so directly receiving an A without having to take part in the term exams was awesome. That his and Ms. Yu's class were chosen made some sense since we were most likely going to have to boost bodies as well as senses to find the coins, and some fights were probably unavoidable. Alright, you've got 20 minutes to get ready. We'll leave for the meeting point after that. I recommend you think about whom you want to partner up with and how to persuade them to partner up with you. Still, try to be realistic with your plan, or you'll be forced to partner up with someone you don't want to if you waste too much time being turned down. He said, and I felt the burn. Mr. Koetsuji was apparently trying to start a forest fire. I saw Mizu and the others chuckled when he said that. Great role model teachers, that bunch really. Ace, Weiss, and I quickly went toward a few berry trees that we had found during our food searches, to gather some berries for lunch since we had to take care of lunch on our own. When the others saw us coming back with a few berries each, they quickly followed suit. So, any ideas with whom you want to partner up? I asked my two friends and they just shrugged. Anyone in the top 10 in one of the competitions should be good enough, but I think I'll try my luck with either Rimuru or Eric. Ace said, and I agreed with him on the top 10 part. Rimuru came in second in the regular battle competition and Eric came in fourth in the mixed battle competition, so they were both strong and their fighting prowess and style had indicated that they were dedicated. There was not much more we could use as a criterion since we didn't know much else about any of the night students. Yep, the top 10 should be good enough, but I'd prefer to partner up with either Maria, Bianca, or Urza. Weiss chimed in and I could understand why she preferred to partner up with girls. Maria came in third in the personal battle competition that Weiss participated in. Bianca was in the top 6 of the mixed one and Urza came in second, so all three were good options. I think I'd be alright with partnering up with any of the guys and girls you mentioned. Oh, and you would be a good alternative as well. I gave my opinion and it was 100% true as well. They had after all pretty much named the strongest Night Academy students, and I was not going to ask someone before at least trying to partner with one of them. I called dibs on asking the girls first, Weiss proclaimed. Dibs on Rimuru and Eric. Ace directly followed her example, and I had to laugh a bit at their behavior. Sure. I'll let you two go first. After all, they say ladies first, and age before beauty, so I have no complaints. I teased them a bit. They tried hard not to laugh but couldn't suppress a chuckle. They mock protested and we all started laughing. Anyway, the time given by Mr. Koetsuji was up, and we began making our way to the meeting point. We arrived there 30 minutes to 10 a.m., and coincidentally the night group arrived at nearly the same time. Alright, you've got 20 minutes to find a partner, so better get to it. Mr. Koetsuji said and everyone began to move. As I had promised, I waited for Ace and Weiss to ask their targets first before approaching them. Before the two could walk towards the night students, Urza walked out of her group in our direction. Her move caused a commotion among our students, many of them looking over to us because Urza was heading in our direction. Once she was close enough, I saw her smile and nod in my direction, which made me smile in content since that probably meant she was coming for me. Ace released a groan and mumbled something along the line of course she heads for him. Weiss showed no signs on her face at all, as if the situation had nothing to do with her at all. Anyway, Urza arrived in front of us, showing that she did indeed intend to talk to one of us. I was about to tell her that I was willing to partner with her, but she began speaking before I could. Weiss, would you be willing to pair up with me? Out of my expectations, Urza actually asked Weiss to pair up with her instead of me. At that moment I was really happy that she spoke up before I could because it would have been really embarrassing to be turned down in that situation, and the way Ace was snickering he agreed with me. Sure, I'd be happy to pair up with you, Weiss answered before making a V sign at me. Yes. Good for you, I said before turning to Ace. Alright, you can go try your luck with Eric and Rimuru. I'll just head over to you, I told him before moving towards the night group. The others from our academy had already gone over there and were asking around to see if they could find someone to partner with. Yu, as the third place in the mixed competition, was pretty popular, so there were a few students around him asking if he would pair up with them. He was, however, declining all their offers. Yo, Yu. I'd like to partner with you. What do you think? I asked him after pushing through the crowd. Sure. I've been waiting to see if any of the high rankers from your academy were going to ask me. he said with a calm smile on his face. Having found my partner, I made my way back to Weiss and Urza with him on tow. After a brief exchange of greetings, we waited for Ace, who returned with Ranmaru. I saw that Eric had partnered up with Pierre, and that was a pair that would probably get a place in the top 5. Pierre managed to reach the top 6 in the mixed competition after all, with Eric coming in 4th. The other pair that I thought would be part of the top 5 was the one with Clarissa and Bianca. Bianca also made it to the top 6 in the mixed competition, while Clarissa came in 3rd in the regular battle competition. There were a few more promising pairs, but these two with our 3 were my favorites for this treasure hunt. Alright, time's up. If you haven't partnered up with someone until now, then just partner up with the next partnerless person. Anyway, a reminder for all of you. The area in which we distributed the coins is within a 15 kilometers radius of this place. Also, maiming or killing any Pokemon in places we drop the coins is forbidden. The event will end either when all coins have been found or at 6 p.m. and you have to handle lunch on your own. That's pretty much it. Ms. Stryker announced before looking at Mr. Koetsuji. Anything to add? She asked him, and he shook his head. Good. Then I declare that the treasure hunt has officially started. Get going, everyone, and remember we're keeping an eye on the situation, so no foul business. Chapter 177, Treasure Hunt. Everyone began leaving after Ms. Stryker told us to get moving. You and I wished Weiss and Ace's pairs good luck before moving out as well. We kept walking for a minute or two before we stopped to talk a bit. Okay, here seems good. I don't think any of the other students are going to overhear us here. You said, and I agreed with him. So, the way I see it, the coins will be either in hard-to-reach places or in protected areas. We'll obviously need to use the help of our Pokemon as well if we want to win this, so let's share what Pokemon we have besides the ones we used during the competition. He stated the obvious, at least I thought it was obvious. Still, it seemed he was taking the lead, but I wasn't used to following others, so I decided to set the pace instead. Sure, I'll start. Besides the 4 you saw, there is Dilong, my Gyarados. He'll be helpful if we come across a body of water that we want to check out. There's also Engie, my Growlithe, who should be able to smell if any humans besides us have been in a certain area. However, since I don't know if our teachers have taken steps against that or not, I'm not sure how useful that will be. I saw no need to mention all my Pokemon, so I went with the ones I thought could come in handy. Furthermore, I was sure they, together with Thor/Pikachu, Luna/Clefairy, Mothra/Butterfree, and Horus/Sada, should be able to handle any situation we came across. Phew! You released an impressed whistle. You've got some pretty impressive Pokemon. I honestly did not think you had 2 more Pokemon, and such great ones at that. Guess it's my turn. You've seen Thunder, my Zebstrika, and Gale, my Staraptor. I also have Sandy, my Sandshrew. Sandy could help us dig for stuff, I guess. Oh, and she should notice if someone had recently dug a hole in a place that she checks out. You said, following my example for his introduction. Good, let's call out our Pokemon. The flying types can help us keep an eye out from up there, while the others will help us search down here. I directly did as I said and called out 5 of the 6 Pokemon he knew of. I kept Dilong Gyarados in his ball for now. As soon as they appeared, Mothra and Engie excitedly flew/ran up to me for a hug. Horus and Luna were calmer than that and just looked on, clearly amused. Thor just laughed before climbing on top of my head and teasing Mothra and Engie from his throne. I saw you show a relieved look when he saw that I had not called out my Gyarados before he called out his 3 Pokemon. Once everyone was out, we told them what was going on, and Horus, Staraptor, as well as Mothra took off into the air. Horus and Staraptor flew up pretty high to keep an eye on a wider area, which was not hard for them thanks to their keen eye. Mothra, on the other hand, flew at a lower height than them, being about halfway between them and us here on the ground. She would act as our first line of defense in case of an aerial attack, so that was not a problem. You had his Sandshrew ride on his Zebstrika since it was too slow and offered to let Zebstrika carry Luna as well. She declined since she was fast enough to keep up with our walking speed. Our air squad informed us of a cliff to our west, so we began moving there since that seemed like a place one would hide something at. We obviously still kept looking around while heading there in case we found a coin on the way there. We came across a few lone Pokemon, as well as a few smaller groups, but they chose to leave us alone and we did not bother them either since they had no coins. You and I did some small talk while walking since it would be pretty awkward to do so in silence. Small things like what do you do in your free time and where did you find a Butterfree like that? Regarding the last one, I jokingly told him I would have to kill him if I told him how I got a royal Butterfree. He laughed at that, but the funny thing was that I was not sure I wouldn't do that. Just kidding, I would just erase his memories, probably. Anyway, roughly halfway through Ng ran over to me. Dad! Dad! I noticed a human smell. He yelled in poke speech with his tail wagging like crazy. His body language was screaming praise me, so I did. Great job, Ng. I praised him while giving him a hug as well as rubbing his head. Sigh. I told you to call me big brother not dad, I told him with a sigh before giving up since I had repeated that sentence dozens of times already. Can you follow the scent? I want to know where it leads to. I asked of him and he nodded rapidly. Sure, Dad. Follow me. He replied, ignoring the big brother part before he began bounding off. Let's follow him. He said he found the scent of a human. I told you, who looked over with an inquisitive look. We kept following him for a minute before we came in front of a tree, where Ng stopped. We noticed an area at the foot of the tree that had to have been recently dug. We saw no Pokemon around the place, so after I gave the signal Ng began to dig up the place to see if we would find anything. He managed to unearth a coin and after checking it out it turned out to be a one-pointer. I expected as much since it was pretty easy to find, I told you after showing him the one punched on the coin. Yeah, I thought so as well. Still, it's a good start. He answered and I nodded. After I praised Ng for a job well done we resumed our walk to the cliff. It took us around 6 or 7 more minutes to arrive and when we did we both released a slight groan. We immediately saw the coin but getting it would not be easy. Whatever coin we find up there better be worth 5 or 10 points, you complained and I fully agreed with him. I wonder which genius teacher thought it was a good idea to place the coin at the nesting area of a Fearow flock. I bet it was Mr. Koetsuji. I mean, I was counting nearly 60 Spearow as well as 6 Fearow, and they did not seem weak. Alright, how should we go about getting that coin? I asked you to see if he had any idea. Could you use your aura magic to get the coin? He asked in a hopeful tone, clearly not wanting to provoke the flock. I can try, I replied before I began giving out a calming and friendly aura. However, the flock seemed to give no *T about my aura since a lot of them gave a warning screech after I got closer. Well, I guess that they gave a warning first instead of directly attacking showed that it was not completely useless, but I still had to abort the attempt. Nope, doesn't work. We'll have to do it the hard way. I told him and he slumped a bit before murmuring something that sounded a lot like shitty sadistic teachers. Seems like it. He finally grumbled and I had to suppress my laughter. I thought his behavior was pretty funny, but that was probably just me. I had seen and been in much more dangerous situations after all. Alright, here's what we'll do. My Butterfree, Xatu and your Staraptor will keep the Fearow busy. I began outlining my plan but was interrupted. I don't know if Gale could keep up with 2 Fearow. If they are as strong or stronger than her then she'll already have her wings full with only one of them. You expressed his concern but I waved him off. As long as they are not at the gold stage, Mothra and Horus can keep 5 of them busy. Gale only has to deal with 1 if 2 is too much for her. Anyway, while they keep the Fearow busy we will slowly move towards the cliff. That should make all the Spearow focus on us. Everyone except for Thor will keep the Spearow busy while Thor will use our distraction to get the coin. I continued my plan before turning to Thor. Thor, buddy, if they notice you and try to attack, you can return fire. However, try to hold back, alright? We do not want them to get killed or crippled. I asked my mischievous and slightly shocked/trigger-happy electric mouse. Roger, boss. Leave it to me. Thor patted his chest with a smile on his face. I relayed the plan to Horus over the mental link he established, and he told the plan to Mothra and Staraptor. Then, upon my signal, we began Operation Flappy Bird. The flying types swept down and provoked the Fiero. At first, only 4 went over, but the other 2 followed after they saw that 4 were not enough. Once all 6 had been listed away, we began moving forward. Luna increased the gravity around us to slow down the Spearow that began attacking us once we got too close for their taste. Our Pokémon began to return fire, and they purposefully used flashy moves to attract all their attention. They held back their strength to conserve their stamina and to avoid harming the Spearow too much. Thor used that to sneak towards the cliff. He managed to reach the foot of the cliff without being noticed. I saw him study the cliff a bit, most likely to determine the best way up before he used a quick attack to reach the coin as fast as possible. Obviously, the Spearow noticed him the moment he did that, since it was hard to miss him rushing up like that. Still, by the time they managed to react, Thor was already beside the coin. At first, he clamped the coin between his body and his left arm before he had a better idea and threw the coin in our direction. After that, he quickly made his way back down. The Spearow tried to attack him, but he released a thunder wave at those that came too close to him. Anyway, the coin landed not far from us and Engie bounded over and brought it to me. I took it from his mouth and put it away after checking its value. It's a 10-point coin, I informed you, who looked over inquisitively. He smiled happily hearing that. Okay, time to retreat. Let's get out of here. I shouted once Thor was back and we beat a rapid retreat. Quite a few Spearow kept following us for a while, but they retreated after a minute of being repelled. I had Thor shoot a thundershock into the sky, which was the signal we had agreed on with the air squad for them to retreat as well. Less than a minute later they returned as well. They even brought along a surprise, and I did not mean the Fiero with that, not at all. No, Horus was levitating another coin by his side that he gave me. Apparently, they found it at the top of one of the larger trees while they were flying over. I checked it out and saw that it was a 3-pointer. That's great. Not only did we get the 10-point coin but also another 3.1. So, where do we go next? You exclaimed before asking for our next step, and I turned to Horus as well as Mothra. Did you notice any place that might have a coin from up there? I inquired, and thankfully they nodded. We noticed a large pond a bit to the north of here. That should be a good place to hide a coin or 2. Horus spoke up for the Air Force and I gave them a thumbs up. Awesome! Good job, you 3. I praised them before telling them to lead the way. Chapter 178, Treasure Hunt. There it was in all its watery glory, the pond, and it took us 15 minutes to reach it due to checking our surroundings while walking there. Otherwise, we could have reached it in less than 5 minutes. Still, it was good we did bother examining the surrounding area, since we managed to find 3 coins that way, 2 1.1s, and a 3-pointer. Engie/Growlithe found the first 1-pointer due to a scent trace he perceived. Thor/Pikachu spotted human prints that led to the second 1-pointer, which led us to conclude that the teachers made finding 1-pointers not that hard. As long as one was somewhat attentive, it was possible to find clues. 3-pointers were harder to find. Sandshrew noticed a burrow in which a family of Pikachu lived. I used my roguish charms, cough or a cough, to approach and ask if they had a coin, which they did. I then bargained with them for the coin and got it in exchange for a few oran and cherry berries. Thor might have helped a bit as well. Okay, there's the pond. Now, what? Do we just ask your Zata to scan for the coin? You asked, tearing me out of my musing. That won't work. Horus told me he can't sense the coins using his psychic abilities. It seems like our teachers didn't want us to find them that way. I admitted with a bit of frustration, wondering once more if that had been like that from the beginning or if they did it because of me. That was actually one of the first things I had Horus/Zata try before and after we found our first coin. After he came up empty-handed, I concluded that they had used some dark-type material while making those coins. That was also the only reason I was unsure if it was targeted at me or not, because if it was due to me then they did a fast job finishing/adjusting all those coins. Sigh. I was wondering why you released such a defeated sigh after my answer when he spoke up again. So, the only way to see if there is a coin or not is to get inside and look around. Do we do it ourselves? Or he hesitated a bit before continuing, or do we have your Garridos check for us? You finished the last bit a bit hesitantly. So, he was worried about DeLong's stay in Garridos. That explained the sigh at the beginning at least. I think leaving it to DeLong would be faster and safer. I returned without hesitation and I saw him pause a bit before speaking again. You have your Garridos under control, right? I heard they are really hard to use due to their aggressiveness, and if he massacres everything inside the pond will be penalized. I also don't want to be attacked by one, so how sure are you none of those will happen? He asked in a cautious tone, and I couldn't really take offense at the question since those were genuine concerns as far as the Garridos species as a whole were concerned. 100%, I directly said. My boy is the definition of obedience and tenderness. Snort. He couldn't fully suppress his laughter when I said that, which made him relax a bit. The idea of an aggressive Garridos had made him a bit tense, so him relaxing slightly was good. Jokes aside, DeLong has a full grip on his aggressiveness and is perfectly calm as long as he is not forced to let go. I can guarantee that he won't attack you as long as you don't attack him or me. I finished and he nodded. All right, call him out then, I guess, you said, and I could hear as well as feel that he was still not thrilled by the whole thing. Oh, I wished I could take a photo of the moment he saw DeLong, but that would be too offensive and he would probably complain to the teachers about it. No one wanted evidence of their fear/cowardice, after all. My boy DeLong is a bit larger than the average, so don't be surprised when you see him, I said before releasing him in the pond. I kept an eye on you as well as his Pokemon, and as soon as DeLong was out he froze. Zebstrika took a step back in surprise, Sandshrew just rolled into a ball, and Staraptor jumped back in shock while flapping its wings. I saw Sandshrew peeking out of its ball and had to suppress a chuckle. Holy Mew! You stuttered out a moment later. You call that a bit larger? He asked in a breathless tone. That's near twice the size I read and heard about, you said in a simultaneously odd and worried tone. Yep, just a bit, I answered in amusement, and he shook his head in helplessness at my behavior. DeLong, I need you to check out the pond and look for a coin like this one, I told him, showing him one of the coins we had already found. If you spot one and there is no Pokemon around it, then bring it over. If a Pokemon is claiming it, then come and tell me about it. Oh, and don't maim or kill anyone if you don't have to. I explained to him what I wanted him to do while adding the last part to tease you. Okay, boss, DeLong answered in poke speech before he went underwater. We waited around 5 minutes before he returned, and he came back open-mouthed. You know, since that was what he would have to carry the coin with due to lack of hands. So, did you find anything? I asked him, hoping that he simply found a coin guarded by a Pokemon or even a group. Yet, he shook his head. Sorry, boss. I looked around the whole floor and couldn't find anything. I even consulted a group of Goldeen and Seaking if they had seen either a coin or a human entering the pond, but they said that they didn't. He replied in poke speech with a downhearted tone. That's all right. It's not your fault that there was none in the pond. You did a good job. We were just unlucky, that's all. I consoled my obviously disappointed sea dragon. As you have no doubt inferred, there seems to be no coin inside the pond. I turned to you and told him. He just shrugged it off. We can't always be lucky, you simply said before looking at his watch. All right, we still have a little more than 7 hours, so let's get going, was what he said afterward, and I agreed. I recalled DeLong after once more telling him that he did a good job. We decided to move towards a hill the air squad had spotted, and just as we were heading out, Staraptor released a cry to stop us. Apparently, it noticed a glint on one of the trees while taking off, and upon checking it out we saw that one of the trees near the pond had a hole in it with a coin hidden inside of it. The hole was near the end of its trunk, so it was pretty hard to spot. Not to mention that whoever came here would focus on the pond and neglect the ground as well as trees around it after a cursory glance. The coin was a 5-pointer, which was probably due to the clever way it was hidden. We all did another quick search through the place that took us a few minutes but did not manage to find a second coin, so we continued on our way. Over the next 3 hours, we managed to find another 14 coins with only one of them being a 10-pointer. Of the other 13 coins, 4 were 5-pointers, 2 were 3-pointers, and the last 7 coins were 1-pointers. We noticed the pattern behind the hiding places during this time, or rather we thought we did. 1-pointers had no Pokemon guards and the teachers did not really bother hiding their tracks, so finding them was not that hard if one was attentive enough. 3-pointers were trickier. If the coin was safeguarded by a Pokemon, then finding it was only a bit harder than a 1-pointer, most likely due to Pokemon counting towards the difficulty. If there was no Pokemon guarding the coin, the finding it was much harder since the teachers actually somewhat bothered covering their tracks. 5-pointers had a pretty strong Pokemon guarding it or a small group with a strong leader. If there was no Pokemon, then the teachers actually tried to be covert and found tricky places to hide the coins. They actually tried even if there was a guardian, but if there was none, then they tried harder. Both 10-pointers so far had large groups with pretty strong leaders guarding it, so we assumed that it was the case for all of them since we did not think we would be able to find the coins if they tried even harder to hide them. The second one had a really big swarm of the Rattata line, as in a few hundred of them. Thankfully, 90% of them were at the iron stage, so we did not get overwhelmed by them due to Luna's gravity. We managed to deal with the 20-ish leftover Rattata at the bronze stage and the 4 silver stage Raticate. Mothra/Butterfree, Thor, and Sandshrew took care of the Rattata. Obviously, my crew did nearly all the work, but we didn't want Sandy to feel useless. Meanwhile, the rest took care of the Raticate. You actually lauded my group, saying that we made group fights much easier. Anyway, now that it was 2 p.m. we decided to take a break and have lunch. So, we've got like 60-ish points until now, I think? To be honest, that doesn't sound like much. I think we've got to speed up a bit. You said after finishing an orange berry. 67 points, actually. I corrected him before agreeing with him. Still, you're right that it does not sound like much. We've got like 4 hours left, and I'd like to have about 200 points by the end. That much should let us enter the top 5 at least. I'd obviously like to win, but not entering the top 5 would be a bit humiliating. I admitted more to myself than to him. While there was no real necessity to get first place, I just did not like the idea of not being first. Yeah, let's hurry up and finish eating so that we can keep going, you replied before he began urging his Pokemon to speed up, and scarfing down another orange berry. Sure. I agreed and told the others to quickly finish their berries as well. They were not eating the food I specially made for them since I was not supposed to have it with me, so regular berries had to suffice for now. Just 2 minutes later everyone was done with their share and we resumed our search for coins. The air squad was leading us towards another pond, our third one so far. A few short minutes, like 2 or 3, into our trek we actually noticed signs of Scyther which made us halt. If one came across a lone Scyther that was within one's capacity, great, but coming across a congregation was potentially dangerous depending on the size and strength of the congregation/swarm. Still, a Scyther habitat sounded like a place a 10-pointer coin would be in. The question was whether they should risk it or not. I was not alone in this, and I did not plan to drag you into something he deemed too dangerous. So, I'm sure you came to the same conclusion as me. What do we do? Do we follow the tracks and check if there is a coin at the end, or do we ignore it? I inquired of you and he seemed unsure what to choose. He took a look at me and my Pokemon, before looking at his own Pokemon as well. Afterward, he looked contemplative for a bit but seemed to come to a decision. Chapter 179, Treasure Hunt. I think approaching a Scyther nest without investigating their numbers would be a folly. So, I propose we follow the tracks, but we should stop and have the flying group confirm their number once we notice that we are close to our target before we continue to approach them. Your Xatu, especially, should be really good at determining their number. If there are more than 12 Scyther, then the whole thing is too risky and not worth it. You elucidated what he had decided, and I agreed. I could obviously call out my other Pokemon if it became necessary, but his cautious attitude was the right one. Good idea, I fully agree, was all I felt the need to say. Subsequently, we began to follow the tracks when just a minute in Luna/Clefairy tugged at my shirt. Family head, I found some faint human tracks not far from the Scyther ones that lead in another direction, she said with enthusiasm. Those clever B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************2 They used the Scyther tracks as a distraction to draw away attention from the ones they left behind so that only really attentive people/students would notice them. Moreover, if not for Luna, we would have most likely missed them as they wanted. I stopped you and told him about her discovery. Luna found faint human traces, so let's follow those first before returning to the Scyther ones, I suggested, and he agreed. We let Luna lead the way since she was the one that noticed them in the first place. The tracks led to an inconspicuous little crack in the ground beside a bush that had a 3-pointer coin in it. Luna metaphorically beamed in accomplishment while handing over the coin to me, and I swear I saw pink sparkles being released when I patted her head in praise for finding a coin. We returned to the spot we stopped tracing the Scyther tracks and resumed pursuing them. Just 2 minutes later we noticed markings that clearly indicated that we were not far from the Scyther's habitat. Those were left as territory markings, and they did their job pretty well, at least for us. We stopped as soon as we saw them and let Horus/Satu, as well as Staraptor, fly ahead so that they could check out the situation for us. They came back pretty soon with news. Alright, I've got bad news, okay news, and good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Horus asked me, and I had to stop myself from facepalming. Leave it to Horus to decide to poke fun at me during a time like this. At least he used open telepathy so that everyone could hear our talk to avoid making things awkward for you. The good one, I told him, and I felt his amusement. We saw the coin, so we know for sure that there is one. Moreover, we are pretty sure that it's a 10-pointer, he said. That's great! You exclaimed when Horus said that. Okay, shoot. What's the bad news? I asked, curious how bad this was going to be. The boss Scyther seems to be at the low gold stage. Still, it could be the mid gold stage as well, but I think it's low. Horus replied, which made you groan. I was not happy with that as well. Still, if it came down to it, Mothra/Butterfree and Horus could take it on by double-teaming it. Besides, the boss being at the gold stage meant that it could be sapient. In that case, I would have an easier time bargaining with it. Moreover, it should know that seriously harming or killing us could potentially provoke others to come for retribution. I believe that the strong and sapient Pokemon around Rhoda knew about the human academies, so Scyther should think double before slaying us. At least, I hoped so. Not that anything would happen to me either way, but it was better to have assurance than not. Sigh. What's the okayish news? I inquired, hoping sincerely that it would not be too bad. There are a total of 9 Scyther including the boss. The other 8 are all at the silver stage, either low or mid. He finished, and I saw that you looked seriously worried after hearing what Horus said. What do we do? It seems to be a bit more than I feel comfortable challenging. He admitted, asking for my opinion. I'd say that we give it a shot. As long as it's not at the high gold stage, Mothra should be able to keep it busy, and together with Horus, they might even be able to take it out. You made a really doubtful face when I said that, but I chose to ignore it and went on. So, the others can deal with the other Scyther while Mothra deals with the boss. Besides, the boss Scyther could have gained sapience. So, we could bargain with it either at the beginning or after proving too difficult to deal with. I finished, and I saw that the last part swayed him a bit. Seeing him wavering, I decided to give him a last push. Furthermore, if possible, C could try to snatch the coin while diverting their attention. We'd obviously have to flee afterward, but it's still an option. That seemed to have been enough cause he gained a resolute look. Let's do it, he said, and I nodded. Decision made, we made our way to the Scyther territory. Upon entering the small clearing the Scyther were staying at, we both wanted to curse. The coin was smack dab in the middle of the Scyther, who were expecting us by the way. A Scyther, who I assume was the leader, stepped forward and addressed us. You and I automatically looked over to Horace for a translation. Well, essentially, he told us to F***ck off. Horace told us. Crude language aside, at least we now knew that the leader was indeed sapient. You threw me a look that said, "What do we do now?" which made me wonder why everyone expected me to know the answer to everything. Well, I did most of the time, but still. Scyther, we won't leave without that coin beside you. It's useless to you anyway, so how about we exchange it with something else? I offered and he waved me off. Scyther says it not impossible for him to give us the coin, but we have to beat 5 of his underlings and win at least 3 times. Moreover, even if we win we still have to give him something in exchange for the coin. Horace played translator once more. I had to nod hearing Scyther's demands. Just as I suspected, our teachers probably asked him to do that in exchange for something. Otherwise, it would have made no sense for them to hide a coin with them since no one would have had a chance to get a coin from the boss Scyther. I told you, who nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. Anyway, the terms it stated are much better than I expected, so let's do this. We should hurry up a bit since we can't afford to waste too much time. He threw in and I had to concur. Alright, let's do this, I told the Scyther who simply sent out one of his lackeys. Thor, you're up, and make it quick please, I told my Pikachu, who excitedly nodded. The boss Scyther gave the signal and the battle began. Well, it ended as fast as it began as well, and except for me and my Pokemon, everyone was shocked. Yu's mouth was wide open in disbelief, and if this had been a cartoon I was sure they would have fallen to the ground while his eyes would have popped out. Well, I guess a quick attack boosted Volt Tackle used as an opening move would catch nearly anyone off guard since nearly no one uses what qualifies as a finishing move at the beginning of a fight. Anyway, while it was not enough to knock out the Scyther, it did send it flying. Moreover, it was currently still on the floor shaking its head, which gave Thor enough time for a thunderbolt if he wanted to attack. Still, since it became apparent that Thor could have finished the match, Scyther called out the end before Thor could release his thunderbolt, much to the disappointment of my Pikachu. I threw a Sherry Berry at the Scyther since I noticed that it had been paralyzed by Volt Tackle. A bit of goodwill could not hurt after all. It nodded gratefully before walking back to its group, after which the boss sent out another one. Thor swaggered over and climbed on top of my head before asking if he had done a good job. He was obviously asking to be praised, which I did since he actually did a good job, swagger aside. Horace, you're next. I sent him out since I wanted to finish this quickly. Horace nodded and just levitated over. After the signal, he just raised his wings and froze his opponent using Psychic. He obviously did not need to raise his wings but did it just to look cool, that little poser. Anyway, after using Psychic he simply fired a really strong air slash in front of the immobilized Scyther's feet to show that he could finish the fight without having to hurt. The boss told him to release his minion and it returned to its group with its head bowed. The whole fight would have been way harder if it had been a serious one, but since there was no real reason for the Scyther to risk their health, my Pokemon were having a much easier time beating them. Boss Scyther was declaring the results as soon as my Pokemon proved their strength since he saw no need to hurt his underlings for a little reward. I seriously doubted Horace would have otherwise won a match against a mid-silver stage Scyther that easily. Oh, he would have still won, but it would have taken a minute or so and not a few seconds. I saw you glancing between Horace, Thor, and my other Pokemon, no doubt wondering just how strong they really were. Anyway, Horace returned as well and the third Scyther stepped up. Mothra, darling, your turn, I informed her, and she happily went forward. Once Boss Scyther gave the signal she just gassed her opponent with sleep powder. Like that was the biggest cloud I had seen so far, and the Scyther had no chance to escape before it fell asleep. I actually saw the boss Scyther release a sigh of frustration before declaring the fight over. I threw a chesto berry towards them so that they could quickly wake up the sleeping Scyther, and the boss actually nodded in gratitude. He says that a deal is a deal and that we can have the coin for 60 berries. He apparently planned to ask for 90 berries at first, but he likes your attitude, so he reduced the number. Horus translated once again what the boss Scyther said. Thank Arceus that we gathered a lot of berries because you said they would come in handy, or we would have had to go out to gather some now, you exclaimed in happiness. I nodded and began to take out 60 berries from my bag. Horus levitated the berries over to the Scyther while the boss kicked the coin over to us. I picked it up and saw that it was a 10-pointer. I flashed it to you, who grinned happily when he saw the 10 on it before I put it away. After that, I decided to see if I could reap more from them. Say, seeing how strong you are, you should probably know what is going on around here. Have you heard or seen anything regarding other coins? I tried my luck with it and it actually nodded. Scyther says they acquired another coin and he would be willing to trade that one for another 40 berries. He also mentioned that he would be willing to hint us in the direction of another one if we went through with the trade. Our translator conveyed and we agreed. That transaction actually reduced our stock close to zero. Still, we managed to get another 5-pointer in exchange, so we were satisfied with the result. After the leader told us that there was a large group of Vileplume 15 minutes east of here. According to him, they probably had a coin as well. He even warned us that the leader of the Vileplume was at the gold stage as well, but added that she was a chill individual as long as they did not threaten her group. Since the Vileplume group actually did fulfill the requirement for a 10-pointer, at least according to our assumptions, we decided to head there next. Chapter 180, Treasure Hunt. On the way to the Vileplume, we found a 1-pointer and came across our first pair of students. That we managed to go 4 hours without meeting others had been a slight miracle that got broken at that moment. The two took one look at us and made a fast tactical retreat. It was a dust cloud-worthy speed, but unfortunately, I saw no anime effects. It would have been pretty funny. It seems like they were afraid we'll rob their coins. Looks like others noticed that there is no rule against appropriating coins. You said pensively. Yeah, that's probably also why we didn't see anyone until now. They are all staying out of each other's way to avoid getting robbed since they don't have to worry about the way back once the time is up. I acknowledged this before explaining our lack of encounters. Anyway, after that little situation, we resumed our walk and reached the Vileplume. We managed to obtain another 10-pointer from the boss lady. This time around we didn't have to fight for it and I was thankful for that. I was even more thankful that Boss Scyther had been right regarding Boss Vileplume's attitude, since she was even stronger than him and even had subordinates, children, that were just as strong. We would have stood no chance if we had been forced to battle against them. Thankfully, all she asked of us was to fetch water for her group from a nearby stream so that they did not have to walk there. Laziness at its best. Still, considering the size of her group, it would have taken us a long time to get enough water, so I asked if I could use my Garridos instead. Vileplume told me that she wanted authentic water, so I had Delon/Garridos use Rain Dance to shower them all. Neither Vileplume nor her group members looked worried by my giant Garridos at all, which I could understand. She was strong enough to deal with him and us if we tried something after all. After a few minutes, she was satisfied and handed us the coin before pointing us towards a pond to the southwest where a group of Quagsire lived. Apparently, they were pretty strong as well as non-aggressive and would be willing to trade their coin for food if they had one in the first place. Since they did fit the whole strong, large group thing 10-pointers seemed to follow, we did make our way there next. It took us nearly 20 minutes to reach the pond, but we did manage to find a few coins on the way, so it wasn't as if we wasted time. The air squad found 2 3-pointers at the crowns of a tree respectively, and we found easy-to-find tracks that led to 3 1-pointers on the ground. Trusting the words of Boss Lady Vileplume, we collected berries when we came across some to offer them to the Quagsire. Once we reached the pond, we saw Whooper playing in as well as around the pond, while some Quagsire were lazing around and keeping watch, I think. As soon as we appeared, they all stopped and looked at the newcomers, aka us, which was a bit unnerving. Still, I sent Horus/Zata forward to inform them of the reason for our visit. One of the Quagsire entered the pond and returned with a slightly bigger one. What followed was an exchange between Horace and the bigger Quagsire. At one point he even asked for 10 berries from me, which he threw to the Quagsire. Alright, after some fierce negotiations and a bit of bribery, Quagsire told me that they had a coin, but a few of their group members were bored and used water gun to play catch with it. As a result of an overzealous Quagsire, the coin was sent flying towards the south and they didn't bother searching for it. Seems like they were asked to protect it from any students, but since they lost it they can't be bothered fighting us. Horace told us after he was done talking with Quagsire. He didn't bother hiding his amusement at the situation, and I had to smile a bit as well. You on the other hand face-palmed when he heard Horace explain what happened to the coin we came here for. Without further ado, we headed southward. We had to be really attentive the whole way since we had no idea where the coin landed. Mothra/Butterfree was the one who managed to spot it. The coin got stuck in the foliage of one of the trees, and if not for her flying at the low to mid-height we would have missed it. She proudly presented the coin to me and I praised her for her attentiveness, which made her really happy. It did turn out to be another 10-pointer. While Mothra was doing an impromptu happy dance, Yu spoke up. So, how many points do we have right now? He asked and I began adding them up. Together with this 10-pointer, we have 115 points at the moment. So, we're missing 85 points to the 200 points we set as our minimum. I informed him, which prompted him to look at his watch. Alright, it's currently 3:14 p.m., so we still have 2 hours and 46 minutes until the deadline. Seems feasible, he finished before looking a bit hesitant while gazing in Mothra's direction. He no doubt wanted her to stop so that we could keep going, but did not want to sound like an A*** hole. He released a sigh of relief when Mothra finished her little jig before he had to say anything. During the next hour, we managed to find 3 1-pointers, 1 3-pointers, and 2 5-pointers. We got the 1 and 3-pointer coins on the way to the places where we found the 5-pointers. We even came across 2 more pairs, with the first one running away like the previous one. The second one, on the other hand, was a less nice encounter. It happened while we were getting the second 5-point coin. We had to fight against a troop of Primeape and Mankey since negotiations failed. The troop was a bit big with 33 Mankey and 5 Primeape, so it took a small while to take them out despite having a few Pokemon capable of using psychic moves. Anyway, right after we took out the last Primeape, our Pokemon were ambushed from the side. They probably thought our Pokemon were tired, but they were wrong. I noticed the students watching from the direction the Pokemon came from and told our Pokemon not to go too far. So, after Thor/Pikachu shocked the assailants' asses, we counter-robbed the pair and got 31 points worth of coins from them, which was more than we managed to get by searching on our own for an hour. Still, at the end of the hour, we had gathered a total of 47 points, meaning we were only missing another 38 points. It's 4:20 p.m. now, so we still have 100 minutes until the deadline. Should we search for another pair? That seems much faster than searching for coins. You suggested, but his tone showed that he did not really like the idea. He was most like only suggesting it since it was the most obvious choice for a fast finish. The logical choice, you know. I'd prefer not to. At least, not before we are missing a lot of points and there are only 30 more minutes, was my answer. He agreed since he was, as I said, not thrilled by his own suggestion. After that was cleared, we resumed our search, and just a few minutes later Engie/Growlithe alerted me that he had smelled another human scent. We knew that it was a teacher's scent since it was the scent of a single person and not a pair. He led us to a bush and the coin was simply placed inside. Whoever hid the coin didn't even bother burying it. After the obligatory praise, we returned to our search. We found another 1-pointer and a 3-pointer during the next 15 minutes before we came across a clearing with tall grass that nearly went up to our hips. Somewhere close to the middle of the clearing a coin was placed on top of a boulder. It actually was a 10-pointer, which was a bit alarming since those were normally placed with big groups of Pokemon, but we saw no such Pokemon around the clearing. The situation practically screamed trap. We took an experimental step forward and quickly jumped back when we heard a rustle ahead of us. We got pretty nervous right up until a scent-rat suddenly straightened up. For a brief moment I relaxed, but that screeched to a halt when you opened his mouth. Oh, sweet Mew, it was just a scent-rat. He quasi-yelled in relief, and I knew at that moment that he had F***ed up. He had raised the flag, challenged Murphy, and provoked fate with that sentence of his. Not a moment after he uttered those words, a lot more rustling sounds started coming from the clearing, and one by one, more and more scent-rat, as well as fur-rat, began straightening up until close to 200 of them were staring at us. Not only that, a few of them were purposely showing off their strength, and all of them were at the silver stage. That was not the worst part. No, it was the fact that the biggest one in the center was not among them. I couldn't help throwing an accusing look at you, who had gone pale after being stared at by all newcomers. I decided to try diplomacy. "We come in peace," I began, and they all, as one, shifted their gaze towards me, which was a bit unsettling, to be honest. Nonetheless, I kept going. "We need the coin on top of the big boulder, and we are willing to trade berries for it." Once I said that, the biggest one, which I assumed was the leader, yelled something, and one by one the scent-rat and fur-rat vanished back into the tall grass until only a few silver stage fur-rat, as well as the boss, were left standing. The boss began speaking, and Horace, who had moved beside me after the fur-rat appeared, translated what he said. He says that they had promised to fight whoever tried to take the coin before allowing them to take it. Not only that, but it's going to be a fight against 6 of its underlings at once, was what the leader had apparently said. Good, good, good. That's much better than having to fight against all of them. You said, now looking much better than he after the mass appearance, and I absolutely agreed with that. We agree, I yelled out, and upon the leader's order 6 of the fur-rat stepped forward. All right, everyone except for Thor and Inji can go wild, I told my Pokemon. I wanted to keep Thor by my side just in case, and Inji as well. That he was not at the silver stage yet might have been a tiny reason as well. All at once Horace, Mothra, and Luna/Clefairy moved out quickly, followed by Zebstrika and Staraptor. Meanwhile, you and his Sandshrew moved to my side, probably due to safety reasons. I would like to say that it was an epic free-for-all, but it wasn't, not really. Since my Pokemon were just built different, they quickly took out the low and mid silver stage fur-rat they were facing before taking out the ones used Pokemon were facing as well. Once that was done, the boss fur-rat jumped onto the boulder and smacked the coin over with its tail. Horace blocked it with a stone using his telekinesis, so no one got hurt, not that the boss was trying to hurt us or anything. After it threw over the coin, it said something to us, and our translator Horace was on the job. He said that now that the deal had been fulfilled, he was willing to talk about that trade you had offered at the beginning. Apparently, his pack members had found a few coins throughout the day, and he was willing to trade them for food. What a pleasant surprise! You exclaimed when Horace said that, and I had to agree. I wanted to give them a thumbs up. Instead, I asked the boss how many coins we were talking about. 5, Horace told us boss for its answer, and I suppressed the grin forming on my face to avoid showing how happy that made me. You know, for the negotiations and everything. Well, my partner was less subtle in showing his happiness at the news. You had a big smile on his face. All right, I can give you 15 berries per coin, I offered the boss fur-rat. I deliberately gave a low starting number that, while lower, was not too low to be insulting. The fur-rat shook its head and said something in return. I waited for Horace's translation to see what his counteroffer was. Chapter 181, Treasure Hunt. He says he wants the triple of that. Horace/Sato informed us, and I had to whistle. The boss fur-rat was shooting to the stars, going from 15 to 45 berries like that. I had to shake my head at that number. That's way too much. How about 16? I returned, but fur-rat did not even deign to answer. He just released a hiss with a look of contempt. All right, all right. 90 berries for all coins. How does that sound? I decided to change the angle of my offer to see if using a higher number would work. All I got was a deadpan look, and let me tell you, being looked at like that by a fur-rat of all things was not nice. 100? I went a bit higher, but the deadpan look remained. 110, that's already our limit. I tried once more and this time Furret at least bothered replying. 200 berries, he says he won't go lower than that, so you shouldn't bother trying. Horace translated and I saw his amusement reaching sky high before he said the next part. The boss Furret also said that we don't have to do the trade if we are too poor to pay the price. He's sure he can send his underling to find other students to trade with that were willing to pay up. He nearly cracked up when he said that and I had to stifle a groan. To think that the day would come when I would be called poor by wild Pokemon because of berries of all things. I could see why Horace thought that it was funny since he knew the obscene amount of berries I had stored inside Utopia. I saw you shooting me a look that screamed what are we going to do since he knew how many berries we had managed to gather before this, which was 120. We don't have that many berries. However, we do have 120 berries. Unfortunately, that's all our berries, so how about we give you those and just take 4 coins instead of taking all 5? However, I'd like to choose the coins we'll take. I'm sure that no one except for us has bothered gathering berries, so the other won't be able to trade with you, but you can still try to do so with the last coin you'll have after our trade. This way you won't end up empty-handed if the others really don't have any berries. I was practically turning into a businessman here. Furret looked like he was contemplating my offer for a bit before he began speaking again. You and I looked at Horace waiting for his translation, but he just remained quiet, looking back with an amused twinkle in his eyes. We heard the rustling again and saw 5 more Furrets standing up, each carrying a coin in their arms. It seemed like the leader had not spoken to us but to his underlings. After they appeared, Boss Furret began speaking again, and this time he was talking to us since Horace began translating what he said. He says that we have a deal and he warns us that we shouldn't try anything funny. They will hand over the coins after you pull out the berries. I actually agree, don't try anything funny since I can feel that they have us surrounded and I can only teleport so many of us at once. He warned us, or rather he warned you since he knew that I, as a man of my word, wouldn't try anything to break the deal. The 5 coin-carrying Furret came over and waited for the berries, so I began taking them out of my bag. While I was doing that I looked at the coins they were carrying and saw that there were 3 1-pointers, 1 3-pointer, and 1 5-pointer. No idea where they found a 5-pointer, but once I was done pulling out berries I pointed out the coins I wanted. It wasn't like I did not wonder if they were going to back out and rob us since they had us surrounded, but we successfully managed to leave the clearing with another 20 points, 10 from the battle, and 10 through the deal. Phew! Once we had left the clearing behind for a bit, I released a sigh of relief before I told you our current balance. That was pretty lucky. Together, with the 4 points we gathered beforehand and the 20 points we got just now, we are only missing 14 more points for 200. I said before pausing to take a look at my watch. And we still have a bit more than an hour until the deadline. I finished my sentence. That's great, but let's not try to bargain that hard with a boss the next time, alright? I was starting to get really nervous when you began to increase the numbers so slightly. Thankfully the Furret was tolerant enough, others would have probably felt provoked and attacked. You said with a bit of rebuke in his voice. I just nodded without reporting since I saw his point. I might have gotten a bit carried away there with the bargaining, forgetting that I was dealing with a gold stage leader with a lot of underlings. Still, I won't deny that you did a pretty good job. At least I wouldn't have dared to bargain like that. So, which way should we head to next? There's no reason to slack off just because we have nearly reached our goal. He added after he saw that I remained silent. Let's have the air squad look for another place that might have a 5 or 10-pointer. We'll keep checking the surroundings while heading there. Also, nothing is stopping us from getting more than 200 points, so we'll just keep going even if we reach that point. I don't plan to underestimate the others, so it's better to keep searching until the end, was my suggestion. He agreed and we did just that. The air squad took off and found a pretty large tree to our west close to the border of the area our teachers set, so we set off in that direction to check it out. 5 minutes in we saw a small troop of 12 Apom playing catch with a coin using their hand-like tails. I checked their aura and none of them seemed to be at the gold stage. Actually, only 2 of them showed a strong enough presence to my aura sense to qualify for the silver stage. So, as long as they were not somehow suppressing their strength, that meant the group was easy to handle. Once we came a bit closer, they stopped playing and stared at us with cheeky looks. Not wanting to directly resort to violence, I took a step forward to offer a trade. "Hi! We would like to have that coin you've been throwing around, and we are willing to splat." I froze for a moment, just thinking, oh no, they didn't, because one of these shitstains actually threw a mud ball at me out of nowhere, hitting me in the face. I moved my hand to my right cheek, touching to confirm that it really happened, which prompted all APOM to laugh. Thankfully it did not stink, which meant that it really was mud. Thank you for that, but I still got really pissed. "That's one way to terminate negotiations," Horace commented with barely restrained laughter. Mikhail. You seemed not sure what to say, and I saw that he was really trying not to laugh, which made it really hard for him to talk. "Horace, tell me which one of those clowns threw that mud ball at me. I'm going to deal with that one personally. After that, I want you to make sure these clowns can't run away, while the others deal with them," I said in a frigid tone which made you gulp. Horace quickly pointed me towards the perpetrator, not wanting to provoke me any further. It turned out to be one of the two silver stage ones. As soon as I knew my target, I boosted my legs and practically flashed in front of it. Before it could even release a shout of surprise, I punted it into the air. Still pissed, I immediately jumped after it and caught it by the tail, swinging it around for a bit to disorient it before hurling it towards the ground right below me with all my might. It crashed into the ground, creating a small indent. Disoriented and hurt, it did not get up, giving me enough time to fall back to the ground. Since it was right below me, I used my fall to elbow slam the APOM. I obviously did not use my aura for the last one, since I just wanted to hurt it and not kill it. Afterward, I stood up and dusted my clothes off before checking my target. I knew that it was still alive since I could feel its life force, and upon checking I noticed that it wasn't hurt all that much. Still, seeing that it was out cold after my surprise attack, I nodded in satisfaction, since I just wanted to teach it a lesson. I had not been trying to hurt it too bad anyway, or I would have aimed my elbow at its throat and not its belly. I actually expected it to still be conscious, forcing me to follow up, but that didn't happen. I took a look around and saw all APOM gaping in disbelief, and I had to chuckle before I turned toward my group. "What are you waiting for? Teach them a lesson," I commanded, and they sprang into action, quickly knocking them out after smacking them around for a bit. I nodded in satisfaction at the result. "That should teach them not to interrupt others while talking, especially not by throwing mud at them," I said before walking over to the coin that had fallen to the side to pick it up. "Oh, a 5-pointer, I exclaimed, pleasantly surprised after checking its worth. "Great!" You, who had kept mum while I was releasing my stress, shouted in joy. "Now, we only need 9 more points. Let's go, we should be able to find them in less than 30 minutes. He said before quickly walking away, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. I shook my head in amusement and followed behind him with our Pokemon, ignoring the knocked out Apom on the ground. Thor/Pikachu managed to find a 1-pointer just a few minutes later, and Zebstrika stumbled upon a 3-pointer shortly before we arrived at the large tree we were heading to. So, we were only 5 points away from 200. Anyway, a short distance from the tree we noticed tracks made by Beedrill, which made us stop. Groan. "Oh, hell no. Why did it have to be Beedrill?" You complained, and I had to agree with him even if I would not have said it so whiny. Depending on the number, that could turn pretty bad, so scouting out the situation was the most important thing we had to do next. "Horace, Staraptor, I want you to fly over to the large tree and check out the situation from high above, but make sure not to get too close and don't provoke them," I commanded the two, and they took off. They came back 2 minutes later looking solemn, which did not bode well for us. We saw a coin, but there are a few hundred Beedrill there, at least. "I'm sure we didn't see all of them," Horace said gravely, and if he was using such a tone it meant that the situation was too dangerous. "Well, it seems like that coin is lost to us. I'm not willing to go there for it. I don't think we can fight against so many Beedrill, and I honestly do not believe they would be willing to negotiate. I told you without mincing my words." He actually seemed relieved when I said that. "Yeah, I agree. It's not worth the risk. Let's go, we only need 5 more points, and we still have 45 minutes, so let it go, was what he said. We made our way southeast and managed to find 5 more coins in that time. 2 of those were 1-pointers, another 2 were 3-pointers, and the last one was a 5-pointer. Only 2 minutes after we beat a lone victory bell for the 5-pointer, we got a telepathic message. Time's up, make your way back to the meeting point. You have 10 minutes to be there and don't try to get more coins on the way back, we are still keeping an eye on you. The voice, which I recognized as Mr. Koetsuji's Galade, said. Chapter 182, Return to Everyday Life. You, recall your Pokemon, and I'll do the same with mine. I'll have Horace teleport us near the meeting point. I told you, and he nodded, seemingly happy with not having to run back. Some recalls and a teleportation later, we were less than a minute away from the meeting point. Once we entered the meeting area, we saw that we were the first students to arrive, and all teachers had their gazes trained on us. I saw that there were a few psychic types outside, most likely keeping an eye on the students. Besides Mr. Koetsuji's Galade, there was an Alakazam, Starmie, Hypno, Slowbro, and Exeggutor, so there was quite the lineup. You suddenly elbowed me to gain my attention. Hey, Mikhail. I noticed that Mr. Thompson is missing. I wonder where he went. He was here before we went out. He quietly told me, but that got thrown to the back when another one of the night instructors waved us over. We naturally went up to her. All right, you two, I want you to hand over all your coins one by one. I'll do the counting and note them down, she said, and I began pulling out the coins before handing them over. 208 points, not bad at all. That's the highest number I got to see in the last few years. All right, we're done. You can go to the side and wait for the others to return. She praised us before dismissing us directly after. Still, her words made us smile, since what she said did bode well for our chances. During the next 10 minutes, one pair after another arrived, and each one was waved over by a teacher as soon as they appeared. I actually noticed that a lot of pairs were injured to a certain extent. I would even go as far as to say that there were more injured students than uninjured ones. Still, no one seemed to be seriously injured, so at least that was good. It took only another 5 more minutes for the teachers to check everyone and be done. Afterward, they gathered together to compare the results, and shortly after Mr. Koetsuji stepped forward to announce the results. Now, before I begin with the rankings, I want to inform you that Leonard Fanfarone, as well as his partner Alfred Connect, have been seriously injured and have been delivered to the hospital by Mr. Thompson. The crowd began to buzz when Mr. K said that. So that's where the missing instructor went, I thought to myself. Mr. K ignored the hubbub and resumed. Leonard seemed to have thought that it would be a good idea to insult and provoke a Victory Bell that was much stronger than him and his Pokemon. The Victory Bell took exception to that and attacked them. We interfered and saved their lives, but Leonard will have to spend a month in the hospital while Alfred will be there for a week. Let this be a warning to you all. Don't behave like idiots and don't go around provoking stronger individuals out of some sense of arrogance. I heard stuff like he deserves it and what an idiot from the students around us. It looked like no one had any sympathy for young Master Peng. I wondered why that was before smiling and shaking my head. That was a stupid question. Who knew how many of them he had offended with his high and mighty attitude? As a wise man once said, don't be a dick, because it was easy to make enemies that way. While I was thinking about the follies of all young masters, Mr. K began announcing the rankings. Anyway, let's move to the rankings. 5th place with 152 points goes to Ace Gold and Ramuru Law. I heard excited murmuring going through the crowd that one of the winners of the previous competitions only got 5th place. I also heard Ace shout, "Come on, really?" in surprise, and had to smile at his boisterous behavior. All right, pipe down, Mr. Koetsuji said sternly before he continued. 4th place, with 158 points goes to Bianca Bianchi and Clarissa Claremont. That sent the crowd in another round of excitement, and I actually saw as well as heard the aforementioned pair shriek in excitement. Mr. K just coughed once to shut up everyone before he continued his announcement. 3rd place, with 169 points goes to Eric Erickson and Pierre Durant. After Mr. K said that you spoke to me. Just 169 points, quite a bit away from our 208 points. We seem to already have this in the bag, he said in a joyous tone, and I had to do my best not to gape at what he had just done. Again, this F*** Kerr had just raised a flag. I could not understand just why you seemed to like provoking Murphy so much. Hopefully, nothing came out of it. Second place, with 208 points, goes to Mikhail Gio and Yu Tianjin. This is actually the second highest number of points in the last 30 years, so they were simply a bit unlucky. As soon as Mr. K said that, I glared at you for a bit before letting out a sigh of disappointment. Meanwhile, you experienced what it felt like to be slapped in the face, metaphorically, I mean. It wasn't like I didn't feel like doing so myself for him opening his smart mouth before, but I knew logically that it was not due to his minor brag that we only came in second. So, I took the result as any real man would, with a slight pout. Mr. K obviously ignored our reaction and finished his announcement. First place, with 224 points, goes to Weiss Schnee and Urza Scarlet. These two managed to get the highest number of points in the last 30 years, so congratulations. Alright, that's it. With that out of the way, you have 30 minutes to mingle with each other. After that, we'll return to our respective camps. He finished his announcement and went back to the other teachers. I directly began moving towards Weiss and Urza, with you following behind me. I saw Ace and Ramaru doing the same. After the obligatory greetings were out of the way, I went straight to the point. How'd you manage to get so many points? I asked the female pair, and Weiss giggled. What did I tell you, Urza? I told you he would ask us how we managed to surpass him, didn't I? She directed at Urza, who chuckled at her antics. Yes, you did. Seems like you know Mikhail quite well. Urza used the moment to tease Weiss a bit before she turned to me. Actually, all I can say is that the two of you were quite unlucky. 10 minutes before the deadline, we got ambushed by two pairs working together. We took them down before the time was up, so we took their coins instead. Before that, we only had 181, but those four offered us 43 more points. If that had not happened, you guys would have come in first. She explained with mirth, and I somehow blamed Murphy for that. It may have made no sense, but I still did it. After that, we kept recounting the most interesting situations we got into while searching for coins. On our part, the most popular ones were the APOM encounter, which you told them about, that ass, and I told them about the ferret. Ace and Ramaru's most exciting encounter was with an Ariados. Apparently, they managed to get caught in its net while running from a group of Beedrill. Thankfully, they managed to escape using Chimchar after Ace delayed the Ariados from attacking them using his aura. Weiss and Urza's most interesting encounter had to be with a group of Tangela. They did not go into too much detail and just said they had to fight against 4 of those tentacle lovers, I meant to say, Vine users. We kept exchanging stories until Ms. Stryker said it was time to go. Let's exchange phone numbers, I suggested to the Knight Academy students, and they all agreed. Afterward, we said our farewells and returned to our camp with the rest of our year mates. Mr. Koetsuji praised us for our performance, and we ate dinner. He gave us the rest of the day off, and the next day after breakfast we only did a warm-up and some stretching exercises before we returned to Rota City. On ARC Day we simply returned to our normal academy routine. Well, except for Mr. Burns keeping me back for a talk after his class. He informed me that the brass, as well as staff, had been informed that I had revealed myself as a Tier 2 second class and that it had been noted as such in the academy system. Nothing really changed for me. Even after that, I kept going about my everyday life, going to the academy for lessons, training my Pokemon, and occasionally talking with my friends or parents over the phone. We celebrated Mom's birthday on Kaede that week, throwing a little party with a few of their friends that were available. Well, my parents actually planned for another of their weekend stayovers 2 weeks after that, but they decided to postpone it since the holidays were coming up and they wanted to finish some things before then. Also, we, Ace, Weiss, and I, met up twice with our new night buddies during that time. Anyway, the month ended on a high note when Tiamat/Milotic reached the high silver stage 2 days before the end of the month. The new month kept that high note going for a while when Hera/Pidgeot reached the high, silver stage as well at the beginning of the second week. The next interesting thing happened a week later, just a week before the second term exams. We celebrated Tatsumaki's 8th birthday among ourselves. It was a great party. I sang a few songs I remembered and we ate great food as well as a cake I made for the occasion. Still, I also checked her status to see how far she had come since I met her, and I was satisfied with what I saw. Species, Abra. Gender, female. Type, psychic. Potential, light blue. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, synchronize, magic guard. Talents, none. Affinities, psychic. She went from this when I met her, to this one right now. Name, Tatsumaki. Species, Kadabra. Gender, female. Age, 8 years. Type, psychic. Potential, light purple, 52.41%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, synchronize, magic guard. Talents, none. Affinities, psychic. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, F. Endurance, F. Agility, D. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, E. Resistance. Fighting, minor. Psychic, minor. Weaknesses. Bug, minor. Ghost, minor. Dark, minor. Standardized. Bug, in progress. Condition, healthy. Content. Masteries. Psychic energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Protect, encore. Beginner. Reflect, future sight, calm mind, stored power, endure. Proficient. Disable, kinesis, miracle eye, psycho cut, recover, role play. Advanced. Confusion, psycho shock, psychic. Mastered. Teleport, ally switch. Tatsumaki still had a bit to go to the high, silver stage, but she was doing well and we were both happy with her progress. A week after her birthday was exam week, where the end-term exams for all classes were written. As we had been promised Ace, Weiss, and I had been exempted from the combat preparation and internal aura manipulation exams, passing them with full marks. As for the others, I was confident that I had passed them with flying colors as well. So, it was on dial day after the last exam that the second holiday began, posing as a great end to the academic month and ringing the beginning of an awesome new month. A full month without lessons sounded great and felt even better. During our talk over the phone, my parents told me they were going to stay for a week from July 30th, 2178 till 13.30.2178, which was the second week of the holidays. Not only that, but Rose and her parents were coming for a visit during that week as well. When exactly was not yet determined, but they would most likely stay for a day or two. Chapter 183, Surprise Visitor. I spent the weekend just enjoying the fact that once it was up and ARC Day came around I wouldn't have to go to the academy. I especially enjoyed sleeping in on ARC Day morning. I literally slept till 11 a.m. After a late breakfast, I went outside for some sparring with Mars/Urshring and Tyson/Machoke. We went through one round each before we were interrupted by the doorbell. I told everyone to do their own thing and went to answer the door, and surprise, surprise, a wild Aaron appeared. "Aaron, what are you doing here? I thought you were on a mission." I asked him, stunned that he had shown up at my door. "I finished it 5 days ago and thought I'd stop by since it has been a few months since we'd last seen each other," he replied with a small smile that strained for a moment when he mentioned his mission at the beginning. I felt his turmoil in the force when that happened. "Come on inside and tell me about your mission. It seems something happened. I can feel that you're upset about it." I motioned him in and went towards the living room. After he sat down on the sofa, I went to the kitchen for some soda and some snacks, before sitting down as well facing him with the stuff placed between us. Okay, spill it. What happened that upset you so much on your mission? I thought it was a honey-gathering one in Viridian Forest. I inquired as politely as ever. He sighed a bit before slumping slightly in his seat. Noticed that, didn't you? He asked, more rhetorical than genuinely, but I still answered. Of course I did. We've got aura, remember. Now, would you please tell me what upset you so much? I'm sure telling me about will make you feel better, I said in a slightly jesting tone to alleviate the mood he got into at my question. For a moment it seemed as if he was going to brush off my request, but then he decided to talk. I failed, or rather we failed, with the mission I mean. Not only that, but I nearly died as well. He began, before stopping for a moment, and I could tell he was really upset. If something like that happened, why didn't you call me to tell me about it? I would have visited you at the hospital. I asked, a bit unhappy that he didn't inform me as soon as he returned after something so serious happened. Honestly, I wanted to make sure I and my Pokémon had recovered before seeing others. Moreover, it was my Pokémon that got hurt. I managed to escape with a few scrapes. He returned, but I was not sure if he wasn't downplaying his own state after the mission or not. That was why I only returned a skeptical him. Still, it became clear why he was irate when he resumed talking. I worked together with 3 others who took the same mission to gather high-quality honey. 2 of them were seniors at the honey collecting business. At first, everything went well. We went to the first hive at the border between the outer and inner areas, got some honey before we went to the second nest, and did the same there. Aaron began his recounting, but I couldn't help throwing in a question. So, why did you keep going to multiple hives? Was there not enough honey in the first one? I could guess why they did that, but I wanted to hear it from him. There was, but the seniors said that one should not take more than 8% of the honey per hive, since that seemed to be roughly the amount the beedrill could tolerate losing before they began to go crazy. Apparently, that knowledge has been learned by our predecessors at a high cost. So, if that amount was not enough to fulfill one's quota, one simply had to visit another nest until there was enough honey. Now, this one will be really useful to you. It looks like professional honey gatherers mark the 3 biggest trees close to the hive with the date they last gathered honey so that other gatherers know to avoid doing so if a month has not passed. That seems to be open knowledge, but not many bother learning about it. Still, it is something all professionals do, and it allows them to avoid many possibly deadly situations. I let him explain until here, but I couldn't stop myself from asking a question. Is that why you failed? You guys gathered too much and provoked an attack, or did someone not make a mark that made you collect honey from a freshly visited hive? He shook his head in denial. No, we were nearly done after the 3rd beehive and fulfilled our quota at the 4th hive. I even collected some extra for myself and got some for you as well. It was what the other non-senior trainer did afterward that nearly got me killed. After we had our honey, we began leading the hive, but Sam noticed a shiny Weedle on our way out. Despite the warnings of the seniors that capturing it inside or close to the hive would be suicide since Beedrill treasured shinies, the bastard went ahead and did it. The capture was noticed by a lookout and the whole hive began to attack him and us. He said before gaining that faraway stare, probably remembering the attack. I lightly coughed to startle him out of it and he resumed his story. The whole swarm attacked, and while there were only a few silver stage Beedrill, there were hundreds of bronze as well as iron stage ones. That was not something we could fight. We managed to make it out of the hive since we were not far from the exit, but they followed behind, and once we left the narrow paths of the hive they surrounded us. We told Sam to release the Weedle and he agreed to do so, but the Beedrills seemed to be all once our swords have been drawn they need to taste blood. We called out our Pokémon to defend ourselves, and we managed to hold out for a time, and even got close to escaping while the silver stage Beedrill focused on Sam. Still, after they killed him and his Pokémon even at the cost of 3 of their own, they turned their focus on us. With them in the equation, our situation became even direr, and I and the 2 seniors along with our Pokémon began getting further injured, which we had managed to avoid against only the bronze and iron stage beadrill. Just as we thought we would be worn down to death, Lucario broke through to the gold stage. His new strength allowed us to achieve a temporary advantage, and I used the hesitation it brought to use my aura to the fullest. I went up to the Pokeball that contained Weedle to release it and offered to hand it over in return for safe passage. I had my aura on full blast the whole time, and together with our Pokemon, especially Lucario's success at keeping them at bay, they agreed. Ultimately, we managed to escape thanks to Lucario's breakthrough, but by the time it happened Infernape, Kirlia, and Poliwhirl were seriously injured. Especially Infernape, since the beadrill focused on her the most. She was only released from the hospital yesterday and has to take it easy for another week. Everyone else thankfully more or less recovered already. We were unlucky that our teammate behaved recklessly and lucky that we survived. He finished narrating and I had to agree with him. If not for Lucario's lucky breakthrough, he would have died there. That showed that it was better to only team up with professionals or friends, since one could not know if a random teammate would drag one down as that Sam guy did. What happened to that guy's body? Did you leave it behind? I asked curiously, but Aaron shook his head. We took his body and that of his Pokemon back with us. We handed it over to the mission center after our report, so that his burial procedures could be handled by them. His family was informed, and the 2 Pokemon that he did not call out were handed over to them along with his belongings and accounts. Still, we did receive the standard 20% cut of his money and valuables, excluding the Pokemon, for returning him along with his things. Aaron responded and I had to nod. In my opinion, the 20% cut rule was a brilliant idea on part of the Alliance. It not only allowed those left behind to bury their family member and ensured they were not left without capital, but it enticed people to actually bring back the bodies and properties of the deceased. Because honestly, I was not sure how many would bother doing so without that incentive. Anyway, after that bit of story time, Aaron handed over the honey he gathered and I thanked him for it, since it would be useful for my recipes, and Parvati as well as Prime. I gave him some of the Pokemon food I made for Tyson, Ollie, and fighting types in general, partly as a thank you and partly to help them recover completely. Afterward, we just kept talking about all kinds of stuff. Exchanging stories and simply talking about everyday stuff. We went out to have lunch at RFP, Rhoda Fried Pidgey. These guys had a subsidiary company everywhere. Aaron left after lunch and I returned home to resume training with my Pokemon. Before dinner, I decided to call Jessica to ask how she was doing, which was thankfully good. Apparently, her Lickitung had evolved to Lickilicky even before her Yinma could evolve. On another note, she had begun an internship as a nurse at the Poke Center at the same time I started at the academy, and it seemed to be going pretty good on that part. After the call with her, I decided to call my other acquaintances living outside of Rhoda. Samurai/Kinji, Sakamoto, Wendy, and Misty were fine. We exchanged a bit of small talk before I hung up. However, Takashi, Akame, and her brother Coco didn't answer my call, making me slightly worried about their health. Takashi did call back the next day. Apparently, he had been training his swordsmanship with his father when I called. As for Akame and Coco, those two only returned a call on dial day. It seemed they had been on a training stint with their family regarding their poison resistance. They didn't go into details since it was a family secret, but at least I got to know that they were still alive. The weekend went by pretty fast as well, and it was Arc Day in no time. I woke up pretty early since my parents were coming over today. I did a quick last-minute cleaning. Not that I needed to do it, since I kept the house clean either way, but I wanted it to be at its best, so I still did it. I wouldn't want my mom to be disappointed after all. It took me roughly 2 hours until I was satisfied. Dusting everything took a bit longer than expected, but I was ready now. Taking a look at my watch, I saw that it was 10 a.m. Seeing the time, I decided to call my parents. "Hi, Mom." I greeted her and she asked me if I was okay as well as if something happened. "Yes, I'm alright, nothing happened. I just wanted to ask when you two will be here." I returned quickly, not wanting her to get worried. "Great, I'll see you soon then," I told her before hanging up. It seemed like they would be here in roughly 45 minutes, which was enough to make a large breakfast. I had yet to eat, and since they would be here soon I was going to make some breakfast for all of us. So, I went to the kitchen to make some pancakes, along with some sausages and eggs. Once everything was ready I set up the table and brought over the drinks as well, just some fresh juice really. It seemed like I was done just in time as well since the doorbell rang only 2 minutes after I finished setting the table. Chapter 184, Parents' Arrival. They rang the doorbell to announce their arrival before Edward took out his key and opened the door. The two saw their son heading towards the door and Arya quickly went up to her son to hug the stuffing out of him. Edward let his wife have her moment for a while before he joined in. They had not seen Mikhail for nearly 2 months, and both had missed him despite talking with him over the phone quite often, especially during the last week. Arya had increased the calling frequency from 3 to 4 times a week, but Edward had to put down his foot when Arya tried to call Mikhail every day. He did not want his son to feel stifled. The last thing they wanted was for him to start thinking, "Oh no, not my parents again." Arya managed to hold back from bombarding their son with questions until they sat down on the sofa. After that, all bets were off and the flood broke free. "How are you, sweetie? Is everything going all right in the academy? Do you eat enough? You look a bit thinner since the last time we saw you. How are your Pokemon and your friends?" Arya began to rapid-fire questions while clasping her son's hand in her own. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Honey, slow down. I know you missed him, but you should let him answer your question first before posing another. You keep doing this every time. Edward tried to slow down his wife using reason. Unfortunately, it was not very effective. And I miss him as much every time as well. What would you know about the feelings of a mother missing her baby? Arya retorted. Not a baby, Mom. They heard their boy grumbling and they paused their argument for a moment to tease him a bit. You'll always be my baby, sweetie, Arya said lovingly while pinching his cheek. Your mom's right, son. You'll always be our little boy, even when you have your own. We went over that already, remember? Edward teased his son while he ruffled Mikhail's hair before he turned his focus back to Arya. What do you mean I can't understand how much you miss our son? I'm his father, I miss him just as much. Edward retorted with outrage. Pfft. Exactly, you're just his father, so can't know what a mother feels. I carried him around for 9 months after all. Arya fired back after mock laughing a bit. Excuse you. Are you saying that you love him more than me? Edward began but got interrupted before he could finish what he wanted to say. Exactly, that's what I was trying to say. Ira interjected in a tone that conveyed about time you get it. Do you two have to mock argue using me as the topic every time you stay over? They heard Mikhail grumble and flashed each other a smile. Yep, absolutely. They said simultaneously, which made their son release a groan. They laughed a bit at that, enjoying teasing him. Moments like these when he reacted less mature were always treasured by them. Such moments had become rarer during the last year. Now, with him going to the academy and them being on their journey, they were even rarer. Memories of his duckling dance were their treasure, so they occasionally created situations where they could lure out a few less mature reactions out of him. Your reactions alone are worth it, buddy, Edward said while patting his son's head. So, tell us about the excursion. I know you told us over the phone, but we want to hear it directly from you, he finished. Yes, and after that, you can tell us how your term exams went, Arya added with a smile in her voice. Oh, she knew that her little genius probably crushed those exams. However, as parents, they had to show that they cared about him and his education, and while they obviously did care, it still had to be verbalized. Children should be actively shown and told that their parents care about them, since they may not be able to discern that by their parents' regular actions. Actually, that was true for all family members, but especially so for children. Nope, we've got to eat breakfast first. I've already prepared everything and set the table. It's rather surprising that you haven't noticed the set table on the way to the sofa. Mikhail told them, and they agreed to eat first. It was the meal their lovely son had prepared for them after all, so they stood up and went to the table. After they were done eating and cleaning the table, they returned to the sofa with a cup of juice in hand. Mikhail began to tell them about the week-long excursion, once they had made themselves cozy. When he mentioned the supervised kill, both of them frowned a bit, even if they actually agreed that it had to be done eventually. Still, the first kill was normally something that students were confronted with during their practical year in preparation for their official journey. Oh, they knew that their boy had done so way before the excursion, since he told them about some of the encounters he had in the wild. They just hadn't known that there were academies that already did it at the end of secondary schooling. At least not before Mikhail told them about it. Mikhail then told them about his win in the hunting competition and the prize he received. After they praised him and she gave him a smooch on the cheek, Arya couldn't stop herself. "Honey, could show us your newcomer?" she asked in a giddy tone, and Edward nodded, since he wanted to see the future dragon of his son as well. "Sure." Mikhail pulled out a ball they presumed was Swablu's. Their son always had custom balls for his Pokemon that he got from a man named Urahara. Even the Pokeballs of their own Pokemon had been changed to ones their boy had bought for them from the guy. They were proven right when a Swablu appeared a moment later. She landed on Mikhail's head and looked at them. "Mom, Dad, this is Swablu." "Swablu, these two are my mother and father." Mikhail did a formal introduction. Edward waved at Swablu and she returned a greeting of her own. Once she did that, Arya could not stop herself any longer and released a squeal before glomping on the poor Swablu that could not free herself, since she didn't want to hurt her trainer's parent. "Aren't you just the cutest? Look at how fluffy you are. Who is the most gorgeous bird in the sky?" "Yes, that's you," Arya said while cuddling Swablu and caressing her cloud-like fluffy wings. Mikhail briefly had a blank look when his mother snatched Swablu from his head, probably from trying not to flinch at the speed of her sudden movement. Edward had to chuckle at the situation. Still, seeing that Arya had no plans to let go of Swablu for the moment, he urged his son to continue his story. They listened while he talked about the duties they were given, the lessons they had in the wild, and the tournaments that were held. When he said that he won the mixed combat competition, they felt pride. When he told them that he had reached and showed off his Tier 2 second-class prowess as an aura user, that pride ballooned and they praised him a lot. He had told them about his prowess before, but that was when he just reached Tier 2. They hadn't known that he had improved even further. Not to forget that he told them that he had achieved the same with his psychic abilities. Their little boy was a genius like no other, and they couldn't have been prouder, so a lot of head pats, hair ruffling, and cheek pinching definitely happened. His reaction was as always a delight to watch. At the part where his new acquaintance Urza teased him, Edward had to chuckle, giving a thumbs up at his boy. Arya, on the other hand, gained a glint in her eyes at the mention of Urza. "Honey, you said that you kept in touch with her and a few others afterward, right? Have you already told her about your real age?" Arya inquired, and Mikhail broke out in laughter. Deep calming breaths. "I did," Mikhail said after composing himself for a bit. "We actually met up a few times after the excursion, and I told her my age during the first meeting." He had to chuckle at the memory. "She, along with you and Ramaru, were pretty shocked when I told them I was 8. Still, her reaction once she remembered teasing me was pretty funny. She went beet red for a bit before she managed to compose herself. I had to laugh a bit but assured her I didn't mind." Mikhail clarified, but did not notice the mirth in his mother's eyes when he said the last bit. Edward would have probably felt pity for his boy if he did not find the whole thing so funny. His son had gone and personally handed his mother premium teasing material. "Oh, so you didn't mind?" Arya repeated with a teasing tone. "Does my darling like to be teased by beautiful girls?" They saw Mikhail's eyes widen in the realization of what he had done, but Arya decided that she had not teased him enough. "You keep befriending beauties, first Jessie, then Weiss, and now Urza. Is my boy getting himself a harem? Should I tell Rose that she has competition?" Arya joked, which made Mikhail splutter in protest, causing both Arya and Edward to laugh. Mikhail began in a slightly whiny tone, "I'm not gathering a harem or anything like that. They are just friends that are girls. Besides, I'm way too young to think about girlfriends and harems or whatever." he protested, which made them just laugh some more. All right, all right. I believe you, Arya placated their son, but how true that was up for debate. After that, Mikhail told them about the treasure hunt, and they told him that they were proud of him. Getting second place was nothing to be sad about, especially when it was due to being unlucky as he had seemed to be. Still, overall it seemed like the trip had been fruitful for their son. He got a Pokemon, some merit points, and got to meet new friends. And how did the exams go? I'm sure you did great, but I'd like to hear what you think about their difficulty. Edward asked, and Arya nodded. They were not worried about him passing because they knew he would. No, they wanted to know what he thought about his workload since he skipped grades. They were worried that he would feel stressed due to having to cover more knowledge. No problem at all. I'm pretty sure I aced them. Thanks to my psychic ability, memorizing stuff is no issue. Paying attention in class and revising an hour per week per class was enough to ace everything. Mikhail told them, and they were relieved since they heard his genuinely carefree tone. That's great. As long as you don't overwork yourself, I'll be happy. If it ever becomes too much, don't hesitate to tell us. You're still really young, so spreading things over another year or so is not a problem at all. Okay, honey? Arya advised her son while hugging him. She felt him nod his head. I'll do that, Mom. He assured her, and she believed him. Her sunshine had always been a clever and surprisingly steady person after all. All right, now it's time for us to tell you something, Edward said, getting his son's attention. You already know that the Senior League tournament is going to be held during growth next year and that your awesome dad is going to participate. However, that was as far as he came before Arya interrupted him. Your even more awesome mommy is planning to participate as well, Arya announced in a giddy tone, bragging to her son. Yes, she is. You're slightly less awesome than me. Mother has been going around challenging the necessary gyms to qualify for the tournament. I'm confident that she will manage to get all badges before the deadline, which is 1 month before the official tournament start. Edward finished his declaration. Mikhail hugged Arya and congratulated her, showing his support as well as trust in her ability to reach her goal. Afterward, they told him of a few of their adventures before they watched a movie together. The chosen movie was just long enough to end before dinner time. They ordered pizza for dinner and watched another movie to round up their first day back together. Chapter 185, Time Flies Once More. After a nice first day with my parents, the days until Dial Day went by pretty fast with us just spending time as a family. The highlight of those days should be the talk where my parents confided to me that they were considering acquiring a new grass type for their team. Moreover, they wanted to get a silver stage one right away, so that it was at least somewhat viable for the senior tournament next year. I was hoping they would bring me along if they were planning to get one outside of catching it themselves, which would not be as easy as Pokemon and after the silver stage could not be bought just everywhere anymore. Anyway, in half an hour, Rose along with her parents were going to arrive, and they were planning to stay till Gruday evening. So, right now, my mother was preparing breakfast for all of us in the kitchen, and as her handsome, dutiful son I was naturally helping her. Yes, being handsome was an important part that had to be mentioned in the situation. I was not cute, I was handsome. I helped her cut fruits and vegetables, mix the pancake batter, and put the finished pancakes as well as sausages on a plate. We managed to finish everything on time and set the table, a few moments before the Fields rang the doorbell. I prepared myself for Storm Rose, and as I expected she flew like a seeking missile towards me as soon as Dad opened the door. Mika! I missed you, she said excitedly while rubbing her head into my belly. I could only release a mental sigh at her antics since a real sigh would draw ire from the women in attendance. I patted her head a bit, which made her lean into it with a small giggle. I missed you too, Rose, I said before turning to her parents. Welcome, Uncle Thorne, Aunt Lily. I greeted them as well. I felt Rose pull my sleeve to get my attention. Nah, Mika. Princess reached the bronze stage, you know, she said in a proud tone that screamed praise me. I obliged her unspoken request with a new round of head pats. That's great. You can show her to me after breakfast. I told her, which was the cue for us to move to the dinner table for breakfast. Well, after Rose took off her jacket and shoes, which she had dismissed in favor of jumping at me. I was listening to Rose talk about her school days with one ear while listening to our parents with the other. Parallel thinking for the win was perfect to describe my current thoughts. They were talking about the latest tides that had happened in the last few months in different parts of Kanto. Thankfully, they had all been smaller ones and none had happened close to any of us. Still, Aunt Lily asked me to tell them about the excursion, and that got Rose's full attention as well. I began heralding to them the events of the week spent in the wild, and while they were fully focused on my story, a question popped up in my mind while looking at Rose. Using my parallel thinking, I began to mull over why the Night Academy students looked like 16 or 17-year-olds when they were only 11 or 12 years old at most. I mean, they had no aura as far as I knew, so that was not why most of them had gone through an early maturity like nearly all students from our third year. Also, to think that I had not wondered about this when I saw it the first time was careless. I had gotten used to seeing third years having that look while in the Aura Academy, so when I saw the third year Night Academy students, I simply took it as normal that nearly all of them looked like that as well. Still, after some good old logical reflection, the answer became pretty obvious. For us, our aura was the reason for our early maturity. Once life energy, also known as aura, reached a certain amount, early maturity got triggered. For the Knights, something similar had to happen. The tournaments had proven that many, if not most, Knight students had trained their physical body to the equivalent of Tier 1 second and even first class. Their Tier 1 physique meant that they had an abundance of life force, similar to aura users, which triggered an early maturity for them as well. In short, they practically brute forced their way to early maturity. Mentally nodding at my exemplary deduction work, I returned my full focus to the others. Rose's eyes were glistening in excitement while she listened to my exploits during the camp. She had cheered when I mentioned getting first place in Swablu. I had to promise her to show her Swablu before I could continue. My win in the mixed tournament got cheers as well, and when I told them about getting second place during the treasure hunting, Rose blamed bad luck and you for me not getting first place. All adults were smiling softly at her attempt to console me. Due to my story, breakfast took a bit longer than normal, but it still ended. While our mothers were clearing up the table, Rose dragged me outside. "Come on, Mika, take out Swablu." "I want to see her," Rose urged me, and I complied with her wish. I called out Swablu, which promptly resulted in a squeal of delight on Rose's part. Swablu quickly went to her favorite resting spot, which happened to be on top of my head, after she took stock of her surroundings. "She's so cute and fluffy. Can I hug her?" she said with fervor, and I could see that she was having a hard time not just grabbing Swablu in a hug. Still, Rose knew that she could not suddenly hug Swablu without being properly introduced, or she would get attacked due to being a stranger. That was a general rule of thumb for nearly all species, well, except for some fairy types and some others, but those were the exception, not the rule. "Swablu, this is my good friend Rose. Can she hug you?" I did the introduction, before posing the question in Rose's stead. Swablu nodded her head, which was always a bit funny since the Swablu line, just like the Nada line, appeared like a giant head with wings. Getting the go-ahead, Rose rushed up to me and had me bend down so that she could hug Swablu. Rose began fussing over Swablu, gushing over her wings and cuteness. Meanwhile, our parents came out and observed the event with fondness. They left her be for a while before they decided enough is enough after over 10 minutes. "All right, that's enough for now, honey. We plan to go to the Knight's Journey. I'm sure you'll like it. They have princess castles and knights riding to battle," Aunt Lily said to Rose, who reluctantly let go of Swablu. I returned Swablu to her ball after thanking her for her sacrifice, and we went to the night-themed amusement park I visited with my parents during the last holidays. Everyone had a lot of fun, especially Rose, who role-played as a princess while treating me as her knight. We ate dinner at one of the restaurants there. Some roasted stuff with mashed potatoes and berry juice to keep to the theme. The next 2 days passed by quickly in such a vein as well, with us going out to visit parks and shops in Rhoda. Rose did show me her Pokemon, but except for her Vulpix reaching the low bronze stage, I saw no other differences. Still, after spending nearly 3 days with Swablu, she began asking her parents for a Swablu of her own using all weapons available to her. Glistening eyes, hopeful looks, and pouts, no option was left out. My parents and I would not want to be in their position since Swablu were really hard to get, especially in Kanto where they are practically non-existent inside the route system. Anyway, 2 weeks after that the holidays were over and my parents resumed their journey while I returned to the academy. I fell back into my routine of going to the academy, training myself and my Pokemon while occasionally hanging out with friends or talking to them over the phone. Oh, and I obviously aced all exams. Anyway, that went on for 2 months until something major happened. Kuin/Remoraid finally broke through to the silver stage. Name, Kuinpeng, Kuin. Species, Remoraid. Gender, male. Age, 7+ years. Type, water. Potential, blue, 86%, light purple, 50.4%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, hustle, sniper. Talents, none. Affinities, water, flying, weak. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, mid. Vitality, F. Strength, E. Endurance, F. Agility, E. Energy capacity, E. Energy density, F. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, grass, minor. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Water energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Flamethrower. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Hyper beam. Proficient. Psybeam, Aurora beam, Bubble beam, Bullet seed, Lock-on, Endure, Soak, Charge beam, Rain dance, Thunder wave. Advanced. Water pulse, Focus energy, Hydro pump, Ice beam, Scald. Mastered. Water gun. He joined the others in the Silver Club and raised his potential to light purple. Since I started going to the academy, Kuin had finished learning Hyper Beam and raised it to beginner mastery. After that, he learned Rain Dance, which had become a staple move of all my water types, and brought it up to proficiency. Then he raised Thunder Wave to proficiency as well since it paired so well with Rain Dance, and right now he was trying to learn Flamethrower. As for his resistance training, we felt it wouldn't take much longer for it to be successful and we had no plans to let him evolve before it happened. Not that he was ready for his evolution yet, no, that would only happen after he reached the high, silver stage. However, the reason he would wait either way was that it was easier to reduce a minor weakness to a standard one than it was to reduce a major weakness to a minor one. So, by finishing the resistance training, his relation to the electric type after he gained the flying type due to his evolution would be that of a minor weakness, not a major one. Anyway, all in all, I felt that he did pretty well during this time. A week and a half after his breakthrough, our bond increased to strong. Now, my parents only stayed over thrice during that time. They were apparently going around challenging the other gyms and major gyms as training. They had yet to challenge the gym leaders to a no-holds-barred fight, but Dad was considering it. The 1.5 months that followed our bond increase went by in a similar routine fashion. Right until Mocha broke through to the silver stage as well, and her potential increased to purple. We decided to wait with her evolution until our bond got upgraded to strong, which took 2 more weeks. However, once it happened, Mocha went through her evolution, which improved her potential a bit more due to the supplements I used. Name, Mocha. Species, Golbat-Crobat. Gender, female. Age, 6+ years. Type, poison, flying. Potential, purple, 44.53%, purple, 61.3%. Genetic variation, royal. Abilities, inner focus, infiltrator. Talents, none. Affinities, poison, flying. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, D. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, E. Energy density, E. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, bug, major, poison, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, ice, minor, psychic, minor, ground, minor / if hit, rock, minor. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Poison E, manipulation, proficient. Flying / air E, manipulation, beginner, dash, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Astonish, quick guard, protect, steel wing, cross poison. Beginner. Absorb, mean look, supersonic, confuse ray. Proficient. Screech, bite, haze. Advanced. Poison fong, air cutter, venoshock, leech life, air slash. Mastered. Not applicable. Combos / custom. Poisonous leech, beginner. Now, unlike her time as a Golbat, Mocha had a difference compared to regular Crobat besides her larger size. She had a white fluff going around her neck above her upper wings, kinda like a scarf. Other than that, her royal gene seemed to make no difference visually. Well, she had finished learning Poisonous Leech and raised it to beginner mastery a bit more than a month ago. Afterward, she focused on Air Slash and brought it up to advanced mastery. That, along with whatever epiphany she seemed to have gotten during her evolution, raised her air manipulation to proficient. Oh, and she seemingly learned cross poison as well. There was only a week until the term exams began, so 2 weeks until the holidays once more came around. My parents told me during their last visit that we were going to participate in a big auction that was going to happen during the second week of the holidays. They planned to see if they could find a good grass type there, and I couldn't wait for it to happen. This was going to be my first big auction, and I was curious how it was going to go down. There were so many cliches concerning auctions that I was curious if any of them would actually come to pass. Chapter 186, The Auction. The exams were no problem this time around as well, and with the last one finished, my first long holiday began. The third term holidays were 3 months long and indicated that half the academy / school year was over. The first month alone had 2 big events for me. First was the auction I was going to visit on Dial Day 06.36.2178 with my parents. It actually went on for 3 days. Admittedly, the auction only went on from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. each day, but that was still 10 hours per day. Well, 8 hours if we did not count the breaks, but it still added up to a whole lot of time. The second event was Rayquaza's Patrol, aka New Year, which would be the first New Year's celebration at our second home here in Rhoda. My parents planned to stay over for the duration of the first event and stay for a week before, as well as after, the second one. I can't really call the first one stay over since we will be in Celadon City for the auction. I spent the next 5 days either chilling with my Pokemon or training with them. I met up once with Urza as well, and we went to a cafe that offered pancakes that she liked. Ace and Weiss went back to their families for the holidays, but it seemed they were going to the auction as well with their parents, so I was going to see them there. Well, the few times we could meet up during the breaks. It was 7 a.m. right now, and I was waiting for my parents to show up. The auction was going to begin in 3 hours, and we still had to go to Celadon City, check into our hotel, and find our seat in the auction house. 15 minutes later they finally showed up. "You ready, kiddo?" my father asked, and I rolled my eyes. "I have been ready for the last 30 minutes, Dad." I returned, and he just smiled as if they had not made me wait. "All right, boys, let's go." We need to be at the pure teleportation hub in 15 minutes. Mom interfered and I had to stop myself from asking whose fault that was. Instead, I called out Horace and had him teleport us there. It took 2 jumps to reach our destination. The first brought us to the border of the Rhoda Kingdom, and the second one deposited us near the entrance of the teleportation hub. We still had more than 10 minutes, so we did not have to rush to enter the hub. My parents had forked out a nice sum and bought us a single-jump ticket. At 7:30 a.m. an Alakazam appeared on its lonesome in front of Teleportation Station 17, where we were waiting. "Are you the Geo family?" Alakazam asked per open telepathy. "Yes," Dad replied, which made Alakazam nod. "Great. Do you have everything with you?" Alakazam inquired, and after receiving a positive answer it crossed its spoons. "All right, we've arrived in Celadon City. Thank you for choosing Alakazam's instant teleportation services, and I hope you consider traveling with us again," Alakazam suddenly announced before it crossed its spoons once more and vanished. I was extremely surprised that the teleportation went so smoothly. I hadn't even really felt the tug that normally happened during regular teleportations, not to mention long-distance ones. Luckily, it seemed I was not the only one taken by surprise. "Oh, wow. That was the smoothest long-distance teleportation in my life," Mom said, and Dad nodded in agreement. I think that Alakazam was probably at the peak of the Dark Gold stage with a really high mastery of teleport. The question is why such a strong Pokemon is transporting people around. A hobby, perhaps? I mean, it shouldn't be for the money, right? Dad theorized, but got cut off by Mom. Well, that's not important right now. Alakazam can do whatever she wants. We, on the other hand, need to move towards our hotel now. I have to prepare for the auction, and so do you too, so get moving. She urged us and we followed her lead. We took a taxi to our hotel and I kept looking out the window to get a picture of Celadon City since this was my first time here. I saw a lot of high-rise buildings and a few skyscrapers, but surprisingly the city still looked pretty green. Despite being one of Kanto's most populous cities, the place did not look crowded. I noticed parks, greeneries, and trees everywhere. When I asked my parents about it, to tempt the taxi driver, the man began to brag about the city for the rest of our 15-minute drive to the hotel. I learned that the reason for the green look of the city was the gym leader and his family, the Hana family, who already had that post for a few generations. The gym leader was a man named Takeo, but he seemed to have a daughter called Erica who had started her journey 7 years ago. Erica seemed to be a pretty successful grass-type specialist. Coincidence? I don't think so. The taxi driver also mentioned that the number of skyscrapers was 36 and that each one seemed to be placed strategically so that they did not give a crowded image. Moreover, the Lotus auction house we were going to visit was owned by the Hana family and the auction was organized jointly by them as well as the Alliance. They organized a big auction like this one every 3 years, while smaller auctions happened more frequently. Dad gave the driver the fare as well as a nice tip and we got off the taxi in front of the Daffodil Hotel. I was starting to see a pattern. Anyway, we checked into our room and Mom forced us to take a shower before changing into semi-formal wear. It took over an hour before we, cough, were ready, and by the time we arrived at the auction house, it was 9:30 a.m. The auction house itself looked like a really large 3-story flower-themed oriental building. Inside were a lot of people mingling around, and I found a leaflet with a little info on the auction. Apparently, there would be around 100 items auctioned per day, so there were around 300 items total, if not more. Unlike auctions in my old world where each item was listed beforehand, the auction had publicized only 30 items for publicity's sake, but the rest was kept as a surprise. After looking around the reception hall for a bit, we entered the main auction hall. There was a stage close to the center of the hall, and a large screen was placed behind the stage, presumably to make sure the people sitting in the back could see what was happening on the stage. A lot of chairs were placed in rows in a semicircle around the stage for the regular guests, which made up the majority. There were a few tables close to the stage for the few more important regular guests, and looking up were the private rooms for VIPs on the second and third floors. The hall ceiling was the ceiling of the building since it was designed in a way that allowed the rooms on the second and third floors to look at the stage. A majority of the seats were already full despite there still being 20 minutes for the auction to start. We went straight to our seats, which to my surprise were in the second row, somewhere at the center of the semicircle. I knew that Weiss and her family were in one of the rooms on the second floor, and Ace had told me his family was going to be at one of the tables on the first floor. So, the only one I could theoretically get a glimpse of was Ace. I let my gaze sweep over the tables I could see, but I could not really see him. So, I took out my phone and texted our chat group that we had arrived. A short moment later Ace and Weiss replied, "I'm already there as well. We're seated at one of the tables on the right." Ace answered, "Me too. Our room is roughly central, and I have spotted Mikhail, but I can't see Ace." Weiss replied. We kept chatting for nearly 15 minutes before Weiss wrote that her parents told her to focus on the auction. "All right, let's meet up during the 1-hour break at 2:30 p.m. I wrote in return. "Sure, all right." The two answered before I closed the group chat. "Make sure your phone is muted, please," my dad said before I could put away my phone. After I made sure that it was indeed muted, I put it back into my pocket and focused on the stage where a beautiful woman with red hair and a light beige skin tone was standing with a microphone. She wore a red dress that matched well with her hair, and she did not seem to mind showing off her long legs since her dress ended a bit above the knees. Anyway, gorgeous looks aside, she introduced herself as Mary and declared the beginning of the auction, promptly starting with the first item that an assistant brought over on top of a cushion. It was a pokeball. The beautiful assistant just stood beside Mary carrying the cushion, probably as additional eye candy, while Mary began introducing the first item. "To make sure we have a great start, I have a big surprise for all of you. I'm sure everyone will love our first article," she began, raising the expectations of all guests. Provided by the Williams family of Cerulean City, with a certificate to prove its authenticity, our first article is a 5-star stageless Squirtle. Our first article is one of the fabled royal Pokemon of Kanto. Mary hyped up the surprise before announcing a Squirtle. A commotion went through the crowd once she mentioned the Squirtle. I, on the other hand, idly thought that my friend/acquaintance Misty had the same surname and came from Cerulean City as well. What a coincidence, indeed. I got broken out of my musing by Mary's voice. We all know that the Williams family is reputed for their water types, which means you don't have to worry about Squirtle's health in any way. Together with the certificate to prove its 5-star potential, this little guy is the perfect Pokemon to gift your juniors as starters or to train up as a member of your own team. Mary began lauding the Squirtle to fire up the crowd a bit more. "The starting bid for this little gem is 15.000.000 poke," she declared, and I was not too shocked by that. The price for stageless Pokemon was actually higher than the one for high Iron Stage ones, since they were all pretty young and thus more impressionable than the Iron Stage ones. This made it easier to bond with them, and they tended to be easier to train. 16.000.000. Came the shout from somewhere behind us. A bid of 16.000.000 poke from the Mr. in CD53. Mary repeated before asking if there were any further bids. 17.000.000 was immediately heard from somewhere on the left. 18.000.000 quickly followed without giving Mary the chance to ask for a higher bid. This was followed by a few more bids from the crowd on the first floor, easing the price to 39.000.000 poke. The bid is at 39.000.000 poke by Mr. Storm at table 3. "Are there any other bids?" Mary asked, but no one spoke up. "Then if there are no other bids, I shall begin the closing of the bid that will ensure that the 5-star Squirtle with a bid of 39.000.000 poke will go to Mr. Storm," Mary said, obviously stretching her sentence, hoping someone would increase the bid. Going once, going twice, she began counting down. 40.000.000 came from somewhere interrupting her countdown. Room 12 has raised offered 40.000.000. Are there any other offers? Mary asked in a happy tone. For 5.000.000, I recognized the voice of the previous bidder raising the price. After the person from room 12 raised the price to 56.000.000 poke, that guy called Mr. Storm gave up. Going 3 times. Sold to room 12 for 56.000.000 poke. Mary finally closed the bid. Chapter 187, The Auction. Squirtle was followed by quite a few items, none as rare and interesting as the Royal Starter. 1 or 2 did tickle my curiosity, but once their prices rose above what I was willing to pay, I lost interest in them. It had already been nearly 4.5 hours since the auction began, and we were close to the second break, the 1-hour one. Our next item is the body of a mid-gold stage Azurade. It has been confirmed that it died in the sea tide at Arrow City 3 months ago. This one had been one of the lieutenants of the Tide Leader. The body is perfectly preserved, and you might be able to help your Remoraid evolve into an Azurade using it. Mary introduced item number 48 and immediately got my full attention. Since the item was a carcass, they did not bring it up the stage and just displayed a few pictures of it on the display behind Mary. It looked exactly like the one I had encountered in the sea 4 years ago, just a bit larger. This would be a good component for Quinn/Remoraid's evolution, so I was planning to buy it as long as the price did not exceed 5.000.000 poke. Anything above that was so much above the actual worth that it would be wasteful spending. Since this was an auction, that happened more often than not. Things selling way above their worth, I mean. The starting price is set at 1.000.000 poke. Each bid has to be 10.000 poke minimum. Mary declared, and I decided to immediately double the price in hopes of scaring away anyone betting for the heck of it. 2.000.000, I shouted, and a murmur went through the hall due to the people's surprise at the high first bid for a body. I also instantly felt my parents' gaze on me, but motioned them to wait for a moment. Mary looked over to us, and seeing that no one beside me protested, she accepted the bid. A bid of 2.000.000 poke from the promising young man in seat B69. Is there anyone else that wants this chance of potentially evolving a Remoraid into an Azurade? Mary tried to entice others into bidding. While she did that, I focused on my parents. I want it for Quinn. We talked about it a long time ago, and he wants to evolve into an Azurade. I'm hoping that I will really help him evolve. You know that there is currently no surefire way to trigger the evolution, so I'm willing to pay for it. I whispered to them, and they nodded in understanding. I had introduced them to Quinn years ago, and while I was already confident in helping him evolve, there was nothing wrong with getting the body as an assurance. She waited for 20-ish seconds, but no bid came. It seemed my tactic had worked better than expected. I noticed Mary preparing to speak up, but before she could attempt one last sales pitch, a bid did come after all. 2.100.000. Some schmuck somewhere behind me on the left shouted. Seeing such a tiny increase, I decided to go for a larger increase. 2.500.000. I immediately yelled out, raising the bid by nearly $500,000. Still, as soon as I did that, my phone began to vibrate inside my pocket. While waiting for Mary to acknowledge my bid, I took out my phone to see who sent me a message and why. I did not think it was a coincidence that it happened right after my bid. The message actually came from Ace. Mikhail, I recognized your voice just now. I just want to tell you not to go over 3.200.000 poke. When I told my father that my good friend, aka you, were the one bidding on the body, he told me he could definitely get you one for that price as long as you were willing to wait. Ace sent to our group chat. Since his father was a vice admiral, I was inclined to believe him, so I set that as my new hard limit. Alright, thank you for telling me. Also, thank your father in my stead, please. I wrote back, and he returned a "you're welcome" message. Still, while I was writing with Ace, the bid for raised to 2.700.000, so I decided to simply round it up. 3.000.000, I shouted and waited to see if any counterbid was going to happen. Still, despite her waiting for 20-ish seconds later, none came and Mary acknowledged my bid. She used her flowery words in hopes of getting someone to raise the bid, but still, none came. Going 3 times. Sold to the young man on seat B69 for 3.000.000 poke. Mary finally closed the bid. You can collect your item at the reception or in private in exchange for the money. She addressed me before starting to introduce item number 49 that was just brought to the stage for everyone to look at. My phone began vibrating again, so I pulled it out to see what the message said. As expected, both Ace and Weiss had sent congratulations messages to the group chat, so I sent back a quick thank you. Once item number 49 got sold, Mary announced the break and a lot of people left the hall. I waited for a few minutes to avoid the congestion, before leading my parents to the right where Ace said his family's table was. I told my parents that Ace, Weiss, and I wanted to meet up, and that I was planning to use this chance to introduce my parents to Ace's parents. They seemed happy with my decision and followed my lead. It did not take long to see Ace, even if I heard him first. Their table was the 6th one to the right of our seats. They stood up when we arrived in front of them. I greeted Ace before greeting his parents as well. This was the first time I saw them, so I introduced myself. Hello, Mr. Gold, Mrs. Gold. I'm Mikhail, Ace's friend from the academy. Ace told me a lot about both of you, so it's nice to finally meet you. Nice to meet you as well, young man. The king of pirates, I mean Ace's father, returned. What a polite young man. It's nice to meet you as well, his mother replied before she placed one of her hands on her cheek and continued. Era, I wonder what Ace said about us, she questioned in a really sweet voice. I saw Ace sweating like crazy when she did that and heard my mother giggling to my left. Ace threw me a desperate look that screamed, please don't try to make any jokes, just tell them the truth. Oh, only good things, really. He bragged a bit about his awesome father as well as beautiful mother, and I can see he did not exaggerate. I decide to lay it on thick for a bit. Oh my, what charmer! Mrs. Gold said in amusement, which made Ace release a sigh of relief while the other adults chuckled. Ah, where are my manners? Ace already knows them, but these are my parents. I began introducing the adults to each other. My lovely mother, Arya Geo. I motioned towards my mother, and my father, Edward Geo. I finished while pointing toward my father. My perfectly unbiased introduction caused another round of chuckles for some reason. While the adults were exchanging their own greetings, Weiss graced us with her presence. That she actually managed to bring along her mother and father honestly surprised me a bit. I had not thought that they would be willing to come down just to meet us. Still, their arrival started another round of introductions. Once that was out of the way, Weiss's father took the lead and led us to the restaurant of the auction house where we ate lunch together. Apparently, the restaurant had private rooms and Mr. Schnee directly booked one. During the meal, our group mostly listened while the parents talked with each other. We stayed there until there were only 10 minutes left for the auction to resume. The men argued a bit over who was going to pay for the meal, with each wanting to be the one to pay, but in the end, Mr. Schnee won with the argument that he was the one to book the room. At the entrance to the hall, Weiss and her parents splintered off since they had to go to the second floor, and at our seats, Ace and his parents left for their table. The auction resumed a few minutes later, but I found nothing I wanted to bid on while my parents were preserving their bids for whatever grass type attracted their fancy. Still, Ace's family bid on something called a volcano ore, which according to the message Ace sent to our group chat is something that amassed and compressed the fire energy inside an active volcano. It seems like his father bought it for Ace's Ninetales since it was really useful for pure fire types. Anyway, it wasn't until item number 96 that my mother began to bid, and I could understand why she did so. Number 96 was a high, silver stage Rosalia with 4-star potential, as well as the confirmation of the move Sunny Day and Solar Beam. The starting bid was 16.000.000 poke, and that quickly increased to 29.000.000 poke before it slowed down. After that only 3 bidders remained, which reduced to 2 at 35.000.000 poke before my mother won the bid at 40.000.000 poke. While this was quite a bit cheaper than the stageless Squirtle sold at the beginning, I was not surprised by that. Not only did the Squirtle have 5-star potential, but it was also a royal starter, which automatically raised the price. Moreover, its low strength was not a demerit in its case but an advantage, since that indicated its young age and malleability. Unlike with Pokemon at higher stages, where getting their trust and bonding with them was harder. All in all, the price difference made sense to me. Anyway, after my mother's new Rosalia, 3 more items were sold before Mary announced the last article for the day. It was a low, gold stage Fortress that had yet to achieve sapience. Moreover, it had 5-star potential, and according to Mary seemed non-aggressive as long as one did not try to hurt it. Apparently, someone had caught it while it was hurt in a fight with another Pokemon. After said individual healed Fortress, it showed non-aggressive behavior and was even willing to listen to orders. However, due to an instinctual fear of bug types, the catcher was selling it. It seemed like a fairy tale encounter to me, and I saw that even my parents were gaping at the ridiculous luck of whoever that person was. The starting bid was 60.000.000 poke, and each bid had to be at least a 1.000.000 poke increase. My parents even tried bidding despite not needing or actually planning to add another bug type before this, but once the price ballooned they had to give up. The final bid was actually 288.000.000 poke, which shocked me a teeny tiny bit. Still, this was an anomaly that happens due to multiple factors that were unlikely to repeat themselves. It was at the low, gold stage, had yet to gain sapience, and showed non-aggressive behavior. Not only that, but it was already willing to follow orders without a fuss. That was an easy to train and bond Pokemon that was already pretty strong. Anyway, after the auction was declared over for the day, Ace and his parents joined us while we all went to exchange the things/Pokemon we bought. Afterward, we went out to eat dinner together. Weiss and her parents did not join us since they had other plans. Our 2 families chatted amiably during dinner and split afterward, each family leaving for their hotel. Once we were inside, my mother wasted no time to talk to her new Rosalia. She obviously had Titania/Nidoqueen out since her starter had to explain their trainer family hierarchy. Well, the intimidation factor may have played a role as well. Still, I did not miss the opportunity to check out her status using telekinesis. Species, Rosalia. Gender, female. Type, grass, poison. Potential, deep green. Stage, silver stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, natural cure, poison point. Talents, none. Affinities, grass, poison. My mother proved to be really lucky since her Rosalia had deep green potential, which meant she would have at least light blue potential when I placed her inside Utopia someday in the future. Moreover, she still had an evolution ahead of her as well. Chapter 188, The Auction. The second day of the auction was a bust for our family. The only Pokemon that fit Dad's purpose was a 5-star, high, silver stage Lombra, but Dad did not bid for that one for obvious reasons. Weiss's parents bought her a 5-star stageless Spheal for 3.500.000 poke. The funny thing was Ace's family participated in the bid for Spheal as well, but they decided to leave it to Weiss in the end. That one was actually the opening item of the second day, and coincidentally Lombra had been the last item of the day. After the auction closed, and the Schnees got their Spheal, we went to a nice restaurant. This time around they partook in dinner with us, since they had no prior obligation. The bill caused another argument, but Dad succeeded in paying for that one. I actually think he delivered a low blow when he decided to use the question if they were looking down on him. Implying him being in the lowest position strength and status-wise was the reason they did not want him to pay. Everyone knew that was not the case, but they had to concede once the question was brought up since it was one of those questions you could not answer correctly. We split after dinner and everyone returned to their hotels. Right now, we were sitting in our seats waiting for the auction to start. Today was the third and final day of the auction, so if no suitable Pokemon showed up, Dad would have to return empty-handed. Still, I trusted Dad's luck, so I was pretty optimistic on that front. A minute later Mary appeared on stage, this time in some form of modern kimono, the short variant that stopped shortly before her knees. Her emerald kimono with purple flower motifs only highlighted her natural beauty. It seemed the auction house went all out for the last days, since her beautiful appearance caused an excited murmur among many of the men in the crowd. Seems like Mary was going to succeed in raising the price of many goods today. Still, my father showed no reaction at all, and one look in my mother's direction explained why. I had to stifle a laugh at that. I swept my gaze around the hall and could see a few similar situations. Those were most probably serious couples, since I also saw quite a few men ignore the threatening stares of their female company. I heard a sigh of relief and saw that Mom had retracted her stare, causing Dad to involuntarily relax. This time I couldn't stop myself from releasing a chuckle, which attracted his attention. "Enjoy the moment, kiddo. Your future is going to be much worse." He mocked me. "What do you mean?" I asked in confusion, and he released an ominous chuckle, obviously enjoying the situation. "Oh, you're going to have to endure what I did from at least 3 fronts." He laughed, and I saw Mom listening in at our conversation in amusement. 3? I echoed in confusion. Was Dad expecting me to get multiple wives? "Yep," he replied, popping the P, "your wife, your mom, and your mother-in-law." Dad finished his answer, simultaneously shedding light on my suspicion. I was going to argue that Mom would definitely side with me, but Mary's beautiful assistant appeared with the first item of today's auction, and as it had been during the previous 2 days, the opening article was a Pokemon. So, I just released a snort and focused on Mary. Welcome back everyone to the final day of our auction. We naturally have a lot of great items for all of you today as well, and our first one is especially precious. Even I was tempted to buy it, alas it seemed to be destined for a lucky member among our guests. Mary began hyping up the crowd. Item number 1 is a stageless 5-star Munna. As soon as she said that, the crowd got really excited, and she latched onto that excitement and continued even more enthusiastic than before. Yes, you've heard right. It's one of the rare pure psychic types. We all know how hard it is to meet and catch psychic types in general, even more so pure ones. Meeting one in the wild that is stageless and thus not yet sapient is nearly impossible. When she said that, I looked over to my dad, who noticed my gaze and knew why I was confused. Slowpoke and Natu are pretty much the exceptions in this case, since they belong to the more common psychic type, and even among them, Natu are not that common. You were pretty lucky with Horus. Moreover, the biggest reason psychic types are so rare is that they can detect danger and run/teleport away. He answered my unspoken question. Thinking back to my many encounters with psychic types, I seem to be pretty lucky on that front. That has probably something to do with my psychic talent. Shaking my head, I refocused on Mary, who seemed to have finished the introduction. The starting bid for Munna is 10.000.000 poke. She declared, and as soon as she did, bids were raised. 11.000.000, 12.000.000, 15.000.000, 16.000.000, 20.000.000, 21.000.000, 25.000.000. Before she could voice anything, the bid went straight up to 25.000.000 poke. I was thinking of trying my luck as well, since Munna could absorb dreams and ensure perfectly restful sleep. However, the idea died in the cradle. Mary actually mentioned that point to entice the crowd into raising the price, and succeeded. Munna sold for a whopping 45.300.000 poke, which was the second highest price so far for a stageless Pokemon, with only the Squirtle of the first day having sold for more. Heck, it was the overall 5th highest price so far. Could I have afforded it? Definitely, but it wouldn't have been worth it due to mainly 2 reasons. Number 1, I already had 3 psychic types and was considering getting myself a female Ralts. So, the only psychic Pokemon that I would really go all out for would probably be Beldum. Well, Beldum and maybe an Execute. Reason number 2, I personally thought spending 45.300.000 poke for a Pokemon I thought would make a good Dreamcatcher was a tad wasteful. Furthermore, spending too much money may arouse suspicion, since my parents have to buy stuff as well. This one was not a big problem, and may not be a problem at all, but you know it made for an acceptable excuse. After that grand opening, the goods were brought up and sold one after the other. Personally, nothing attracted my attention enough for me to bid for them. That was mostly because Mary managed to hype the price of those items way above their market price, and until now nothing made me think that I definitely needed to have them. Just like that, the halfway break came and went by, with Ace and Weiss's families going out for lunch with us. Our parents got along pretty well over the last 3 days, and we 3 were pretty happy with that. Still, while I was sitting here waiting for Mary to resume the auction, I had to admit to being a bit disappointed. We were halfway through the last day of the auction and I had yet to witness any cliché auction situation. Where were those arrogant young masters? Why was no one trying to throw around their family name to suppress their competitors? Where were the face-slapping reversals? I had not even seen a mysterious person nonchalantly suppress the competition by throwing out lots of money. I mean, it was great that stuff like that did not happen, but how do I say this without contradicting myself? I kinda expected it to happen and found myself a teeny tiny bit disappointed that I did not get to see it. The funny part was that I would be pissed if it really happened, which was why I said that my feelings were a bit contradicting. Anyway, the auction continued, but nothing aroused my interest until the picture of a pretty large skull was displayed on the screen. Item number 58 is an ancient skull unearthed in the wilderness. Specifically, outside the official route system around Mt. Moon. Our experts have determined that the skull is over 6,000 years old. During their examination, our experts determined that the ancient skull either belonged to a variant or more probably to an evolution of the Ursaring line that had been lost in time, at least in the human regions. No matter which one it is, the skull shows a clear resemblance to that of an Ursaring but contains energy signatures a regular skull does not have. Maybe you could find a way for Ursaring to evolve and become famous, or you could find a way to evolve Teddy Ursa into a variant Ursaring and still get famous. Mary went all out with hyping this one and the skull deserved it, even if I would have preferred it if she hadn't done that. This could help me with my promise to Mars/Ursaring, so I had to buy it. I turned to my parents and whispered that I was going to bid for it so that they would not get surprised when I began offering high sums. The starting price for this undoubtedly rare ancient skull is 4.000.000 poke. Each increase has to be 10.000 poke minimum, Mary announced, but unlike before, no one seemed in a hurry to bid. Mary still looked relaxed when no one spoke up after 30 seconds, but seeing the temporary silence, I decided to go first. 4.010.000. I decided to go with the minimum increase. Who knew, maybe I was really the only one interested in the skull. 4.010.000, 4.500.000, 5.010.000, 6.000.000, 6.200.000, 6.480.000. Well, that hope died pretty quickly. It seemed my bid had signaled the start of a bidding war. Bids were thrown one after another, with no one waiting for Mary to speak up before raising the price. Only after the price reached 6.480.000 poke did those from the first floor stop bidding. I noticed that none from the second or third floor had bid yet, but I did not for one moment believe that none of them were interested. A bid of 6.480.000 poke from the Mr. in seat A21. Mary repeated before asking if there were any further bids. Not wanting to listen to her hype up the skull even more, I decided to interrupt her by raising the price before she could continue. 7.000.000. I decided to even out the number and hopefully discourage everyone else by showing my determination to buy the skull. No one spoke up for a good 20 seconds after Mary acknowledged my bid, making me hopeful that I would get the skull, but alas, a new bid still came. 7.500.000. As I had expected, the upper floors decided to get involved after everyone else on the first floor gave up. 10.000.000. I decided to bid, hoping that it would stop them, but it didn't. 12.000.000. Someone else from the upper floors raised the bid, which was followed by a few others joining in. 13.000.000, 15.000.000, 18.000.000, 20.000.000, 30.000.000. The last one seemed to think like me, raising the bid straight to 30 million. The price was starting to get ridiculous for a single skull, no matter how ancient and special, since no one could really guarantee that it would be useful. Room 24 has raised the offer to 30.000.000. Are there any other offers? Mary asked in a happy tone, no doubt delighted by the high bid the skull had risen to. I hesitated a lot, but thinking of the possibility the skull could provide, I grit my teeth and raised the praise. 31.000.000. My mother clasped my right hand while my father threw me a dismayed look. Honey, don't you think this is too much for a simple skull? You could get a rather rare 5-star Pokemon for that price. Mom whispered in a worried tone. Still, moments after she said that, room 24 raised the price again. 40.000.000. Whoever, that was just round up the number, as if saying I am so poor all I have is money. I began to waver, but ultimately decided to give it one last shot. My mother seemed to have noticed that since she increased her grip and worry, but I whispered to her that it was my last try. 42.000.000, 50.000.000. My bid was immediately followed by a higher one, so I gave up. When my mother saw that I stayed quiet, she released a sigh of relief and relaxed her grip. I also saw Dad's body losing a lot of tension. Room 24 has raised the bid to 50.000.000. Are there any other offers? Mary asked, still trying to hype things up, but no one spoke up. Going 3 times. Sold to room 24 for 50.000.000 poke. Mary finally closed the bid after waiting for 30 seconds. I felt quite disappointed, but there was nothing I could do if the other party was that generous with her bids. I had no real interest in the following items and just watched the show. I felt Dad's worry increase with each item that turned out to not be a grass type that was at the silver stage. However, he was able to release a sigh of relief after item number 84 was presented. It was a 4-star, low, gold stage Tangela that, according to Mary's introduction, behaved rather indifferent towards humans. At least it had done so towards the auction house's personnel after the seller had entrusted it to them. Dad was really determined to get that Tangela, so he kept bitterly raising the bid after the starting bid of 22.000.000 poke was announced. He managed to buy it for 61.000.000 poke, which, while pretty high, was nothing compared to the Fortress that sold for 288 million but was at the same stage. Well, admittedly that one had 5-star potential, so there was that. Nonetheless, my dad was satisfied, and that was all that mattered. Anyway, none of us had any interest in the items that followed, but the auction house really went all out for the last one. The closing item for our auction this time is something extremely special, and I really envy whoever manages to acquire it. Item number 100 is a 5-star, high, gold stage Trampa. As soon as she said that, pandemonium broke out. There were excited shouts everywhere. You've heard right. The last article is a 5-star gold stage dragon type. Not only that, it is a member of the most docile and friendly dragon species known to humankind. It even counts as one of the friendliest species overall. So, whoever buys it will have no big problems training and bonding with it. The only other species that comes close to that is the Altaria lion, and that is said to be due to the fairy type locked in their genes. Mary fanned the flames and raised the excitement of the crowd even further. The starting bid is 80.000.000 poke. The minimum increase is 1.000.000 poke, she announced before the bidding war began. 90.000.000, 140.000.000, 250.000.000. The price kept rising until it finally happened. 300.000.000. Everyone, the Clifton family would be really thankful if you would let us win. Someone from one of the rooms on the third floor said. I could see Mary flush at that person's move, but before she could protest, someone else from another room on the third floor interfered. James, don't go around intimidating everyone. This is an auction, so use your money if you want to buy it. Don't try to use your family name. The second person scolded that James guy, before raising the price. 310.000.000. Thomas, don't go around accusing me. I was simply politely requesting something. James or whatever protested, proving his thick skin. Still, he got ignored, and the other rooms on the third floor began raising the bid as well, showing their disregard towards the latter. I had finally witnessed one of the biggest auction cliches, even if it did not escalate and was taken care of pretty quickly. Once the final price was acknowledged and the bid closed, I could not believe the sum that Drampa had reached. The fortress that held the highest price before that had nothing on Drampa. 869.000.000 poke, that was the final price. Mary literally glowed when she announced the official end of the auction, wishing everyone a nice evening. We went to the reception where Dad paid the money for his Tangela. Weiss's family had prior commitments, so we said our goodbyes to them and went for dinner with Ace's family. Afterward, we split with them and made our way to the teleportation hub to return to our home in Rhoda. It was 9:45 p.m. by the time we were back home, and the first thing Dad did was to go back outside to speak with Tangela with Titan/Nidoking by his side. When he came, Chapter 189, Rayquaza's Patrol. 3 days before Rayquaza's ascent, in a brightly lit room, not all that secret to the rest of the world, 24 people not obscured by anything like cowls met to discuss important events that had happened over the year that was about to end. Alright, let us begin the annual Global Council. A middle-aged man said in a serious voice while letting his gaze sweep through the room. I'm sure many of you want to be done with it and return to other things. He added in slight amusement, causing many of the men and women present to chuckle. Let's begin with our younger generation. We all read the reports provided by the Aura Academies. So, aside from the things mentioned in those reports, do any of you have something that deserves a mention? The middle-aged man that seemed to lead the meeting inquired. The others looked around to see who was going to speak up first, or whether anyone would speak up at all. After a brief moment of silence, one of the females attending the meeting spoke up. Lucas, I can't speak for the rest of our eastern continent, but as far as Kalos is concerned, the only one that deserves an extra mention in my opinion is Coronager. Corona is currently 14 and will graduate at the end of this academic year. While she is listed as a Tier 2 first class in the reports, she is in truth a Tier 3 third class Aura user. She did not register her breakthrough because she did not want to get even more attention than she is already receiving. I respected her decision and kept the official reports to what she has shown on the surface. The information on her 4 Pokemon is also not accurate. Her Lucario and Nincheo are already at the gold stage, while her Machoke and Hawlucha are not too far off from reaching that stage as well. Corona is undoubtedly the greatest genius of our Kalosian branch in the last few centuries, and probably our eastern branch as well. Thank you, Angela. That is indeed a worthy achievement, and I'm sure the others agree with me that your decision was the correct one. It is not often that one of the youngsters knows the value of discretion. The new information shall be added in her file, but only those with elder level or above shall be able to access the new information. The middle-aged man identified as Lucas said, which was followed by supportive nods all around. Any more outliers from the eastern branch? Lucas addressed the members that were stationed on the eastern continent. However, none of them spoke up. That's all right. So, any others from the other branches? He questioned, hoping that some spoke up since that would mean that another great genius appeared. A brief silence followed, where everyone curiously looked at each other wondering if humanity was lucky enough to get another great genius. When it seemed like no one was going to speak up, another middle-aged man did speak up. If Mikhail had been present, he would have recognized this man as Mr. Cameron. "Lucas, before I talk about my charge, I request that anything I mention if added to my charges file is only accessible to those with the highest clearance grade," Mr. Cameron requested. His action instantly piqued the interest of everyone else. They were wondering what kind of genius required such prudence. "Arthur, are you sure that's really necessary?" Lucas wondered, since this was the first time such a request had come up since he took his position as chief of the Aura Guardians 528 years ago. "Yes, I trust everyone in this room, but if anything I mention gets added to the system, I want it to be behind as many locks as possible," Arthur Cameron replied, seriously implying that he was not going to budge on this one. Seeing his seriousness, Lucas asked for a vote regarding Arthur's request, and the motion passed unanimously. "I have no doubt all of you have read the report on the little genius that joined Aaron Aura Academy this year and jumped straight to the 3rd year. While he had been previously of interest more because of the high number of bonded Pokemon than his Aura talent, that changed when he openly showed that he has reached Tier 2 second class. Being a Tier 2 second class at 8-year-old is enough to qualify him as a genius at the top of the category. Together with his Pokemon, he is at least equal to that last Corona that Angela mentioned," Arthur mentioned, which got approving nods from everyone. "Yes, but we all already know that much, and the information regarding little Mikhail is already secured behind an elder grade clearance upon your order. So, please tell us what has changed that made you raise a request for a clearance increase." Lucas urged him to get to the point. "I personally met Mikhail when he made use of the chance to receive a partner from the academy. I immediately noted a few interesting points and have been keeping an eye on him since then. After his reveal during the annual excursion, I focused on him a bit more, and at the beginning of this month, I decided to follow up on my observation. I sent out Alakazam to do a thorough check to confirm a few of my observations and follow up on them in case I was right. It turns out that I was in fact correct, and that the little guy was hiding even more than had expected," Arthur narrated, but got interrupted by another council member. "Oh, come on, Arthur. Stop teasing us and tell us what you found out already. You've raised our curiosity and expectations to the roof already," the counselor complained, and the others chuckled. Yudo's impatience aside, I agree with him. "Get to the point," Lucas requested. "I was about to do so anyway," Arthur countered. Anyway, Alakazam confirmed that Mikhail was not only a Tier 2 second-class Aura user but also a Tier 2 second-class Psychic. An excited murmur came from the others when he said that, but Arthur chose to ignore it and continued. "I already had my suspicion that Mikhail had psychic abilities, even if I had not thought that they were that advanced. Mikhail was doing his best to mask his psychic side, but Alakazam made sure that no one at the low platinum stage or below will be able to sense Mikhail's psychic abilities as long as he does not actively use them in their proximity. An 8-year-old, dual Tier 2 second-class Aura user and Psychic. He indeed deserves your consideration, Arthur. You've done a great job with the seal. We wouldn't want Mikhail to get noticed by some random Psychic." Lucas praised Arthur, excited about the news of such a genius, and he was not alone. Everyone in the room was just as excited as their chief. "Everyone calm down for a bit, I wasn't done yet." Arthur tried to calm down his fellow council members, and he succeeded. His psychic ability was not the only thing that Alakazam had to mask. The 13 Pokemon currently registered under Mikhail are not the only ones he has, not by far. Alakazam told me he detected 31 genuine bonds, and as if that was not enough, nearly all of them are Stage 2 bonds. He obviously masked them as well, so those at or below the low platinum stage won't be able to find out the strength of the bonds. Neither will they be able to detect the number of bonds. All they'll be able to detect is that he has genuine bonds. Furthermore, I'd like to add that I noticed during my observations that most of his Pokemon are already at the silver stage. Arthur finished his report and everyone erupted into excited chatter. "How about we send a few elite class trainers as his secret protection detail," came from one of them. Too many shadows will attract attention. I suggest we send a champion class to protect him in secret. Another one promptly disagreed and gave a counter-proposal. A few more similar proposals were thrown around that all revolved about ensuring the safety of what they seemed to agree was one of the greatest geniuses currently known. Geniuses of that caliber were extremely rare, and each one of them had proven to be a great boon to mankind. They were all hoping for another Aaron Cameron or Samuel Oak to grow up to help keep humanity safe, since they were still not in a situation where they could relax. Any unlucky development in the wilderness outside humanity's territories could have catastrophic consequences for them. Sending any such extra protectors will be noticed and only make everyone curious why we are so interested in Mikhail's safety. His safety during his time at the Academy is guaranteed, and the protections afforded to all Academy students are enough to keep him safe right now. As for his safety after his graduation, we'll talk about that when the time has come. Since that's still more than 2 years away. Lucas declared, seeing that the discussion was going nowhere. They still had a lot of topics to go through, so he wanted to get on with it. Are there any other outliers that appeared? He asked after everyone had calmed down. There were none, and they continued with the next topic afterward, the safety inside the route system, which included the settlements. They went over big disputes that had been settled, tides that had been averted, and discoveries that had been made, before moving on to the next topic, the wilderness inside humanity's territory. That was followed by the wilderness outside humanity's territory inland and the ocean. They finished their meeting after talking about any noteworthy events, trainers, or humans in general that appeared during the last year. Once the meeting was over, most of them left the headquarters in Rhoda and returned to their own branches all over the 4 continents. Meanwhile, Mikhail, who had no idea that a great part of his secrets had been revealed to a certain group, was spending the last days of 2178 with his parents. His parents had returned at the beginning of the week and were going to stay till the end of Rayquaza's patrol, which was the 2 weeks of New Year. Well, 1 week was nearly over, so a bit more than a week was left. This was their first patrol at their new home, so they were enjoying the slightly different atmosphere in Rhoda compared to Hope Town. Of Mikhail's friends, only Rose and her family joined them, since everyone else had to spend Rayquaza's descent with their own families. Still, they spoke over the phone and wished each other a happy new year. Mikhail made sure to speak with all his friends and acquaintances, since he did not want to accidentally forget to talk to one. That was how the distance between people widened after all, and he wanted to avoid that if possible. The event itself was much grander than the one in Hope Town. There were a lot of bright fireworks, but on top of that, there were Pokemon moves that were shot into the air, that creating an even greater spectacle than the fireworks. The moves had nearly no power behind them, but what they lost in strength they made up in looks. Fire blasts modified to have certain forms, moon blasts turning the sky pink, flamethrowers, and thunderbolts that resembled yellow, as well as red Rayquaza, rising into the sky. Pokemon moves of all kinds that focused on visual impact appeared one after the other, creating a visual feast for everyone. His parents confirmed that it was mostly performers and coordinators that were paid for this, and Rose's eyes sparkled when she heard that. The night sky was lit up like this for a few hours before it finally stopped and everyone went to sleep for the first time in 2179. The field stayed over for the night and left the day after Rayquaza's ascent, meaning that they spend the first day of the new year with Mikhail and his parents. Chapter 190, Time Flies Once More. My parents left a week after Rayquaza's ascent, and I focused on training those that were not too far off from breaking through. That obviously did not mean I forgot the others, far from it, but I oversaw the training of the group that had yet to break through more actively. One such member was Optimus/Butterfree. A month after our arrival in Rhoda, he had successfully created Powder Bomb, and the move had proven to be pretty strong since it could inflict 3 status conditions at once. The only big problem had been the time it took to execute the move, but that time was shortened with higher mastery. Another disadvantage was the slow speed of the Powder Cloud, but that was something all powder moves had in common, and we already had ways to deal with that, like using Gust to propel the cloud. Nonetheless, after raising the Powder Bomb to proficiency, we began combining String Shot with the individual powder moves, since the flying speed of String Shot was much faster and the move could additionally slow down the target. That string shot reached advanced mastery along the way was a welcome side effect. Sleep shot, stun shot, and poison shot were successfully learned shortly before the current holidays. However, instead of raising their mastery or trying to create a superior shot, we began doing the same with Electroweb, or rather we used it as the basis for the 3 new moves. The reason for that was that the new Sleep Web, Stun Web, and Poison Web could target a wider area than String Shot, and it was easier to use in traps than String Shot as well. Moreover, the duration of the move itself was much longer than the standard cloud moves, which were important when laying traps. That was also the reason we created Stun Web, despite Electroweb also paralyzing the target on top of causing damage. The electricity of Electroweb just did not endure as long as the powder version. If it did not become obvious with all these status conditions and trap moves, I was kinda planning to turn Optimus into a master of guerrilla warfare and trap making. This was in preparation for our journey through the wilderness more than for our official journey. Anyway, we spent the rest of the holiday on the web variants. The electricity was the first to go since it fried the powder, but what we wanted was the web form either way, so that was no problem. The experience gained from the string variants proved useful, and Optimus managed to successfully create all 3 variants nearly 2 weeks before the end of the vacation. After that, he changed his focus to raising the mastery of all 6 new moves, which was going to keep him busy for quite a while in the foreseeable future, at least on the move front. I, obviously, did not allow him to disregard his parameter training, so he kept that up as well for a few hours a day. His diligence was rewarded when he managed to reach the high silver stage just 3 days before the academy resumed and the 4th term began. I was really happy that happened, since I was sure that it would soothe the pain he was going to feel when he found out Mothra/Butterfree had recently learned all 3 of his string shot variants through observation. I had asked her to refrain from actively learning his self-made moves, at least for a while, to let him bask in his success, and she had agreed. Her being busy with her own training helped in that regard. However, in the end, her cheat-like talent had gone and deciphered the principle as well as the method behind the moves through snippets and glances. Well, at least we had delayed the inevitable for quite a few months. Still, while she had yet to learn the web variants, I knew that was inevitably going to happen as well. I was not going to tell him that it happened, we were going to let him discover it on his own. Hopefully, that way some more time would pass and he would believe it took her some time to learn his moves. I did not want him to experience another shock as with Whirlwind, where Mothra managed to unintentionally learn the move before him despite him actively trying to learn it. It had taken me nearly 2 weeks to get him out of his slump, and I wanted to avoid a repeat. Heck, I was afraid of it being worse this time, since those were his self-made moves this time around. Anyway, after he reached the high silver stage, I was able to allot more time for those that had yet to improve stage-wise. Optimus joined the others in doing mostly self-training with the occasional advice and guidelines. During the first week, I received the results of my exams. I obviously forwarded to my parents that I aced them all. The rest of the month was pretty boring, at least until now. Today was Kai Day, which meant we stopped our training session much earlier than usual, weekend bonus and all that. It helped them relax, which was why we did half our usual regime every Kai Day to cool down a bit. Gru Day, on the other hand, was a full free day to give our bodies, mostly that of my Pokemon, a break. Anyway, I checked up on everyone to see if any changes had occurred, and saw that Engie/Growlive, who had been one of those that I had focused on, finally completed his limit breaking. This meant he was ready to break through to the silver stage, and I immediately told him as much. He jumped me in excitement and my face received a wash, puppy style. Once I managed to calm Engie down enough to get him down from me, I stood up and glared at the others who had surrounded us. They had been simply watching while laughing at my predicament. Actually, Thor/Pikachu, Nick/Umbreon, and Mothra looked as if they had been thinking about joining Engie. Only Horus/Zada's intervention had saved me from being doggy-piled, so I shot him a grateful look. Anyway, I told Engie to do it, and he initiated his breakthrough to the silver stage. The energy of his habitat got attracted to him and got absorbed into him. He briefly shone in the telltale white that accompanied each limit-breaking breakthrough while his body adjusted to its new strength. Once it was over, I hugged him and congratulated him. The others quickly joined in and I decided to check his new status while they were chatting with each other. Name, NG. Species, Grolive. Gender, male. Age, 4+ years. Type, fire. Potential, light purple, 54.86%, dash deep purple, 17.02%. Genetic modifiers, none. Abilities, flash fire, justified. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirk, lively. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, E. Endurance, F. Agility, E. Energy capacity, E. Energy density, F. Immunity. Fire. Resistance. Grass, minor, ice, minor, bug, minor, steel, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Water, minor, ground, minor, rock, minor. Standardized. Water, in progress. Condition, healthy, excited, proud. Masteries. Fire energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Wild charge. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Helping hand, retaliate, reversal, play rough, flare blitz, plus, leer, plus. Proficient. Ember, bite, fire fong, endure, quick attack, iron tail, crunch, takedown, roar, plus plus. Advanced. Flame wheel, agility, flamethrower, howl, plus. Mastered. Not applicable. The limit-breaking bonus had pushed NG's potential to deep purple and now NG had joined the club of my Pokemon that only needed one more step to enter the realm of legendary potential, Aurora. There were no changes on either the modifier/gene front or the talent section, but that was not unexpected. Still, I was actually working on an idea of mine that pertained to the talent section. After NG had raised Flare Blitz to beginner mastery, I got the idea that I might be able to help NG unlock/create a talent that mimicked the effects of Intimidate, since that one is an ability ingrained into their DNA. To that end, I had him focus on Howl, Roar, and Leer, in that order. While we had yet to succeed, I was hoping that raising all three to advanced mastery might help. If not, then NG might need to master them, which would take a long, long time. Thankfully, the moves themselves were somewhat useful, so training them up like this was not too wasteful. Still, knowing that he might get bored and want to learn something cool/damaging, I had NG work on Wild Charge whenever he had enough of the Project Trio. Since Wild Charge was of a completely different type from any of his other moves, due to being an electric-type move. That being the case, I had Thor help him. Not only because Thor was an electric type, and could thus help NG get a feel for the energy, which might have involved a bit of mild shocking, but also because Wild Charge was kinda like a weaker Volt Tackle which Thor was proficient in. Actually, while NG had yet to successfully learn Wild Charge, Thor had managed to learn it despite not actively trying to do so, simply by the virtue of helping NG. Still, as I mentioned before, it was practically a weaker Volt Tackle, so I was not sure how much use it was going to see. Nonetheless, I was suspecting that Volt Tackle's mastery might improve by the time NG learned Wild Charge, so that was nice. Anyway, back to NG's status screen. Our bond had yet to reach stage 2, strong, but now that he had broken through to the silver stage, it was only going to take a week or two for that to happen. At least, that was what had happened every time one of my Pokemon reached the silver stage, and I saw no reason why it should be any different this time around. Another thing that was probably going to speed up and finish now that he was at the silver stage was his resistance training. I was not sure how much longer it would take, but I was hoping that he would have standardized his relation to the water type before he reached the high silver stage. Last but not least, NG's parameters were such that he had immediately reached the mid silver stage, which was due to the limit-breaking bonus he received. We obviously followed our personal tradition and celebrated his breakthrough with a celebration. Nonetheless, the days that followed still followed the same routine as before. However, this time around NG had joined the mostly offhand group, which most of the time followed certain training plans and got occasional direct guidance/supervision. This left only Parvati/Beedril, Ollie/Raltz, and Swablu in the full focus group, with the last two being pretty much newcomers. So, I mainly focused on those three during the next 4 months, whenever I came back home from the academy. Unfortunately, none of them had improved stage yet, but at least Parvati was not that far off from doing so. I estimated that she would manage to reach the high silver stage in another 2 to 3 months. That would be sometime around the first half of the 5th term, seeing as the 4th term holidays were going to start next week. Speaking of the holidays, the Senior League tournament was going to start at the beginning of the 2nd week of the holidays. Dad had been going around challenging the gym leaders and major gym leaders to 3-star battles for training purposes, and due to him winning enough 3-star S-rank badges, he was exempted from the preliminary round. Mom, on the other hand, had to participate in the preliminary round, which would be held from ARC Day, July 8, 2179, until Kai Day, December 8, 2179. I only had to finish the exam week, and then enjoy my vacation until Kai Day, May 8, 2179. My parents were going to arrive at that time, and we would travel to Indigo City where the preliminaries were held. Apparently, all participants received free lodging in one of the few Alliance-owned hotels for the duration of the tournament, and we were going to live there until the tournament was over. To be honest, I was excited to see Indigo City, and hopefully, later on, Indigo Plateau. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 8. Peace.